Hey there, survivors. Thanks for tuning in. In this video, you'll hear stories from different people facing the outbreak in their own ways. Some fight, some run, some just try to hold on. But they all share one thing, the will to survive. The lights just flickered again. That's the third time in an hour. Could be the storm knocking out lines across the city. Or someone finally decided to cut the power to Sector 4. I haven't left the lab in I don't know how many hours now. The clocks on the wall stopped updating after the last reboot, and I don't carry a phone anymore. No signal down here anyway. I'm alone in sub-level B. The door's sealed, though I left the outer airlock unlatched on purpose. If anything happens to me in here, I don't want the cleanup crew to waste time guessing. The generator kicked on. The hum under the floor vibrates through my shoes. I stare at the refrigeration unit in the center of the room. Inside it, 2 vials. One's clear, one's amber, both labeled with my own handwriting. I was never supposed to touch them. But I did. It started small. A spike in T-cell activity, then spontaneous tissue regeneration in the macaque subjects, rapid scarring, rapid healing, rapid reversion. The virus burned hot but didn't linger until Subject 12. That one never died. He just sat in the corner of his cage, staring. Cuts sealed overnight. Broken bones straightened. When we sedated him for autopsy, his heart stopped for 6 minutes before restarting. I had to know. Not because I wanted to heal like him. Not because I wanted to cheat death. I just needed to understand it. So, 20 hours ago, I drew 2 milliliters of the amber sample into a clean syringe. I injected it into my forearm, 1 inch lateral to the vein. No announcement, no logs, just silence and cold air and the sound of my own breath echoing in this steel box of a lab. No symptoms at first, no fever, no rash, just a subtle warmth under the skin and a sharp metallic taste at the back of my tongue. Then I waited, read, paced, waited some more. I thought maybe I'd flushed it, that my immune system had done its job. That was before I dropped the ceramic mug. It shattered on the floor, jagged pieces catching my wrist on the way down. Deep cuts, immediate bleeding. But less than a minute later, the blood stopped. Skin pulled together. By the 5-minute mark, I couldn't even find the scar. I just stood there, staring at my arm like it didn't belong to me. The screen over the main workstation flashes red. Internal quarantine, active. I didn't activate it. Someone topside did. That means they know something's wrong. I don't know how much they know, or how much time I have. I hear footsteps in the stairwell. Not boots, sneakers. Someone trying not to be heard, which makes every creak worse. I pull the fire axe off the emergency rack and back into the hallway outside room 117. The air smells like melted plastic. The hallway's lights flicker too. "Dr. Mercer?" A voice calls out. Female, young, nervous. "It's Allison from Lab 3. We need help. Something's happening upstairs." I don't move right away. She rounds the corner before I can answer. Her face is pale, her mask hanging loose under her chin. "You're still here," she breathes. Then she sees the axe in my hand. "You heard it too, right?" I nod once. "Dr. Han just collapsed," she says. Then he got up again, but wrong. He started bleeding from his mouth and eyes. His skin was grey. Her voice cracks. "He bit one of the guards." I lower the axe. "How many others?" "All of Sector 3's gone dark," she says. "I barely got out. Everyone was screaming. Some locked the fire doors, but those things, whatever's wrong with them, they don't stop moving." "Anyone else come down here?" She shakes her head. "I don't think so. I didn't see anyone." I glance at the sealed elevator. That's the only way up now, unless someone opens the stairwell override. I press my thumb to the biometric scanner, but it flashes red. "Level lockdown," I mutter. "What does that mean?" she asks. "It means we're stuck." The ventilation unit cycles again. A faint rattling comes through the ducts. Not wind, something heavier, like someone crawling. Allison backs away from the grate above us. They can't. No, I interrupt. Ducts are reinforced. But if they get into the maintenance shafts? I walk back into room 117. She follows reluctantly, eyes jumping from surface to surface. I close the inner lab door and bolt it from the inside. It won't hold forever, but it'll buy us time. Were you working with the samples too? She asks. I don't answer. I just walk over to the refrigerated unit, key in the override, and retrieve the second vial. The clear one. I hold it up to the light. This one slows cellular metabolism, I say. We thought it could suspend brain activity long enough to delay transmission. Does it work? On mice, on monkeys. We never tested it on humans. She doesn't press further. Smart girl. We sit in silence for a while. I keep the axe within reach. She curls into the corner by the emergency station, hugging her knees to her chest. Then the first scream cuts through the duct system. Human, but just barely. It's followed by scraping, metal on metal. Something's inside the shaft now. Dr. Mercer, she whispers. I move slowly toward the panel, listening. The shaft access is 4 feet above the ground, bolted shut, but the screws are vibrating. Allison, get behind the cabinet, I say. She doesn't argue. The grate warps inward, once, twice. Then it bursts open with a deafening clang. A body falls through, crumpling against the tile. Not infected. A man, guard uniform, bleeding badly. He groans and turns over. His eyes are bloodshot. Help, please. I kneel beside him. Where were you? Sector 2. They overran it. He coughs. Blood spatters the floor. I locked the stairwell, but one got in. He reaches toward me with a shaking hand. It bit me. Just a scratch. I think. He seizes. I don't think. I swing the axe. Clean. No hesitation. Not mercy. Necessity. Allison gasps. He wasn't one of them yet. He was going to be, I reply. She stares at me like I'm not human. I look down at my hand. A smear of his blood glistens on my knuckle. I don't feel anything. Not panic, not fear, just the low burn of something I can't describe. Allison stands. You didn't even try to save him. I meet her eyes. That's not how this works. She retreats from me, but there's nowhere to go. We're in the same cage. I sit down again and place the bloody axe on the tile. My eyes drift to the incision site on my forearm. No marks, not even a bruise. I whisper to myself, still working. But for how long? The outer alarm sounds. Someone just breached the stairwell below. That door was 10 inches thick. Someone or something tore through it. I look at Allison. We're moving, now. She doesn't argue this time. We grab what we can. Medical kit, vial case, 1 flashlight, 1 flare. I take the axe. She takes a fire extinguisher. We exit room 117. The hallway is darker than before. Fluorescents buzz overhead. Blood trails lead toward the emergency elevator. The air smells like copper and something sweet. Wrong. We walk fast. Not running. Running means noise. Noise means death. Halfway to the elevator, we see it. A silhouette, back turned, crouched over something, chewing, loud, wet tearing. Then it stops, lifts its head, twitches, turns. Not human. We freeze. It sniffs, mouth stained dark, skin blotched and torn, eyes milky. It tilts its head like a bird. Then it screams. The sound rips down the corridor, sharp and jagged, like metal tearing in half. It throws itself forward with no hesitation, fingers curled like claws, shoes scraping the tile. Its feet don't move right, ankles loose. One leg drags behind, but it moves fast regardless, arms pumping with unnatural rhythm. I shove Allison sideways and step between her and the thing just as it crosses the last few meters. I don't think. I swing the axe again. The blade catches it at the neck, a sickening crack. Not a clean cut, but enough to spin it down into the wall. Its head rebounds with a hollow thud. Bone splits at the temple. Skin shears open, but it claws at the floor, still trying to get up. No scream this time, just guttural, wet snarling. Allison grabs the extinguisher and slams it down twice before I stop her. Enough, it's done. I pull her back. She's shaking now, but not crying. She doesn't have the breath to. The thing lies there twitching, half its skull crushed. I look at my arm again, at the place where blood splashed up from the first blow. Already dried. No reaction. Nothing spreading beneath the skin. Still me. For now. We have to move, I tell her. She nods, and we continue past the body. The elevator is still functional, but the panel flashes yellow. Warning. Limited access. Only operational to level 0. I swipe my badge. It flashes red. Then hers, green. The doors slide open slowly, reluctantly, like the whole system is dragging itself through molasses. Inside, the air is stale. Old coffee, mold, something metallic. A dried smear lines one corner of the floor, fingers most likely. Someone died here, but not recently. We descend in silence. 5 floors up, level 0. The main entry hub. Offices, security checkpoint, emergency exit hallways. Supposed to be clear. Supposed to be guarded. But when the doors open, no one is waiting. The reception desk is overturned. One of the monitors is smashed, the other blinking a static loop. No bodies, no blood. Just a few overturned chairs, a patch of broken glass, and a distant echo coming from the northern hall. Allison, stay behind me. We pass the security desk. No guards, no rifles. The rack is empty. I peek into the break room. Microwave door hanging open. Coffee pooled on the tile. An empty boot in the corner. Not a pair, just one. Someone left in a hurry. We follow the main corridor toward the exit access tunnels. These connect the building to the outer service roads. At the end of the hall, the reinforced double doors are ajar. That's not normal. Those doors only open on full-site evacuation protocols. Someone forced it, or someone high-level authorized it. The echo gets louder. A rhythmic thump, then dragging, then a brief silence. I signal to Allison to stay low. She ducks behind a support beam while I edge closer, just enough to see down the adjoining hall. It's worse than I expected. 3 of them, all infected. One with half its lab coat shredded off, the ID still clipped to its collar, Dr. Mahmoud. His jaw hangs open too far, unhinged. The one beside him has arms that twitch with each movement, like it can't control them. The third is faster than the others, pacing the hallway in tight circles, glancing at the walls like it's hunting echoes. And in the middle of the corridor, trapped against a supply cart, is a man. Still alive, maybe mid-30s. Looks like one of the sanitation crew, bleeding from the side of his head. No weapon, just a wrench in his hand. He's breathing fast, eyes flicking between the infected like a cornered animal. I step back. Allison gives me a look. We can't just leave him. I don't answer right away, but I'm not here to play judge. Not yet. I crouch down, pull the flare from my belt and hand it to her. When I say now, throw it across the hallway far as you can, toward the back exit sign. She nods. I wait until the fast one makes another tight turn away from the cart. I motion. Now. The flare arcs through the air, clatters off the far wall, and rolls with a hiss. Bright red light spills out across the tile. All 3 infected jerk toward the noise instantly, heads snapping in unison. I run. I reach the man in 4 seconds, swing the axe once, hard at the pacing one. It hits low, knocks it off balance. I grab the injured man by the collar, haul him upright, and shove him back toward Allison. Go! She runs. He stumbles after her, clutching his side. I stay for 1 more second, long enough to see the twitching infected crawling after me, eyes wide and white, mouth stretched in a permanent scream. Then I run too. We regroup by the stairwell. No elevators past this point. The service exit leads to the underground tunnel, and then to the gate near the perimeter fence. Who are you? The man asks between gasps. Doesn't matter, I reply. Are you bitten? No, just fell. He shows me the wound. Shallow, just scalp. A lot of blood, but no sign of a bite. I nod. All right, keep pressure on it. Don't slow down. We push through the next 2 doors in sequence, each one heavier than the last. The tunnel beyond is long and half-lit. Fluorescent strips overhead flicker. Water drips from somewhere in the ceiling. The air smells old, untouched, but something's wrong. The silence feels stretched too thin. No birds, no alarms, not even the distant hum of backup generators anymore. Just the sound of our footsteps and the occasional hitch in the injured man's breathing. We pass a security camera. The red light blinks. Someone's still watching, or was. At the far end of the tunnel, we reach the service gate. It's locked with a hydraulic control box. I reach for my badge again. Nothing. Dead panel. Allison, I say, check the breaker panel. She pries it open, flips the top switch. Sparks, then a buzz. The gate lurches upward 6 inches and stops. We need a manual override, I mutter. I know where it is, the injured man says. Storage closet, other side of that wall. I worked night shifts down here. Show me. We run together to the wall junction. He yanks open a low door with chipped blue paint. Inside a set of emergency controls. He slams the lever down. The gate grinds upward. That's when we hear it. A metallic crash behind us, echoing down the tunnel. The scream comes next, followed by the pounding of feet, more than one, dozens. I spin around. Shadows stretch along the tunnel walls, arms swinging, mouths open. Some of them crawl, some sprint, some stagger, but all of them are coming. Move, I shout. The injured man stumbles. I grab him again. Allison's already halfway under the rising gate. We dive through as the infected close the distance. I hit the pavement hard on the other side, roll, and yank the lever from this side. The gate shudders and locks mid-height. One of them almost makes it, fingers through the bars. I chop them off. The hand twitches on the ground beside me for a moment. Then it goes still. We run again, up the access road, past the empty parking lots. The sky overhead is slate grey, the sun somewhere behind the clouds. Ash falls in light drifts from the east. Maybe something burned. Maybe everything did. No signs of helicopters, no shuttles, no evac. The city skyline is visible in the distance. Smoke rises from 2 spots near the river. Sirens in the distance, but distorted, broken. I help the man to a sitting position beside a broken fence. Allison drops beside us, pulling the emergency kit from her bag. She bandages the head wound quickly. Hands steady, practiced. Not her first injury. Dr. Mercer, she says, looking at me sharply. We can't keep running like this. There has to be a rally point. I pull out the last working radio. Channel 4 is static. Channel 7 is looping an automated message. If you are hearing this, proceed to the Red Line checkpoint near Turner Stadium. Authorized evac zone. Bring no infected. Identification required. I switch to Channel 9. A voice breaks through. Repeat. Biohazard breach at CDC Complex B. All outbound corridors compromised. Airlift denied. Perimeter collapse at zones 2A through 3C. Casualty ratio unknown. Reinforcements withdrawn. This is not a drill. Silence. Then static. I put the radio down. Allison closes her eyes. So that's it. No, I say quietly. That's not it. She looks at me. I meet her gaze. There's another site. Deep storage 3 miles from here. It's not in any public protocol. No airlift, no guards. But it's sealed. Lead-lined. Has its own water and power. She frowns. How do you know that? I don't answer. The injured man watches us both. If that place is real, he says slowly, then we need to go now. We stand again. The road ahead is cracked, buckled in places. No cars, no helicopters. Just the echo of the wind and the sound of something distant. Howls, maybe. Not wolves. We keep walking. Allison doesn't talk anymore. She just watches the skyline with a tight jaw, like if she stares hard enough, it'll turn back into the city she remembers. The sanitation tech, we never got his name, walks with a slight limp, blood drying at his temple, his shirt stuck to the wound under his ribs. I told him we'd tape it properly once we reached cover, but I don't think he's going to last that long. The sky keeps darkening. Not from nightfall, not yet. It's smoke. Something big is burning behind the trees to our left. Could be a neighborhood, could be a gas line. The air tastes metallic now, and the flakes drifting from the sky are heavier, ash mixed with something fibrous. I pull a filter mask from my kit and give the other two what I have left. A cloth wrap for Allison and a folded chemical cloth for the tech. 2 miles, I say. Maybe less, if we cut through the rail yard. The man stops. That's past the canal. No bridges left there. The westbound ones were torched. You'll have to jump the tracks or go around. We go through the yard, I say. Storm culvert runs underneath. It's concrete. Raised. He looks at me like I've done the walk before. I have, but I don't say that. Instead, I take the lead. We pass burned-out buses on the feeder road. Most of them are empty now, but some still have shadows slumped inside. One has red marks on the windshield from the inside. Fingers. Another has a scorched outline in the middle seat. No bodies. Just the faint shape of someone who stayed too long. I don't let us stop. After 20 minutes of steady walking, the road narrows into gravel. Ahead, the rail yard emerges from behind a tree line, flat and sprawling with long rows of tankers and cargo cars. The gate is down, bent at the center where something large smashed through it. The fence line is torn open on the left side. We slip through. Inside, the rail yard feels abandoned, but not empty. The kind of silence where everything is watching from corners you can't quite see. We skirt around the main switching station and head toward the culvert near the grain silos. I spot movement on the other side of the tracks. 2 shapes dart between a set of coal hoppers, then vanish. Not infected. Too smooth, too fast. Allison, I whisper. Go ahead with him. Get under the culvert. I'll follow. She hesitates but nods. They move quick across the gravel, ducking behind a tipped-over handcart, then slipping into the shallow trench beneath the rails. I count to 10, then move wide around the cars where I saw movement. Closer now, I hear voices. Low, urgent, human. 3 men, armed. One has a scoped rifle, another a pipe, the third some kind of modified garden shears. None in uniform. Scavengers maybe. Or worse. They're watching the culvert. I watch them. She's got a med bag, one says, nodding toward the direction Allison just went. We follow, the tall one replies. Could be others. Could be more supplies. Keep quiet. No gunshots unless they run. I step out from behind the boxcar and throw a rock. It hits the siding 10 feet to their left. They jump. 2 of them draw weapons. The one with the shears runs toward the sound. That's enough. I step behind him and grab the back of his neck, yank him sideways into the metal stairwell. He drops the shears. I slam his head once, just once, against the rail post. His body goes still, not dead, but out. The others hear it. I run, gravel scattering. One of them shouts something. I loop around the silo, drop low behind a rusted truck, and wait. The second one passes me, chasing the shadow he thinks he saw. When he rounds the truck, I swing the axe from below. He falls like a dropped marionette. The third man, the one with the rifle, doesn't chase. He holds back, scanning. Smarter, careful. I stay low, circle wide, trying not to breathe too loud. The moment I hear his foot hit the grated walkway above, I move. Up the side ladder 2 rungs at a time. My hands sting where the metal rubs raw. Doesn't matter, no time. He's waiting for a shot when I reach the top. I grab his leg and pull. He fires once. The bullet tears through my side. Not deep, but it punches through the meat just above my hip. I grunt, twist, and drag him down hard. He hits the walkway, scrambles. I grab the rifle barrel and slam it down across his chest. Then I stop. He looks at me. Really looks. Not angry. Not afraid. "What are you?" he asks, staring at the wound in my side. Already the blood has slowed. The skin is knitting back together in shallow threads. I don't answer. I just stand, take his rifle, and leave him breathing. Back at the culvert, Allison crouches beside the injured tech. Her hands are bloody. She looks up at me, startled. "You're bleeding." "Not anymore." She frowns. "You were shot?" "It's fine." She glances at the rifle, then at me again. "What happened?" "3 hostiles. 2 are down, 1's alive. Won't follow." She doesn't ask more. The culvert takes us beneath the rest of the yard and out into a shallow drainage field just past the second track line. From here the tower isn't visible, but I know we're close. We move quick now. The tech is fading. He mumbles a lot. Name fragments. Something about his wife. A trailer in Cobb County. I keep a hand under his elbow to help him move. We can't stop. If he collapses here, we leave him. I won't say it out loud, but Allison knows. At the far end of the drainage field, we reach the perimeter fence of the reserve compound. It's overgrown, chain link bent in several places. Behind it, a flat clearing stretches up toward a concrete outbuilding, unmarked, windowless. Power lines run into it from underground, a single keypad beside the steel door. We made it. I type in the code. The door unlocks with a dry hiss. Inside, the room is lit by emergency LEDs. Still power, still functioning. We drag the injured man inside and shut the door. The air here is sterile, dust-free, temperature-controlled. The far wall is lined with supply crates, medical coolers, 2 generator units. No windows. 1 chair. I help the tech down into the corner and slide a blanket under his back. His pulse is shallow, breath's thin. I check his pupils. He's not going to make it. Allison sits across from me. She hasn't said anything for a long time, just watches me, hands folded in her lap. Finally, she speaks. "You knew this place was here. You knew how to reach it. You knew how to fight. You knew what code to use." I don't look at her. "I designed it." She stiffens. "You're not just a researcher." "I was the head of the containment protocol. Everything below Sector 5, my jurisdiction. This place was built as an endpoint, in case none of the evac options worked. And the virus, the one that spreads fast, mutates cells, turns people into whatever those things are. I worked on it. Originally it was a neurological suppressant, military-grade sedation compound. Then it evolved. And you're infected." My silence confirms it. "But you're not like them," she says. "You're healing. You were shot. I saw it. Now there's nothing." I injected a prototype variant. It didn't suppress the virus, it modified it. Rewrote cell behavior, accelerated repair, blocked neural degradation. And now? Now I can't die. At least not like them. She stares. "You're saying you can't turn?" "I've tried." Her eyes widen. "You tried?" "I wanted to see if it had limits. It doesn't." The silence stretches. Then she looks at the man in the corner. His breathing's gone shallow. Sweat pools at his collar. "We can't help him," I say quietly. "We have to try. You don't understand what happens if he turns in here. I'm not leaving him like this." I walk over and kneel beside him. He opens one eye. "Cold," he whispers. "Just rest." Then I take the rifle, remove the bolt, and place it on the floor beside me. Slowly. So Allison sees. "I'm staying with him," I say. "There's a second access door at the rear. Take the tunnel past the water tanks. It'll put you on the maintenance road. Lead straight west." She looks at me like she wants to argue, but she doesn't. Instead, she stands. "You could have left us." "I did." She doesn't ask what that means. The rear door opens, closes again. Now it's just me, and him, and the quiet pulse of air through the ceiling vents. I sit beside him for hours. He doesn't scream when it starts, just coughs once. Then his eyes roll white. His hands claw the blanket, stiff and tight. His chest heaves, then stops. For a moment I wonder if that's it. If the body will lie still and cool and this won't be another one of them. But I know better. I've seen it too many times now. The breathless stillness before the spark. The body purges the man he was and resets the rhythm into something else. Something driven by reflex and instinct, and that whispering signal the infected seem to share. The transformation finishes in under a minute. There's no dramatic snap of bones, no screaming resurrection. Just silence, then twitching. The fingers curl inward. The spine stiffens. The head lolls to the side, then snaps back into alignment like a marionette pulled by invisible strings. When the eyes open, they're glazed and milky. The lips twitch apart in something that's too close to a grin. And then it moves. The thing that used to be a man throws itself at me, snarling, hands flailing. It's fast, faster than it should be, even with the injuries. It slams into me and we both go down hard, my back against the cold tile. Its teeth snap an inch from my face. I hold its shoulders back, but its weight shifts, claws digging into my arm. Then it bites. It doesn't hesitate. Its jaw clamps down into the muscle of my neck, just above the collarbone. I feel skin split, feel the dull grind of pressure. And then, white. Not pain, not exactly. More like a collapsing. A plunge inward, like every nerve fires at once then gets torn free. My vision dims. My arms go limp. My legs spasm. I hear the wet sounds of tearing flesh, bone cracking. A second bite, lower, closer to my jaw. And then nothing. I don't know how long I'm gone. The time between death and return isn't a dream or a blackout. It's absence, pure and simple, like being deleted. When I wake, I'm on the floor in a puddle of half-dried blood. My blood. The body of the infected man lies 3 feet away, half its skull crushed, its chest caved in from what looks like blunt force trauma. There's a fire extinguisher beside it, dented. Allison must have come back. I sit up slowly. Everything aches. Not pain exactly, just a tightness that clings to the joints and muscles as they rebuild. My skin knits itself back together in real time. I run a finger along my neck and find only a thin line of raw tissue, already closing. My left eye still feels strange, blurry on the edge. Probably not fully regrown yet. The room smells like rust and something worse. The air's thicker now. I check the generator readouts. Power still stable. 1 cooler offline. Might be a short in the junction. Doesn't matter. I wipe the drying blood off my hands and clean the floor with bleach from the emergency cabinet. It's habit now. I don't want to leave signs of what happened here, not for her, if she comes back. Then I move to the small terminal in the far corner. It still works, though only the internal system is online, no uplink. I open my encrypted logs and begin typing. Attempt 47. Partial systemic death confirmed. 2 full cranial bites. Recovery time, approximately 4 minutes. Memory retention intact. Tissue regrowth consistent with last 10 trials. Notably, emotional response post-recovery is dulled. Less shock, no dissociation. Possible neurological flattening. Containment remains theoretical. Emotional burden increasing. I don't know what I am. I pause. Save the log, then delete the temp files. If someone else finds this place, I don't want them to know what was tried here, what I did. Hours pass. I sit on the cot and stare at the door. I think about the first time I tested regeneration, when I sliced my hand open and watched it seal in less than a minute. I thought it was a breakthrough. I called it a bridge to immune permanence. The next step in human survival. What I didn't know, what none of us knew, was that the virus wasn't just rebuilding tissue. It was rewriting its own rules inside me, learning how to keep its host functional without consuming it. The others turned because their bodies lost the battle for control. I never did. But something inside me did change, and I can't undo it. At some point I fall into a shallow sleep. Not real sleep, not with the buzzing in my skull, but enough to lose track of time. When I wake, The lights have dimmed. Power saving mode. I hear something. Not inside, outside. I kill the lights entirely and move to the slit window built into the upper corner of the concrete structure. It's small, no wider than a shoebox, but it gives me just enough of a view. Something's moving along the access road. 2 figures, human silhouettes. One tall, holding a rifle. The other limping slightly. Smaller frame. Could be her. I reach for the emergency beacon and tap twice on the trigger. Short pulses, low frequency. It doesn't emit visible light, just a signal someone with the paired transponder could follow. The 2 figures pause, then start toward the compound. Allison comes through the door first, rifle held low but ready. Her clothes are torn, hair tied back with what looks like an old shoelace. Her face is grim but not panicked. Behind her is a teenage boy, maybe 17, thin, tired, carrying a crossbow slung over his back and a small duffel. His eyes are too still for someone that young. I know the look. Allison says nothing at first, just looks at the spot where the body used to be. I gesture toward the bleach bucket. He turned. I figured. The boy says nothing, just watches me. He yours? I ask. She shakes her head. Found him hiding in a school bus outside Norcross. He saved me from a crawler. Name? Eli. The boy doesn't flinch, doesn't speak. We're out of food, she says. We need to rest and we can't stay here long. I nod. There's a secondary cache under the floor hatch. Enough rations for 3 for 4 days, maybe 5 if we go light. She raises an eyebrow. Planning to host company? Not anymore. We eat in silence. MREs heated over a small chemical pad. The boy finally speaks when I hand him a pouch of beans. You are dead. I pause. What? In the reports, the ones from the CDC radio loop, it listed you as deceased protocol failure. Same name. Mercer. I nod slowly. That's not entirely inaccurate. He watches me like I'm not real. Later, after Allison and Eli sleep, I step outside. The night air is colder now. The fire to the east has dimmed, but smoke still rides the wind. In the distance, a siren loops once, then dies. Somewhere farther off, there's the low howl again. Not an animal, not human either, something in between, maybe something new. I sit on the gravel with my back against the wall and look at my hands. They're mine. But they've also been rebuilt, grown back, more times than I care to count. Each time it gets faster, cleaner, like my cells are anticipating injury. I tried to overdose 2 nights ago. All the muscle relaxants we had in the kit just made me pass out for an hour. Woke up with a strange taste in my mouth and a ringing in my ears. Still alive. I burned my forearm once, with a hot pipe. Watched the skin bubble and split. Gone in minutes. I think sometimes about walking into a herd, letting them tear everything apart. Maybe there's a threshold. Maybe I haven't hit it yet. Maybe if I'm devoured, completely. But then I wonder, what if I come back anyway? No skin, no eyes, no tongue, just nerves, just thought, trapped. Then I hear movement behind me, soft footsteps. Allison sits beside me, legs pulled to her chest. I saw you die, she says, back in the lab. I didn't think you'd get up. I always get up. Is it worth it? I don't answer. She shifts, draws the rifle across her knees. I saw the transmission logs on the terminal. You've been recording everything, but not sending. There's nowhere left to send them. What about the satellite uplinks? They shut those down after the first perimeter breach. Anything that goes out now gets flagged, traced, buried. She nods slowly. What if we built our own loop? I look at her. What? You've got the gear, the portable relay. You could set it to loop your recordings. Not to warn, just to explain. Why? Because people are going to find your notes one day. Maybe a decade from now. Maybe after all this ends, if it ever does. Someone should know what happened. Allison's voice disappears into the night air, but the weight of it stays. She doesn't look at me when she says it. She just stares across the field, past the skeletal tree line to where the horizon flickers with distant, unnatural firelight. Her hands rest on the rifle. She holds it like someone who didn't grow up around weapons, but learned quickly out of necessity. Fingers tight, shoulders ready, eyes steady. The quiet between us stretches out, and I don't feel it. She's right, of course. Someone should know. Not for justice, not for absolution. There's none left to offer either. But if this world ever rebuilds itself, even from the ash and bone of what we left behind, the next version of us should know how far a single mistake can spread. I stand slowly and return to the concrete structure. Eli's still inside, asleep, breathing in shallow pulls. He's young enough to recover from the damage he's seen, maybe even to forget some of it, if he survives. But I doubt he'll forget me. No one forgets the first time they see a dead man get back up. I kneel at the terminal and begin recording. This is Dr. Isaac Mercer, former lead researcher of the CDC's Viral Neuroengineering Program, Unit 12B. I am a containment breach in human skin. I am recording this now, not to warn the living, but to confess. I was the first to carry Variant C. I was the first to suppress it, to weaponize it, to hide the side effects. I didn't mean to start this, but I did. And now, I can't end it, not even by dying. I stop, rewind, play it back once. The voice doesn't sound like mine anymore. Too flat, too calm. I guess that's what happens when you've died more times than you can count, when pain becomes predictable, when fear fades into routine. I connect the transmitter to the uplink coil, repurpose the signal boost from the emergency flare network, and set it to loop on a low bandwidth frequency, shortwave, analog. It's primitive, but it's resilient. Might travel hundreds of miles, might fade in a week. Doesn't matter. The truth is out now. Allison helps me pack the supplies. She doesn't speak much. Eli stays silent too, but his posture has changed. Less fear, more resolve. Maybe he thinks I'm a weapon now. Maybe that's all he needs to believe in to keep going. I won't correct him. We move out at first light. The compound was never meant to be a shelter, just a failsafe, a last resort. The air's going bad anyway. Something chemical has tainted the wind from the east. The fields we cross are grey with ash, the soil coated in flakes of scorched insulation, melted plastic, bone dust. I can tell the others are breathing through their sleeves. I don't bother. My lungs burn a little, then stop. My skin itches, then heals. 10 miles out, we reach a neighborhood that looks untouched from a distance. Clean rooftops, unbroken fences, cars still parked in driveways. For a second, it looks like we've stepped back in time. But the silence tells a different story. We explore cautiously, rifles raised, steps quiet on the pavement. Every house is empty, not ransacked, abandoned. Dishes in sinks, lights still on in some places. A television flashes static in a living room, the words "Please stand by" burned into the screen. No blood, no broken doors, just gone. We find signs in the church basement, dozens of cots, neat rows, clipboards with names, boxes of canned food untouched, water bottles stacked high. Then in the hallway near the furnace, scratches, deep ones, like fingernails dragged along plaster. Farther down, dried footprints, bare feet, erratic spacing, then handprints, black. None of us speak. We leave before nightfall. By the third day, the road is barely visible anymore. Trees have started to reclaim the lanes, roots buckling the asphalt, vines climbing over old billboards that still promise protection starts with protocol. We pass an overturned military convoy, Humvees stripped of their tires, windows spider-webbed with cracks. One has bullet holes across the hood. Another has a handprint in blood on the rear door pressed from the inside. Allison and Eli check the crates. Most are empty. One has a sealed container of iodine tablets and a case of dehydrated meals. She hands them out quietly. I take nothing. They know now. I didn't tell them, but they saw me last night, watched as one of the infected ambushed me during watch, tore through my shoulder, tore my throat, and left me twitching on the roadside. I was still alive an hour later, skin stitching back over the wound. When I stood up, neither of them ran, but neither of them looked me in the eye after that either. That night, around the fire, Eli finally asks what I've been waiting for. "Do you feel it when you die?" I look into the flames. "Yes." He nods once and doesn't speak again. On the 6th day, we reach the tower. It juts from a ridgeline overlooking the dead city below. Tall, skeletal, half wrapped in scaffolding that's been rusted through by time and storms. It was supposed to be a relay station, never completed. I used to run diagnostics on its systems during early tests. It still has a backup core beneath the lower deck. We climb. Allison wires the signal loop into the dish controls. The panel lights up red, then amber, then steady green. A short buzz of static follows. Then my voice fills the silence again. I leave it playing. Allison and Eli settle in the storage shed at the base. I don't follow. I stay near the edge of the platform, looking down at the city. Fires burn in 3 separate districts now. Helicopters haven't passed overhead in days. No lights in the distance. No emergency flares. Just long columns of smoke curling into a sky the color of bruised glass. I lean against the railing and close my eyes. Sometime in the early morning, I step away from the tower. I don't wake them. I take nothing. The road bends west through the skeletal remains of the outer boroughs. I pass hollow storefronts, gutted gas stations. I pass a school with the roof caved in and swings that still move in the wind. I walk alone for 2 hours. Then I stop. Ahead of me is a herd. Not the biggest I've seen, maybe 30. They move like fish in a current, heads tilted at strange angles, some missing arms, one missing its entire jaw. They haven't seen me yet. I wait. Then I step into the road and make sure they do. They freeze for a moment. Then they come. I don't run. The first one hits me low, a crawling thing with nails filed to nubs. It bites deep into my calf. Another slams into my chest, teeth in my throat. The rest pile on, limbs tear, bones snap. My vision tunnels. But this time I don't try to fight it. I just let go. I wake in pieces. I don't know how many hours have passed. The sun is low again. Late afternoon? The sky has shifted to that yellow-grey shade it gets just before another firestorm rolls in. My body reforms slowly. Skin first, then nerves, then pressure behind the eyes. Breathing comes last. When I finally sit up, I'm surrounded by corpses. Dozens, maybe more. Some are torn apart, some burned. Something else happened here after I blacked out. Maybe a lightning strike, maybe something worse. Doesn't matter. I stand. The pain is gone again. The hunger never comes. I start walking back toward the tower. I'm not done. I don't know how long this will last. I don't know if I'm becoming something else, or if this is what I've always been. I only know that I keep getting up, that the world keeps dying, that nothing, no matter how many times I let myself be torn apart, has been able to end it. But maybe that's the point. Maybe my purpose was never to survive it. My name is Antonio Morales, though most people just call me Tony. I was born in Laredo, Texas, in the late 1970s. Trucking runs in my blood. My grandfather hauled flatbeds in the 50s, driving livestock across dusty back roads before many were even paved. My father handled tankers for a local fuel distributor through the 80s, pulling long, punishing shifts that never seemed to dull his pride in the work. Carrying on that tradition, I started driving semis at 19 with a small local outfit, and eventually climbed my way up to cross-border freight runs. Over the years, I've seen all kinds of chaos on the highways. Wild crashes, near misses, or even entire convoys diverted by storms or flooding. But nothing prepared me for what happened during the first 12 hours of what folks are now calling the zombie apocalypse. I want to tell this story the way it really happened. It's not a movie script or some daydream. It's a personal account of watching society unravel in half a day, with each hour slipping further into a nightmare of the undead. I still can't believe I made it out. This is how it went down. I'll start at 6 a.m., a couple of hours before sunrise. I was in line at a warehouse on the north side of Laredo, close to the Interstate 35 corridor. Officially, my delivery was scheduled for San Antonio at midday. Then I was slated to cross into Nuevo Laredo in the late afternoon for a pickup at a manufacturing plant. My rig for the day was a Freightliner Cascadia with a 53-foot reefer trailer, temperature controlled for fresh produce. I'd made the run from Laredo to San Antonio and down into Nuevo Laredo more times than I could count. It was routine. Nothing ever seemed out of the ordinary. At the loading dock, I recognized a local driver, Carlos Ibarra, who worked for a smaller outfit specializing in cross-border shipments. Carlos had a distinctive baseball cap that he always wore backwards and never seemed to remove. He gave me a nod as we both waited to be called by the dock manager. Usually, I'd strike up conversation, but that morning, everyone was glued to their phones. The talk around the yard hinted something was going on in El Paso, some kind of unusual disturbance near the border crossing up there. Rumors about folks acting out of control and shambling through intersections. I wasn't sure what to make of it, so I busied myself with a quick walk-around inspection of my Freightliner. The only official mention of trouble came through a half-garbled broadcast on the CB radio. All drivers heading west on I-10, be advised. Unusual activity around exit. Static. Possible health hazard. Keep your distance. If you see anyone who appears to be in an unresponsive state, contact authorities. I frowned at the radio. Unresponsive state sounded like a medical alert. But the phrase was odd. Usually, these broadcasts mention accidents or closures, not unresponsive people. I tucked that snippet away in the back of my mind. At 6:30 a.m., my reefer trailer was loaded. I signed my paperwork and I pulled onto I-35, heading north towards San Antonio. The drive from Laredo to San Antonio is about 150 miles. Normally, it's an easy straight shot. A couple of rest areas, some farmland, the occasional cluster of gas stations. Traffic that morning was lighter than usual. Closer to Ensenal, I saw more state troopers than I'd ever noticed on that stretch. Something felt off in the air. I'd checked the local radio stations, KBDR or KEI, hoping for traffic updates, but the signals crackled in and out. The few times I did catch a broadcast, I heard references to violent incidents in the region, with calls to remain indoors if possible. Around the outskirts of Cotulla, I spotted a strange scene near a frontage road. 3 or 4 vehicles were on the shoulder, all with their hazard lights flashing. It almost looked like a pileup, but there wasn't any visible damage. I slowed down briefly to see if anyone needed help, but the moment I glimpsed the shapes moving between the vehicles, my stomach lurched. Individuals were leaning against car doors, making low, indistinct sounds as they wandered. Their clothes looked disheveled, and a few seemed to have large sections of their attire torn away, exposing discolored skin. I couldn't see faces clearly, but every instinct told me to keep going. I radioed out on Channel 19. Anybody near mile marker 72? Got a situation with a few vehicles on the shoulder. Looks like folks are in trouble. Anyone got more info? Only static. Finally, a faint voice. Stay clear, they aren't static, like normal people. The line cut off. I felt uncertain, but continued on. At that point, it didn't yet occur to me I was seeing an infection that spread person to person. It just looked bizarre. I reached San Antonio around 9:15 a.m. My plan was to drop off the produce at a major distribution center off I-410 on the city's south side. The usual procedure: check in at the gate, back into the assigned dock, let them unload. But the guard station was closed. Instead, the gate stood half open, with no one in sight. The distribution yard looked nearly empty, except for a row of trailers left unattended. I parked and walked to the main office, scanning the area for employees. Broken crates and a few scattered shipping documents littered the ground, like folks had run out in a hurry. When I reached the office door, I noticed footprints tracked across the pavement. Some appeared to have a dark residue around the edges. It might have been spilled produce or something else. I paused, uncertain about going inside. Ultimately, I decided to at least announce myself. "Hello, Tony Morales with Southeastern Transport here for a produce drop-off." Silence. Then a crashing sound echoed from deeper in the building. It was the sound of metal shelving collapsing, or maybe a rolling cart tipping over. That was enough for me to turn back around. I hurried to my truck, hearing faint scraping noises coming from somewhere behind the loading docks. Once in the cab, I closed the door and flicked the lock. Habit, I guess, but it made me feel safer. Out of caution, I phoned my dispatcher, Luis Ramirez, who usually worked out of a small office near the Laredo yard. It rang forever. On the 6th attempt, Luis picked up. His voice sounded shaky. "Tony, I've been trying to reach everyone. There's chaos. Don't bother with the drop. Head to your next pickup if you can." "Luis, the next run is across the border in Nuevo Laredo. You sure that's wise?" "Something's going on up here. The distribution center's empty." "I don't know, man. Half our drivers aren't checking in anymore. The news is talking about an outbreak of some disease. People are calling them the..." He hesitated. "They're calling them the undead. But that can't be right. Listen, if you decide to cross the border, do it fast. They might close the ports of entry soon." "What about you, Luis?" "I'm heading home. My wife's with me now. We'll figure something out. Be safe, Tony." He ended the call without a goodbye. My phone screen showed no bars after that. The signal was gone. Maybe cell towers got overloaded. Maybe lines were down. In any case, I had no way to confirm the severity of what was happening. But my gut told me to hurry south, near the border, because that's where at least I knew the roads. No one had unloaded my trailer, so I left the entire cargo in there. I circled out of the yard, hopped back onto I-410, looping around San Antonio, and reconnected with I-35 heading southwest. The usual traffic congestion in the city was noticeably absent. I saw a few abandoned cars with their doors open. A city bus sat angled across an intersection near Roosevelt Avenue, hazard lights blinking. Most businesses seemed shuttered, like the staff had run out mid-shift. The tension in the air was nearly suffocating. I drove about an hour without seeing more than a handful of moving vehicles. Just past Divine, a bright flash caught my eye. An explosion from a fuel tanker at a remote gas station off the highway. Flames rose, and the thick smoke column hung in the still morning sky. Although my mind was spinning at the strangeness of the situation, I was determined to reach the border. Around 3 p.m., I rolled into Laredo again. The approach to Bridge 2, the Juarez-Lincoln International Bridge, is usually bustling with traffic. Cars lined up, trucks heading to their designated crossing lanes. But as I neared the customs checkpoint, I found the entrance blocked by a series of orange barricades. A single U.S. Customs and Border Protection vehicle with flashing lights sat near the booth. No agent was inside the car, though. The door stood wide open, and no one answered my calls over the CB for guidance. Spotting movement near the administrative building, I slowed my rig. That's when I truly realized the full horror of these so-called zombies, or whatever they were. A figure emerged. Once a border agent judging by the uniform, but now the individual's eyes stared vacantly, and the skin around the cheeks appeared discolored, almost rotting. The mouth opened and closed with no words, only a dry rasping sound that echoed in the still air. The person stumbled forward in uneven steps. I'd encountered confused or sick people at border crossings before, but this was different. It was as if consciousness had fled, replaced by a hunger for something I didn't want to imagine. Against my better judgment, I honked my horn to see if the agent was just disoriented or needed help. The figure's head snapped toward the noise, and they twisted their torso in a jerky motion, homing in on the sound. That was enough for me to shift gears, steer around the barricade, and push forward into Mexican territory. The gates on the Mexican side were also deserted. Everything had turned still, with only the low buzz of fluorescent lights and the distant whine of alarm sirens. Crossing into Nuevo Laredo, I felt an immediate sense that the city was on the brink. Smoke columns rose from multiple locations. Streets that should have been filled with cars and pedestrians were eerily empty or blocked by abandoned vehicles. Occasionally, figures wandered aimlessly along sidewalks. Some were dressed in normal day-to-day clothing, a delivery worker's uniform, a business suit, even a school backpack. Their eyes often stared off into space, jaws slack. Others, I noticed, had remnants of improvised bandages. Maybe they tried to treat injuries. If it really was an infection turning people into the undead, there was no sign that conventional first aid had worked. I had a pickup at a maquiladora facility located a few miles inland. The company specialized in electronics assembly, shipping finished goods back to the US. I'd been there enough times to know the route by heart. Exit the main boulevard, pass a row of auto parts shops, then turn right onto a narrower industrial street. As I approached, I saw that the gate to the complex lay on its side, flattened. The security booth was empty, the glass shattered. I pulled my freightliner up cautiously, not shutting off the engine. Once again, I tried radio channels. Any local drivers in Nuevo Laredo, do you copy? This is Tony Morales with Southeastern Transport. Anyone? Just static. Then a voice with a heavy accent sounding desperate. Get out of the city, they're everywhere. Then silence. I decided I'd at least see if anyone needed help in the building. I left the truck running. Maybe not the smartest move if I was worried about theft, but the city felt utterly deserted of normal activity. I made sure to slide a small crowbar from behind my seat into the wide pocket of my vest. I'd never had to use it for self-defense, but the metal weight felt like a small measure of security. Beyond the fallen gate, the parking lot was strewn with toppled motorcycles and scattered pallets. The front doors to the facility had partially caved in, as if forced open from the inside. I found no sign of staff or security. Carefully stepping through the doors, I announced myself quietly. Hello? Antonio Morales, trucker. Anyone here? Still no response. A flickering fluorescent overhead provided erratic light. Broken crates and pieces of electronics lay on the floor, circuit boards, half-assembled monitors. Farther in, I saw footprints stamped in a dark, dried residue leading toward a hallway. My focus sharpened when I spotted the silhouette of a person at the end of that corridor. They stood there, facing away, swaying gently. At first, I wondered if they were injured or in shock. Then I noticed a second form, kneeling near a row of lockers. The second figure rose, turning slowly. Even in the dim light, I could see the vacant expression, the slack jaw. Its face looked as if the pores had been enlarged, like it was withering from the inside. Instinct took over. I stepped back into the main lobby. The first figure at the corridor's end snapped its head my way. Both started shuffling toward me, their steps uneven but intentional. I didn't wait for them to get closer. I backed out the doorway, letting it swing shut. As I did, I caught a glimpse of a third figure deeper in the corridor, wearing a bright reflective vest, likely a floor supervisor. The only movement I witnessed was that slow, dreadful shuffle forward. No words, no pleas, just undead eyes fixating on me. Right then, it sank in. The rumors about a zombie outbreak were somehow real. Back in my truck, I decided to leave Nuevo Laredo altogether. The highways might be blocked, but my best chance was to find a route back toward the Columbia Bridge or maybe cross at Bridge 3, though that one was typically for cargo. In the old days, you'd worry about travel advisories for storms or local disputes, but this was a new type of threat, one that tore down all sense of order in record time. Navigating the city proved difficult. Some streets were blocked by makeshift barricades of cars. Others were littered with debris from small fires. More than once, I saw a stray group of these undead figures standing in the middle of an intersection, as if drawn to something I couldn't see. I'd take detours down narrower roads, the trailer tires crunching over scattered trash. Occasionally, I'd see a flash of movement in an alley, people who were still alive, waving at me frantically or calling out, but I couldn't stop for fear that I'd be overwhelmed by any approaching hordes. As I made my way north, the day's light began to fade. The border region was rapidly descending into chaos, Intermittent radio chatter indicated that official border crossings were being shut or heavily restricted. Some voices on the airwaves speculated it wasn't just local. They mentioned Mexico City, Houston, even as far as Chicago. The disease, or whatever triggered these transformations, was spreading in multiple places simultaneously. I found a route that led me to Bridge 3, the World Trade International Bridge generally used for commercial freight. Approaching the customs plaza on the Mexican side, I witnessed a heavy presence of federal police vehicles. At first, I thought maybe they were containing the situation. But as I got closer, I realized half of them were parked haphazardly, doors open, sirens still blaring with no one inside. A few of those zombies in partial police uniforms roamed around. One had a ballistic vest that looked torn. Another carried a baton with no sense of purpose. There was no sign of official guidance on crossing. No agents gave directions. The metal arms that usually control entry for trucks were jammed in the down position. Any security detail that might have been stationed here was either gone or changed into something unrecognizable. My only option was to try and force my way through. Inching the freightliner forward, I lined up my bumper with the metal gate and slowly pressed ahead. It creaked and snapped as my truck lurched, eventually bending enough for me to pass. I half expected the uniformed figures nearby to react aggressively, but they only turned, jaws slack, and then stumbled in my direction. I continued forward over the bridge, glancing in the mirror. A small group of the infected started following me but fell behind. By then, the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the Rio Grande with orange reflections. The water looked deceptively peaceful beneath the wave of chaos above. If I reached the US side, maybe I'd find some semblance of order. Crossing into the US side, I prepared to see American agents or National Guard. Instead, I found the port of entry building dimly lit and the roadway blocked by a single cargo inspection booth dragged into the road. My headlights revealed shapes moving among the booth's shadows, some wearing plain clothes, others wearing what might have been official uniforms. A sign off to the side read, US Customs, bullet holes or dents marking the surface. I moved slowly, not wanting to attract too much attention, but the rumble of my engine carried. A figure emerged near the booth, dressed in a US Customs uniform, face expressionless. Others joined, a small gathering with that same vacant gaze. That silent cluster began drifting toward my truck. It was a haunting sight. No shouts, no warning lights, just these shapes illuminated by my headlights. I navigated around the booth, trying not to stall or get wedged. Eventually, I found an opening wide enough for the freightliner, scraping the mirror against concrete dividers. As soon as I cleared the checkpoint and was technically in Texas again, I realized how quiet it felt. The usual noise, idling trucks, overhead announcements, was gone. All around me, the city's lights flickered or had gone dark. If there was a plan by local authorities, I saw no evidence of it here. Every official channel seemed abandoned. It was close to 7 p.m. by then, and the sky had turned a deep blue. Streetlights flickered on sporadically, but entire blocks remained dark. Driving east through the outskirts of Laredo, I picked up faint radio chatter on my CB. "Is anybody left? We can't hold them back. They keep coming. North side underpass." No official response. Static overtook the broadcast. For a moment, I considered trying to locate that underpass. Maybe there were survivors, or maybe I could offer help with my rig. But I hesitated. My priority was to find a safe zone, somewhere with a secure perimeter, maybe a police station or a truck yard where drivers could band together. Without solid intel, chasing random CB signals felt like a gamble. Not long after, I spotted a lone sedan pulled over by the side of the road. Its front hood was up, and the emergency flashes blinked. I debated ignoring it, but then I saw a person waving a flashlight in a frantic pattern. Carefully, I stopped a few yards away, revved the engine lightly to keep from stalling. Lowering my window just a crack, I called out, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" A man's voice answered, stressed but coherent. "I'm out of gas and there's something wrong in town. My name's Miguel Cervantes. I'm trying to reach my family on the east side. Can you give me a ride? I glanced around, mindful of the horde that might be anywhere. The area appeared empty. I motioned for him to come around to the passenger side. He climbed up carefully, carrying a small duffel bag. Inside the truck's cab, he introduced himself more properly. I'm a mechanic. My wife and kids are at home, but I lost contact an hour ago. There's no service. Everything's down. We decided to check out a truck stop a mile away, one I often used for diesel refills. If nothing else, we could figure out a plan from there. The truck stop was located off a service road, normally bright and busy, with trucks fueling and families stopping for snacks. As we pulled in, the large overhead sign was unlit. The entire parking lot sat in darkness, except for the faint glow of the interior lights flickering inside the building. I counted several trucks parked haphazardly, some with doors open, others with engines idling but no driver in sight. Miguel and I scanned the scene from the safety of the cab. The main entrance looked forced open, the glass cracked. Still, we needed fuel. My tank was down to a quarter. The reefer needed diesel as well, though at that point, the produce in the trailer seemed like the least of my worries. We parked near a pump, engine running. I handed Miguel the crowbar I'd previously stowed. He suggested we both go in carefully to see if the pumps could be activated. Stepping into the building felt eerie. Rows of snack racks were toppled over, and the coolers along the walls were partially empty. The place had a stench, like rancid food mixed with an unclean environment. Each step made the overhead lights flicker. We advanced slowly, calling out to see if anyone responded. Near the register, we noticed the clerk's station ransacked. Nobody was behind the counter. Halfway through the store, I heard a scraping sound near the restrooms. Miguel aimed his flashlight down the short hall. A single figure stood at the threshold. Its posture was rigid, and the face was blank. The clothing looked like a trucker's gear: denim jacket, scuffed boots, and a shipping company hat. But the main difference was the slow, staggering walk toward us. We retreated. The figure clutched the sides of the walls, moving haltingly. We didn't linger long enough to see if it was accompanied by others. We decided to bypass the interior fuel controls and check if any of the external pumps were still functional. Sometimes truck stops have an emergency generator system for the pumps, but you need a card or code to activate it. Luckily, I had a fleet card that might still work if the system was partially online. We hurried back out, aware that the figure from the hallway might follow. At the pump, I swiped the fleet card. The screen flickered but eventually read, "Authorize." Diesel began to flow. In a normal situation, I'd wait until the tank was topped off, but I was on edge. We kept glancing around. The night sky made it difficult to see if any more undead approached. Under my breath, I used words like zombie, infection, horde, because I couldn't think of a more logical explanation. Something was reanimating these people, turning them into rotting shells with only one purpose: to converge on any living thing. When the pump clicked off, I hopped back into the truck and turned the key. The engine hummed, a small comfort in an otherwise terrifying environment. I motioned for Miguel to climb in, but he lingered a moment gazing at a black van parked near an adjacent pump. "That's the van my wife drives," he whispered, his eyes wide. "She was going to meet me on the road if things got bad." I checked the van's plate from a distance. I couldn't confirm if it was truly hers, but he insisted it was. We approached carefully, my rig's headlights providing some illumination. The van's driver door was ajar, and the interior light was off. No visible movement inside. Miguel called out his wife's name, Elena, softly, scanning the dark seats. Nothing. We debated searching the area further, but the risk felt high. We'd just seen that figure inside the building, and the outbreak wasn't letting up. Ultimately, Miguel agreed we should keep moving, though I could see the unease in his eyes. Back on the highway, we tried scanning for any AM or FM station that might be broadcasting. Around 9 p.m., we caught a faint signal on 870 AM. The announcer, speaking in heavily accented English, read from what sounded like an emergency bulletin. Urge all residents to remain indoors. Hospitals are overwhelmed. The cause of the outbreak is unknown. Symptoms include a vacant stare, slow movement, and hostility toward uninfected individuals. If you come into contact, do not attempt close physical engagement. Seek a secure location. Military checkpoints are being set up in major cities. Miguel shut off the radio with a trembling motion. We weren't sure if any location was truly secure. We continued east, out of the city. My plan was to head along US Route 59, maybe aim for smaller towns where the outbreak might be less concentrated. We agreed that if we found a strong vantage point or a place with other survivors, we'd try to regroup and plan. The truck's headlights cut through the dark roads, revealing empty fields and an occasional wandering silhouette off in the distance. Somewhere near Freer, Texas, we spotted a convoy of trailers parked along the highway. 4 semis with their hazard lights pulsing faintly in the night. The cabs were empty, doors left open. It looked like they had tried to form a makeshift barricade across the road. We slowed to see if anyone was there. A few flashing strobe lights mounted on the lead truck's cab gave everything an uneasy glow. We edged closer in my Freightliner, shining the high beams. Lying near the front grille of one truck were shapes in reflective gear. We dared not approach on foot. My guess was these were other drivers who attempted to form a perimeter or wait for help. Whether they turned into the undead themselves or were forced to flee, I couldn't say. Feeling a chill in the air, I navigated around the blockade and pushed on. The weight of the situation was suffocating me, like the entire region had fallen under a dark, insidious cloud. Around 10:30 p.m., while scanning the CB channels again, I heard a woman's voice. "If anyone can hear me, we have a secure building on the southeast side of Hebronville. We're trying to group up. There's chain link fencing around the perimeter. We have minimal supplies, but we're alive. Please, if you have weapons or vehicles, we need your help." It sounded like a potential refuge. Hebronville was out of the way, but not too far. Miguel looked at me, his eyes pleading. "We need a place to regroup. I can't do anything for my family if I'm stranded on the road." I agreed, though I worried about leading these zombies right to the door of other survivors. We decided to approach carefully. The roads to Hebronville were mostly 2-lane highways cutting through ranch land. In normal times, you might see deer or other wildlife crossing at night, but now there was an eerie absence of everything, as if even the animals sensed the apocalypse. When we reached the outskirts of Hebronville, we followed faint directions repeated on the CB. A short wave of relief came when we saw a chain-link enclosure behind a converted old car dealership. A row of vehicles was parked inside, and a spotlight on the roof illuminated the entrance. We approached slowly, the Freightliner's bulk making us an obvious target for any wandering undead. A tall man in a security guard's uniform stood by the gate, waving us in. He locked it behind us as soon as the trailer cleared. Inside, maybe a dozen people, including 2 other truckers, huddled around a fire barrel. They had a meager setup, some bottled water, a few crates of canned food, handheld radios. Anna, the woman whose voice I'd heard on the CB, introduced herself as a local nurse. She'd ended up trapped in town when the hospitals had to turn people away for safety reasons. The group looked at my rig, somewhat relieved to see a large vehicle that might help them relocate if necessary. For the next hour, we shared what information we had. One trucker, Rachel Cook, claimed that military convoys were mobilizing near Corpus Christi. Another, Sam Henderson, mentioned hearing that Austin was on lockdown, with rumors of entire neighborhoods overrun by these rotting figures. No one was certain how the outbreak started, but speculation ran wild. A mutated virus, an experimental medication, or something else entirely. The only agreement was that these zombies posed an extreme threat. They formed hordes quickly, whenever noise attracted them. Our group debated the best course of action. Some wanted to drive north, others insisted we wait for help. I couldn't shake the feeling that every major route would be jammed or patrolled by the undead. In the end, we decided to rest for a few hours and wait until dawn. Strength in numbers. Keep watch for any signs of the infected. Miguel paced around, fiddling with his phone, hoping for a signal. I could sense his worry for his family, but neither of us had a lead on where they might be. Meanwhile, I checked my rig for any mechanical issues, topping off fluids from the supplies in my side compartments. At that moment, the Freightliner felt like my only real sanctuary. A rotation of watchers took turns on the roof with binoculars. Every so often, we'd spot shapes roaming the edges of town, dim silhouettes trudging along quiet streets. Occasionally, we heard faint banging noises, probably doors or shutters forced open by mindless, relentless movements. Though the threat loomed outside, the chain-link fence around the dealership provided a small buffer. There was talk of rigging barbed wire on top if we stayed longer. Without stating it outright, we all knew sleep wouldn't come easily. I spent part of the night quietly reorganizing the Freightliner's cabin, making space for potential passengers if we decided to move. I found a dusty shortwave radio in one compartment, something my father had passed on to me years ago, in case I ever lost standard comms. I flipped it on, scanning frequencies. Most were silent, but at one point, around 1 a.m., a shaky voice came through. If you're out there, avoid major highways. They gather in large groups near big roads. I've seen them. They stand, waiting in the dark. If you see one, there's bound to be more. Stay silent, stay hidden. The message repeated a few times, then silence. The night felt thicker after that, as if the darkness itself was watching. When a faint glow appeared in the east, our group stirred. We'd made it through the first night of the apocalypse, though none of us felt relief. Someone rummaged through the dealership's back office and found a few handheld radios and extra flashlights. Anna managed to salvage a small medical kit from her nurse's bag, but it was meager. She noted that the infection had no known cure. Standard first aid wouldn't help once a person was bitten or converted. Miguel looked to me with resolve. I need to find my family. Maybe they found shelter somewhere near that truck stop or on the east side of Laredo. Part of me wanted to convince him to stay with the group, safety in numbers, yet I understood. If it were my loved ones, I'd be risking everything too. Rachel and Sam mentioned planning a convoy toward Alice, Texas, hoping to meet with rumored National Guard units. Anna and a few others considered staying put, fortifying the dealership. We all had different instincts on what to do next. In the end, I decided to stick with Miguel. My Freightliner was one of the few big rigs fueled and ready to go. We left the group around sunrise with well wishes and a vague plan to meet again if we found ourselves in the area. Sam scribbled directions to a small rest area near the junction of Highways 59 and 281, rumored to be a gathering point for survivors. We tucked that note away, uncertain if we'd ever make it there. Heading back toward Laredo in the early light, we saw more signs of destruction. Smoke plumes rose from distant fields. The radio was mostly silent. Then we spotted a group of the infected near an overpass, slowly drifting onto the highway. Their gait was slow but purposeful. I didn't see a way around them except driving onto the shoulder. Carefully, I steered off to the side, making sure the trailer cleared. The cluster of zombies turned in unison toward the sound of my engine, but I managed to slip past before they closed in. One figure, presumably a truck driver once upon a time, still wore a safety vest that flapped in the breeze, covered with dark streaks of grime. Another figure clutched a hand radio, occasionally producing bursts of static. The image stayed with me. An echo of the profession I loved turned into a ghastly symbol of the apocalypse. Miguel wanted to check that truck stop one more time, where we found his wife's van. Maybe she left a note or sign. As we pulled into the lot, the overhead sign still off, we noted more vehicles than before. Some were newly parked, others looked like they'd crashed into each other. The front doors to the store, previously just cracked, were now smashed wide open. The interior looked ransacked. We heard faint movement in the lot, like feet scraping the pavement. I lowered my window a fraction. Muted moans echoed from within the store. More infected, no doubt. I wanted to keep going, but Miguel insisted on taking a quick look at the van. We hopped out, scanning around. His wife's black van was where we left it. Opening the driver door, he rummaged through the console. He emerged holding a small slip of paper, trembling slightly. In neatly scrawled handwriting it said, "Went east on foot, trying to reach Uncle's ranch. Love you." No mention of a time or date, no location for the ranch, nothing else. Still, it was a clue. It meant she was alive at some point after she parked the van. Miguel's tension gave way to a spark of hope. "We can try the roads east," he suggested. "Her uncle's place is near Bruni. Maybe she's holed up there." I nodded. Before we could climb back in the truck, a shape emerged from behind a fuel pump, a figure wearing a jacket that might have once been green, but now looked faded and torn. It uttered a low moan, heading in our direction. We wasted no time scrambling into the cab, locking the doors. We headed east, following Highway 359, which cuts through rural Texas toward Bruni and eventually merges with other rural routes. The roads were deserted, but signs of chaos were evident. Power lines hanging low, damaged fences, an overturned livestock trailer in a ditch. As we neared the outskirts of Bruni, we found the small community similarly afflicted. A handful of houses with open doors, a few trucks abandoned in front yards. The quiet made me uneasy. We navigated the dusty streets, searching for the ranch. Miguel recognized a winding gravel road leading us to a tall iron gate with a decorative Cervantes Ranch sign. The gate was closed and locked, but a large set of tracks indicated a vehicle had recently passed. We stepped down from the freightliner and approached, calling out. Birds fluttered overhead, startled by the sound, but no one responded. Miguel hopped the fence, urging me to follow. We left the truck idling with the driver door locked, but the passenger door accessible from the inside in case we needed a quick escape. Walking up the gravel path, we heard the distant hum of a generator. That was a good sign. Maybe someone had set up a secure perimeter. We advanced carefully, crouching low behind a row of shrubs. The house came into view, a modest single story with a porch. A few solar lights lined the walkway. The generator's hum was closer now. Suddenly, the porch door flew open, and a man stepped out holding a hunting rifle. We froze. "Who goes there?" he demanded in Spanish. "I've got no patience for trouble." Miguel raised his hands, announcing his name, and that he was looking for his wife, Elena. The man lowered the rifle slightly. "Miguel? I'm Leonardo, Elena's uncle. She came by last night with your kids. They were weak but alive. I told them to stay inside while I scouted the property." Leonardo led us inside. Elena lay on a couch with her children gathered around. Miguel rushed over while I checked for any sign of infection. They looked weary but free of that vacant stare or rotting skin. Leonardo explained a few undead had wandered in at dawn, but he reinforced the fence and ran basic lights with a generator. Fuel was low. Most had gone into gate repairs. He asked about official help. I only knew rumors of the National Guard. Elena admitted she left the note in the van. She waited before heading out on foot, evading slow-moving infected. By dawn, 12 hours since I first left Laredo, our world seemed broken. My trailer still held produce, but hauling freight no longer mattered. Everything had changed. Leonardo asked us to stay. His remote ranch had a fence and Miguel would remain with his family. I couldn't blame him. Still, I thought of the Hebronville survivors who might need supplies. We each had to choose our next steps in this apocalypse. Standing on the porch, I reviewed the day's chaos. San Antonio's abandoned warehouse, infected agents at the border, the unsettling stillness of Nuevo Laredo, a truck stop crawling with undead, brief refuge in Hebronville, then the final drive to Bruni. One day felt like a lifetime. Yet here I stood, a cross-border trucker who saw civilization unravel in hours. If anyone finds this, no zombies can be avoided with care, and other survivors remain. We're pressing on, determined not to lose hope. Maybe someday we'll reclaim these roads from the rotting hordes. My name is Daniel Warren, and I'm 34 years old. I've been a Boy Scout leader for Troop 225 out of Riverside, California, for the last 6 years. I've always believed in preparedness, resourcefulness, and honor. After all, that's what we teach our scouts. Be prepared. I never expected to find myself putting those values to the test under the kind of threat that makes you question everything. Even as I share these words, I can picture the flicker of the campfire and the shifting shadows of the pine trees. If you're hearing this, I need you to understand. The outbreak is real, and it's far deadlier than anyone anticipated. It was a Friday evening in mid-August, around 5 p.m., when we arrived at Blue Jay Campground, just west of Lake Arrowhead in the San Bernardino Mountains. I'd picked this location for our troop's weekend camping trip because it has a solid reputation for its scenic views and well-maintained trails. A few of the older scouts were working on their wilderness survival badges, and the younger ones were tagging along to help set up camp and learn from the older group. The drive from Riverside took about 2 hours, mostly along Interstate 215 and then winding mountain roads. I remember glimpsing rows of tall pines as we neared our destination, an inviting escape from the valley's heat. We arrived just as the sun dipped behind the mountains, and the group, 10 scouts in total, clambered out of our convoy of 3 vehicles, eager to pitch tents and get the evening fire going. I'm sure you want names, so let me list a few. Mark Castillo, an assistant scoutmaster and longtime friend of mine, drove the lead car. He works in IT for a local Riverside company. He's the kind of guy who can fix your laptop in one hand and tie a bowline knot in the other. Next was Jennifer Alvarez, a parent volunteer whose twin sons, Diego and Chris, both 13, had just joined the troop. Jennifer works as a nurse at Riverside Community Hospital, so having her around always felt like an extra layer of safety. Then there was me, in my old silver SUV, with a couple of the younger scouts. I had Ryan Chen, age 12, a quiet kid who's brilliant at fire building, and Toby White, also 12, who's unstoppable when it comes to knot tying. Once we parked, we set about unloading gear. The campsite looked just as I remembered. Gravel parking pads, a few picnic tables, fire rings, and tall, rustling trees everywhere. I gave the troop a quick safety briefing about how we'd set up the latrine area, keep the food properly stored, and manage our water supply. This was all standard procedure. No one suspected that in a few hours, we'd be fighting for our lives against the onset of an infection that would spread faster than anything we'd ever studied in history class. We finished setting up 4 tents, each accommodating 2 or 3 scouts, and lit a cozy campfire. Mark prepared his signature Dutch oven stew, while the rest of us roasted hot dogs and chatted. Some talk around the campfire revolved around weird news stories from that week. Apparently, there had been some kind of riot at a hospital in Los Angeles. Jennifer mentioned hearing about an unusual wave of patients in the ER who showed up with strange bite wounds, but official statements seemed contradictory. The news called it isolated incidents or animal bites, with one local station hinting at some kind of rapidly spreading flu. By about 8:30 p.m., the sunlight was gone, replaced by a milky glow from a half-moon overhead. I was about to retreat into my tent when a faint sound threaded through the pines, like a distant groan. This might seem unremarkable to most people, but I've spent enough nights in the forest to distinguish typical wildlife calls from something else. I signaled Mark to pause and listen. A few of the scouts near the fire quieted down, curious. There was a second moan, this one slightly louder, followed by a third that seemed to trail off. Jennifer gave me a questioning look and began gathering the younger scouts to bring them closer to the fire, presumably to keep them in sight. I remember thinking it could be an injured hiker or an animal. Part of me suspected it might even be other campers, up to some mischief. What we didn't realize was that people in nearby cabins and campsites had already started falling ill to what the media would soon label a zombie outbreak. But that word, zombie, felt too fictional, until we saw what it meant in person. I walked with Mark to investigate. We grabbed flashlights, leaving Jennifer in charge back at the main site. The latrine area was located about 50 yards from our tents, down a small slope. As we approached, I noticed something near the building. At first, it looked like a person doubled over, maybe sick or suffering from exhaustion. The figure's clothing was tattered around the arms, and the illumination from my flashlight revealed what looked like thick, dark stains. Mark called out, "Hello, are you okay?" The figure turned slightly in our direction. That's when we saw the face, sunken features, and a gaze that seemed more blank than any living person's expression should. The person's arm, near the wrist, had what appeared to be multiple bite marks, the skin greyish around them. The injuries glistened under the beam of our flashlights. The figure stumbled closer, letting out a guttural noise I can only describe as an echo of a human voice. Even in the darkness, the nature of these wounds looked severe, almost like the skin had started to rot around the edges. Mark moved forward, perhaps to assist. He's a decent guy, always ready to help the injured. But as he took one cautious step closer, the figure lunged. The motion was swift, unnaturally so, and it knocked Mark to the ground. I shouted for Mark to move, but it was too late. That thing tried to clamp its teeth onto Mark's jacket, snapping at him. Mark twisted away, managing to roll aside. My instinct was to intervene, so I snatched up a fallen branch and swung it at the attacker's back. It stumbled, then turned its attention on me. The face, illuminated by the flashlight, showed lifeless eyes. There was no hint of recognition, no trace of humanity. This was not a typical mental breakdown or drug-induced frenzy. The savage look told me all I needed to know. We were facing something that defied ordinary medical explanations. I managed to shove the figure back with the stick, and Mark scrambled to his feet. The being tried to advance again, but I grabbed Mark by the arm and we made a run for the campsite. The moment we got within shouting distance, I told Jennifer to call 911. She dialed immediately, but the call kept failing. No signal. That was typical in these mountains, especially at night. "What's going on?" asked Toby, the young scout who'd come out of his tent to see the commotion. His flashlight beam shook across the ground as he tried to see what we were running from. Mark breathed out words in halting fragments. "Something attacked near the latrine." My mind whirled as I tried to figure out a plan. I told everyone to gather around the fire, to hold on to something that could be used defensively. Tent poles, strong branches, even pocket knives if that was all they had. We formed a ragged semicircle around the campfire. The flames danced, illuminating anxious faces. Whispers of zombie and infection circulated among the older scouts, but I had to keep them calm. The next logical step was to consult our battery-powered radio. I keep one in my gear, an older model that still picks up AM frequencies. Static greeted us at first, then a crackling broadcast from a local station. The newscaster's tone sounded urgent, warning about violent mobs in the Los Angeles metropolitan area and urging people to stay indoors. There was mention of a possible outbreak of unknown origin, causing extreme aggression, with official instructions to avoid contact with the infected. My grip on the radio tightened as I realized how serious this was. We weren't just dealing with a single crazed individual in the woods. In that moment, the typical boisterous chatter of scouts was replaced by strained silence. A sense of heaviness fell over our circle. Ryan Chen asked if we could drive out, maybe head down the mountain. Mark and I exchanged looks, silently acknowledging that we had no clue what awaited us on the roads. Jennifer suggested we try, but we decided it was too dangerous to move in the darkness when we had a known threat lurking nearby. "Everyone, let's lock down the campsite," I said, voice unsteady but determined. "We gather supplies, stay together, and wait for first light. With some daylight, we can make a safer exit strategy." Nobody spoke against the plan. Despite the tension, the scouts understood the seriousness. One by one, we systematically moved sleeping bags, flashlights, and any extra gear into the two largest tents, forming a kind of communal shelter. I noticed Toby's hands trembling on the zipper as he sealed the tent flap, but he kept going, never complaining. A subtle, quiet bravery glimmered among these kids, reminding me why I chose to be a Boy Scout leader in the first place. Mark and I decided to take first watch. We patrolled the campsite's perimeter, which wasn't much more than an open boundary among the pine trees. Every soft crunch of underbrush sounded too close for comfort. Around midnight, the moonlight shimmered off the dusty ground, creating shifting shapes in the distance. It happened so subtly that at first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. A dark figure moved between the trunks of two old pines. Mark and I froze, shining our flashlights in that direction. The shape advanced, slowly at first, then emerged into the open firelight. It was a camper, maybe in his mid-40s, wearing a torn flannel shirt and cargo pants, streaked with what looked like dried fluid. The source of the fluid was painfully clear. A large stain ran from his shoulder down to his waist. A chunk of flesh from his right forearm looked missing, as though it had been chewed off. With unsteady steps, he made a beeline for our camp. My flashlight revealed that same haunting emptiness in his eyes. The stench drifting on the breeze was rancid, reminiscent of rotting leaves and stagnant water. My first coherent thought was that this man was in dire need of help, but the second, far more pressing thought was that he was another victim of this undead plague. Mark and I shouted warnings, urging him to stay back, but he only stumbled closer. An ugly growl slipped from his lips, and I felt every scout behind me tense up. In normal circumstances, we'd never raise a weapon against a stranger who needed help. But we'd already seen how quickly these infected individuals turned violent. At that moment, I signaled Mark to take the left flank while I took the right. We hoped to scare him off or redirect his path. Mark clanged a tent pole against a metal lantern stand, trying to make a loud noise. Instead of fleeing, the figure let out a sharp hiss and lurched forward, fixating on Mark. The intensity in its eyes was unsettling, as if it recognized Mark as prey. In a desperate maneuver, I rushed forward and swung a thick tree branch, connecting solidly with its shoulder. The impact forced the attacker to stagger sideways. Mark seized the chance to push it away, and it toppled onto loose gravel. But it didn't stay down. Within moments, it began crawling forward, mindless of its own injuries, scraping hands across the rocks. Its movement slowed somewhat, either from the injury or the awkward angle. We stepped back, hearts pounding in our throats, though we won't describe that physical sensation directly, worried it would lunge again. But then, without warning, the figure went slack, as if some internal mechanism had finally shut down. The chest no longer rose and fell. An eerie stillness blanketed the campground. After a few seconds, Mark and I approached cautiously, but the body no longer moved. The foul odor lingered. In the glow of the campfire, it was impossible to miss the grayish discoloration of the skin. This was indeed some kind of zombie infection, something out of a horror story. Yet, it lay right in front of us, a twisted reality of what had once been a living, breathing person. Over the next half hour, we dragged the body away from camp, covering our mouths with spare bandanas. None of the scouts complained or panicked outwardly, but their eyes tracked our every move. We placed the remains downwind, near a boulder. The entire time, a dull dread snaked through my thoughts. If these attacks were happening here, in this remote campground, how widespread was this outbreak? By about 1:30 a.m., we managed to gather everyone in the two central tents. Some dozed fitfully, but nobody got any real rest. Jennifer helped treat some scrapes Mark got when he was shoved to the ground. She spoke in hushed tones about possible contamination, urging Mark to check for bites or open wounds. Thankfully, he seemed clear, just rattled. I'd like to say my next course of action was carefully planned, but it felt more like controlled chaos. We decided that as soon as dawn broke, we'd pack up and head back down the mountain toward Riverside or San Bernardino. Anywhere with better communication and hopefully a stronger law enforcement presence. The official advice on the radio was to shelter in place, but we lacked a safe shelter or adequate supplies for a long-term stay, especially if more infected individuals lurked nearby. By 5 a.m., the horizon began to lighten. A faint glow illuminated the pines. Mark and Jennifer quickly went through the campsite, collecting trash, personal items, and verifying that each scout still had their gear. We divided them into pairs, instructing them to stick together no matter what. We'd load up the vehicles as a group, then make our way down the winding road that led to Highway 18 and eventually to Interstate 215. I took one last look at the spot where we'd placed the body of that infected camper. It hadn't moved, and a tense hush clung to the campsite. I whispered a brief promise to get the troop to safety, though at the time, I wasn't entirely certain I could keep it. About 10 minutes later, we had the vehicles loaded. Mark and Jennifer herded the scouts into the back seats while I started my SUV. A wave of static greeted us on the radio, but eventually, a new emergency broadcast crackled through. The station repeated warnings to avoid large gatherings and take precautions against further transmission of this unknown infection. My eyes met Jennifer's in the rearview mirror. We shared a silent agreement. We had to go fast. We pulled onto the small paved road that snaked through Blue Jay Campground. Pine needles crunched under the tires. About 200 yards from the exit, our worst fear manifested. A small group, 4 or 5 people, staggered into view, partially blocking the road. Even from that distance, the ragged clothing and stiff movements told me these were members of the undead. They seemed aimless at first, drifting near a grove of trees, but as our vehicles approached, they turned in unison and slowly advanced toward us. My instinct was to keep going, to push through, though I dreaded the possibility of hitting them. Yet they didn't scatter as normal pedestrians would. Their single-minded progression reminded me of a horde from horror movies, except this was real. One of them, a woman with torn sleeves and a bandaged knee, locked eyes with my SUV, snapping at the air in a silent threat. Mark's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie we used for convoy communication. "Daniel, keep moving. We don't want to get surrounded." He was right, and I pressed the accelerator. The zombies closed in, arms outstretched in a grotesque imitation of human gestures. My SUV bumped over uneven ground, and I steered as close as possible to the tree line, hoping to skirt around the group. One of the figures lunged, scraping the side of the vehicle with a metallic screech. Jennifer's van, behind me, had less luck. She hesitated, maybe worried about hitting them, and found one of the infected pounding at her front passenger window. A subdued shout carried through the morning air. I saw the back door of Jennifer's vehicle open slightly. Diego or Chris must have fumbled with the latch, and the infected person shifted direction. I jerked the steering wheel around, aiming my SUV so the vehicle's side bumped into the rotting figure, knocking it away. That impact felt like hitting a log, enough to jolt the seat beneath me. Through the side mirror, I saw the undead body tumble backward and lie still. Jennifer's van lurched forward, rejoining behind me, and we managed to skirt the remaining undead. The entire confrontation took maybe a few seconds, but the sense of precarious danger lodged in my thoughts like a burning brand. No time to reflect, no time to breathe relief. Survival demanded we keep moving. We navigated the steep switchbacks of Highway 18, carefully rounding each curve. In the early daylight, the view was surreal. Towering pines, the shimmering reservoir of Lake Arrowhead to our right, and a rising sun that cast everything in a golden hue. But any sense of serenity was marred by our predicament. Now and then, we glimpsed abandoned cars, some with doors hanging open, as though people had fled in a hurry. A few times we spotted lone figures in the distance, shambling near the guardrails or half hidden in the undergrowth. About 20 minutes into the descent, we reached a point overlooking a valley. Smoke curled in the distance, possibly from small fires in neighborhoods scattered below. The further we drove, the more real it became. The infection was not limited to a single hospital in Los Angeles or a few stray incidents. This was something bigger, a potential apocalypse scenario. We debated whether to head straight for Riverside or try to find a temporary safe haven in San Bernardino City. We chose Riverside because it was home. We knew the streets, the back roads, the local police station. Perhaps we could find stable ground there. We stuck to the main highway, occasionally passing more vehicles left haphazardly. Once in a while, we'd see an individual wandering in the breakdown lane, dressed in pajamas or a shredded shirt, as though they'd been caught off guard by the outbreak. Each time, we pressed the gas pedal a bit harder. As we neared the junction with Interstate 215, traffic congestion turned our planned route into a standstill. We saw a line of stationary cars stretching as far as the eye could see, an unmoving sea of metal. Some drivers had exited their vehicles and were pacing around, trying to figure out what to do. A few of these people didn't look right. Shuffling footsteps, limp limbs, vacant eyes. Mark's voice again came through the walkie-talkie. "We need a different route. This highway's gone. Let's cut through the back roads." I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. I signaled with my blinker and we managed to maneuver both vehicles off the exit ramp toward a frontage road. Normally, that route would lead us through some industrial zones and eventually tie back into Riverside's local streets. But the sudden maneuver put us on a narrower, more isolated path. Warehouses lined one side, chain-link fences the other. We crept along slowly, scanning for potential hazards. Jennifer stayed close behind me. The scouts were completely silent, probably too overwhelmed by the scale of the chaos. Toby, sitting behind me, peered out the window, tracking every movement with wide eyes. Then, from a side street, a battered delivery truck lurched into view, swerving and nearly colliding with my SUV. It skidded to a stop, and I caught a glimpse of the driver's face, a frantic older man who'd obviously seen more horrors than he could handle. He was waving frantically for help, motioning for us to follow him, but before I could respond, something inside the truck's cargo area began banging on the metal walls, creating thunderous echoes. The man panicked, jumped out of the cab, and sprinted away without any explanation. The vehicle kept idling in the middle of the intersection, blocking our path. We had no choice. Mark hopped out and carefully approached the truck's cab, trying to move it enough so we could pass. I stayed a few steps behind, brandishing a crowbar I'd found in my trunk. The banging inside the cargo area intensified. A second later, the metal door gave way, and out poured a pair of infected figures in tattered clothes. They tumbled onto the pavement, letting out harsh moans. Their jaws snapped in unison, thirsting for any living thing. Mark yanked the truck's gear shift, and it started rolling forward. That slight motion let us steer around the back end, but the infected saw us. One flailed, then staggered toward Mark. I intercepted with the crowbar, slamming it across the chest, knocking it back. It tried to rise, but Mark pushed his boot against its side, preventing it from lurching forward again. The other infected figure stumbled in front of the SUV, slapping its palms on the hood. Its gaze looked fixated on me through the windshield. A decaying face pressed against the glass, leaving smears behind. Though I avoided describing the exact tremor of fear, the sense of alarm was overwhelming. I accelerated, and the motion caused the figure to lose its balance and fall away. Jennifer's van followed, tires squealing lightly on the concrete. Mark dashed back into his car, and we sped off before the infected had a chance to regain their footing. The entire confrontation was over in minutes, yet it felt like an eternity. Each moment hammered home the reality that this was not a random, isolated problem. The scale of this undead threat was unimaginable, and we were only in the opening hours. By 9 a.m., we reached the outskirts of Riverside. Familiar buildings came into view, shopping centers, local diners, gas stations, many of which appeared abandoned. A few had boarded-up entrances, debris cluttered sidewalks. We passed the turnoff to Riverside Community Hospital, where Jennifer worked. She stared at the building as we rolled by, likely thinking about co-workers or the patients she'd seen just days before. An ambulance sat skewed across the hospital driveway, back doors flung open. No paramedics in sight. I led our small convoy past downtown Riverside, heading toward the old residential neighborhood where Mark and I lived. We hoped the smaller streets would be safer. My phone still showed no signal. The cell towers were probably overloaded or damaged by the chaos. Periodically, we switched on the car radios, catching scattered transmissions. Every channel repeated the same urgent announcements. Stay indoors. Do not approach infected individuals. The government is attempting to respond. I pulled into a quiet cul-de-sac of single-story houses surrounded by palm trees and trimmed lawns. The street was empty, not a single neighbor in sight. No parked cars, no sign of life. It felt surreal, almost like everyone had left in a hurry. We parked in the driveway of my small ranch-style home. I'd lived there for 10 years, ever since I got married. My wife, Catherine, had taken our daughter to visit her parents in San Diego the day before, so the house was dark and locked up. The plan was to gather supplies, regroup, and figure out our next move. I unlocked the front door, ushering the scouts inside. They filed in, uneasy but relieved to be off the streets. The living room was as I left it. Couch, shelves with family pictures, a television that no longer displayed standard programming. I told the scouts they could sit around the dining table, rummage for water and snacks in the pantry, and rest for a moment. While the scouts settled, I hauled out my emergency kit from the hall closet. Bottled water, flashlights, batteries, first aid supplies, a NOAA weather radio, and some MREs I'd bought at a surplus store. My neighbors used to chuckle at my paranoia. Now, I was grateful I'd taken those extra steps. Mark searched my garage for anything we could use to fortify the windows. He found a stack of plywood I'd been saving for a backyard project, plus some nails and a hammer. We quickly boarded up the front windows, leaving small gaps to peek outside. In the midst of hammering, Jennifer hovered, glancing at her phone's silent screen. She didn't say it out loud, but I knew she worried about the hospital staff she left behind. Diego and Chris stuck close to her, occasionally looking at me as if I might have some magic solution. Once we had a makeshift barricade, I tried calling 911 on my landline. To my amazement, it rang. Then, a recorded message played. "All circuits are busy now. Please try your call again later." That grim recording repeated, offering no comfort. The NOAA radio crackled, and we heard a partial update. Martial law has been declared in Los Angeles County, outbreak of unknown pathogen. Citizens are advised. Then static cut it off. We stared at each other. So martial law was in effect in LA County. That likely meant the National Guard was involved. The question was, would they also come to Riverside, and would it matter? Despite the odds, we decided the best immediate step was to stay put. The kids needed rest, and we had enough supplies for a couple of days if we rationed. The scouts, to their credit, upheld a certain level of discipline. They alternated watch shifts, just like we'd taught them during training weekends. Toby created a system using the scouting technique of rotating 2 lookouts every hour. Diego and Chris jotted down notes on a notepad, times, radio signals we caught, any abnormal sounds from outside. Around 10:30 a.m., Toby, who was on watch at the front window, signaled for me to come over. He pointed through a gap in the plywood. A single figure was moving down the street. Even from inside we could see the unnatural gait. Like the previous infected individuals, this one wore everyday clothes, a short-sleeve shirt, jeans, but displayed a distinct disorientation. It approached the next house, belonging to my neighbor, Mr. Gomez, a retired postal worker. The infected person wandered aimlessly, then stumbled into the chain-link fence. Moments later, there was movement inside Gomez's yard, a dog barking furiously. The infected figure pivoted its head in that direction. The dog, perhaps confused or protective, kept barking. Without warning, the figure grabbed the fence and started climbing, a slow but determined effort to reach the barking animal. I glanced at Toby. He tensed, glancing back at me, uncertain. The moral part of me wanted to intervene, to help. But we were outnumbered, had little in the way of safe means to fight these creatures, and didn't even know if Mr. Gomez was home. I urged Toby to keep quiet. We watched in silence as the infected figure made it over the fence. The dog's barking shifted, turning into a fearful whine. Then there was a commotion behind the fence and an abrupt silence. A chill went through me, though again I avoid describing the precise bodily reaction. All I knew was that we couldn't do anything about it. Toby scribbled the time in his log. 10:45 a.m. infected in yard across the street. The finality of seeing that note written down made the event all the more real. We spent the next hour reinforcing the back entrance to the house. The scouts formed an assembly line to pass me sheets of plywood, nails, and a cordless drill. Mark quietly rummaged through the kitchen drawers, looking for anything else that could be used as a tool or barrier. We were effectively turning my house into a bunker, even though I had no idea how long such a defense could last if larger numbers of the undead showed up. Jennifer took stock of our food. "We have enough for maybe 3 days, 4 if we stretch it," she noted quietly. We all knew we'd have to make a choice soon: stay hidden and hope for rescue, or try to escape to a safer location. But safer location was a vague concept. Every new radio transmission implied widespread chaos. At about noon, I stepped into the backyard to check the side fence. The day had grown hot, typical for Riverside in August. A few scouts followed me, including Ryan and Toby. We needed to ensure no infected individuals could slip through from the neighbors' yards. While adding a makeshift barricade near the chain-link fence, I heard muffled sounds from the other side, shuffling footsteps and faint moaning. We pressed ourselves against the wall, not daring to peek over. Ryan, typically quiet, said in the softest voice, "They're everywhere, aren't they?" I couldn't deny it. All I could do was nod, encouraging him to keep working. If we showed panic, the younger scouts would lose what little composure they had. So we kept going, hearts set on finishing the barricade. By 1 p.m. we tuned in once more to the emergency broadcasts. Several stations repeated the same bulletins about the zombie outbreak, though they used terms like hostile infected or unknown pathogen. Nobody was giving direct instructions on how to stop it. A mention of an evacuation point near March Air Reserve Base in Moreno Valley piqued our interest. The official repeated that the base was setting up medical tents and quarantine areas. Jennifer brightened at the possibility of medical support, though Mark and I worried about driving that far with the roads in chaos. We took a quick scout leader conference in the living room. Mark argued that staying put was risky. If more infected individuals converged on the neighborhood, we'd be surrounded without help. Jennifer agreed, emphasizing that we needed professional support, especially in case any of the scouts were injured. I hated the idea of leaving the relative safety of a barricaded home, but I also recognized the kids' well-being mattered more than my comfort. After a brief debate, we decided to try for March Air Reserve Base while we still had daylight. That location might have National Guard presence, or at least some medical staff. If the roads were impassable, we'd turn back and figure out another safe zone. With a plan in place, we once again loaded the scouts into our vehicles. Mark's sedan was smaller than the van, so Toby ended up with me, while Jennifer took some of the older scouts. We pulled out of my driveway around 2 p.m. The street was as we'd left it, desolate, with only the occasional stray figure in the distance. We moved at a cautious pace, scanning side roads. A few blocks down, we saw a crashed vehicle near a telephone pole. The driver's side door stood open, no occupants visible. Broken glass littered the asphalt. We maneuvered around it and headed east, hoping to link up with Van Buren Boulevard, a main road that leads toward the base. The deeper we traveled into Riverside, the more signs of a larger outbreak we encountered: cars with smashed windows, grocery store parking lots scattered with carts and debris, shutters half closed on shops, as if someone had tried to seal them up in a hurry. On one corner, a small group of people waved desperately at us. They didn't look infected, just regular folks wanting transport or help. We slowed for a moment, but then spotted a cluster of what could only be zombies, about half a block behind them. The group shouted at us to wait, but a mass of rotting figures was closing in. We had only seconds to make a decision. Jennifer signaled me to keep going. It hurt to drive away, but we couldn't afford to become trapped. Our choice was confirmed a moment later when the horde caught sight of the running civilians. Screams punctuated the air, and we had to look away. I accelerated, guiding our convoy further down the street. The line between right and wrong blurred in these desperate circumstances. We couldn't save everyone, and we might have lost the scouts if we tried. Van Buren Boulevard was partially jammed with stalled vehicles. We weaved in and out, occasionally hopping the curb to bypass blocked lanes. At one point, we passed near the Riverside National Cemetery, ironically a place of final rest, now overshadowed by this plague of walking corpses. Just after we crossed the Santa Ana River Bridge, the air changed. Thick smoke drifted from somewhere off to the north. The glow of flames danced among houses on a hillside. Sirens blared, though we couldn't see emergency vehicles anywhere. A hazy film covered the sky, dimming the afternoon sun. Finally, the perimeter fence of March Air Reserve Base came into view. We noticed movement along the chain-link barrier, soldiers or perhaps civilians. A battered sign pointed toward a quarantine checkpoint. Our vehicles rolled up slowly, uncertain of what to expect. Soldiers in partial protective gear approached, M4 rifles slung across their chests. One directed us into a makeshift screening area, a section of parking lot surrounded by concrete barricades. They asked us to step out of our vehicles, keep our distance, and submit to medical checks. We obeyed without question. Jennifer, being a nurse, talked calmly to the medics on site. She explained how we'd been out in the wilderness, how we'd encountered infected, but took precautions. The entire place buzzed with frantic energy, cots lined up, people with minor injuries, families looking for missing loved ones. Some were bandaged, others in the early stages of potential infection, kept behind guarded sections of fencing. Despite the chaos, the base offered a semblance of organization. We were instructed to wait in a designated zone. A National Guard officer, name tag reading Hastings, recorded our personal details, names, addresses, whether we'd experienced any bites or symptoms. The scouts stayed close together, looking both relieved and apprehensive. Mark kept an arm on Toby's shoulder, guiding him to a seat on a folding chair. We were all exhausted, hungry, and uncertain if we'd truly found safety or stepped into another, more complicated battle. By 5 p.m., we'd been at the base for about 2 hours. The official word was that they were trying to secure the region, but the infection was overwhelming local hospitals. An entire quarantine ward was being set up in Los Angeles County, though communications were spotty. Everywhere we looked, the term zombie outbreak was whispered or half-spoken. No one laughed off the word anymore. I still don't know how this crisis will resolve, or if it ever will. But in those first 12 hours, from our campfire at Blue Jay to the chaotic checkpoint at March Air Reserve Base, we learned the fragile nature of our society. We discovered that even the best training in the world can falter in the face of an unstoppable, rotting horde. Yet, I also saw resilience in the scouts, courage in Mark's actions, and compassion in Jennifer's quick medical thinking. This is my account of those initial 12 hours of the zombie apocalypse. I lived it, saw it, and can only hope my story convinces others to take this threat seriously. When confronted with the undead, do not hesitate. Protect those you can, but understand your limits. The infection spreads rapidly, leaving devastation wherever it appears. Remember my story if you ever find yourself in a remote campground or even in the heart of a big city when the outbreak arrives at your doorstep. Keep your group together, stay alert, secure resources, and keep moving if it becomes too dangerous to remain in one place. Because once the infected set their sights on you, there's no negotiation, no compromise, only survival. I don't know how history will record these events, but if you're listening now, heed this testimony. The zombies are real, and their numbers grow faster than any of us can imagine. Families become separated. Towns fall silent overnight, and all the while, the moans of the undead echo through deserted streets. My name's Thomas Carter. Online, people know me as T-Money. I'm 16. Before everything happened, I was just a kid from a small town most people have never heard of. My life mostly revolved around a game called Atrox, a competitive shooter that got big on streaming platforms. I wasn't famous or anything, but I was doing well. I had a team, a couple of small sponsors, and a shot at making a name for myself. My parents supported it, even traveled with me to tournaments. On one condition: I had to keep my grades from slipping. It wasn't a normal life, but it was the one I knew. Back then, everything was about climbing ranks and prepping for the next match. I never thought I'd have to worry about anything else. So, on a warm weekend in late May, I found myself in Chicago for a major LAN event at McCormick Place. It's a huge convention center not too far from downtown. The event was called the Windy City Showdown, and teams from across the country had come in. I'd qualified for the junior bracket. That might not sound big, but if I won, I'd be the youngest champion in the history of the tournament. The prize was $20,000, which is massive for me. My parents had insisted on coming as chaperones, though they mostly just roamed the city while I stayed at the venue. I'm not exactly known for being brave. I talk big on streams, but that's just my online persona. In real life, I'm cautious, especially around new people and strange places. My teammates say I'm closed-minded about everything outside of gaming, and maybe they're right. Usually, I ignore the hustle and bustle around me, keep my head down, and worry about my own plan. That's exactly how I was on that day, Saturday, when the outbreak came crashing into my life. I remember the morning pretty clearly. My alarm on my phone buzzed around 7 a.m., and I scrolled through a bunch of social media notifications. Nothing unusual, just typical gamer stuff. Memes, match schedules, petty arguments about game balancing. No warning about the chaos that was about to break loose in the city. After a quick shower, I threw on the official tournament hoodie with my gamertag embroidered on the back. My parents and I left the Holiday Inn near the venue around 8 a.m. We hopped into a taxi because the walk was a bit long and my dad didn't feel like dealing with ride shares that morning. The driver talked about the weather, warm, slightly humid. He mentioned something about an odd story on the news. A local hospital is dealing with an influx of patients. At the time, I tuned it out. McCormick Place is massive. Rows and rows of meeting halls, giant exhibit areas. You can fit entire city blocks under that roof. Arriving at the north building, I looked up at the big glass and steel structure looming ahead. Banners for the Windy City Showdown hung near the entrance. Large vinyl signs featuring stylized characters from Atrox, rainbow lights, sponsor logos. The air outside carried a hint of Lake Michigan breeze. Inside it was typical LAN chaos. Lines of gamers carrying monitors, boxes of keyboards and PCs on dollies, staffers handing out badges. Everyone's eyes flickered with that mix of excitement and sleep deprivation. I felt a sense of relief to be among people who shared my obsession. The first subtle sign that something was off came about an hour later, during check-in. Some security personnel near the entrance looked unusually tense. A staff member kept whispering into her radio, glancing nervously between the doors and the badge counter. I figured they were just dealing with typical event logistics, maybe someone trying to sneak in without a pass. Then, about mid-morning, while I was booting up my computer at the junior bracket area, I saw a group of paramedics rush into a side hall. They were wearing standard navy blue uniforms with reflective patches on their jackets. They moved quickly, pushing a wheeled stretcher. Normally, paramedics on site at a big event aren't that strange. Heat exhaustion, dehydration, twisted ankles happen at these tournaments. But this group looked more urgent, and there was a hush that fell over the crowd in that corner of the room. I remember craning my neck to see, but the paramedics and staff formed a tight circle. Moments later, they hurried out with someone on the stretcher. That person's arms hung over the rails in a way that made me feel queasy. Yet no one said anything, so I just assumed it was a medical emergency that was under control. I pushed the whole moment out of my mind. I had a match to worry about. By noon, I'd already played my first best-of-3 match and won. I felt good. The crowd noise in the expo hall was exhilarating. I'm usually too shy to interact with big groups, so I kept to my station, tinkering with my settings, ignoring the swirl of voices, the glare of stage lights. The staff made an announcement about a scheduled break, so I stood up to stretch. Right then, the main overhead speaker system beeped with a tone that never used to mean much to me. It was the tone that precedes a serious announcement. A woman's voice came through the PA system, sounding oddly calm. Attention attendees, we have a brief announcement. Due to an incident in the city, we advise everyone to remain within McCormick Place until further notice. The building is on a temporary hold for re-entry. We appreciate your cooperation." Her words definitely caught people's attention. A wave of confused chatter swept the room. Some folks pulled out their phones, searching for news updates or local alerts. Others shrugged and kept gaming. I have to admit, I was annoyed. In my mind, I thought, I'm not skipping a single match for some random city problem. Shows how narrow my thinking was, focusing on a silly bracket instead of the big picture. Over the next hour, rumors spread about an illness running rampant in downtown Chicago. Some said it was a chemical spill. Others claimed it was an unknown virus. I noticed staff members whispering, exchanging worried looks and checking the doors. The place started feeling more like a fortress than a convention center. At around 1:30 p.m., my teammate Jordan, our in-game leader, came running over. He'd been out by the snack bar, talking to some older players who were streaming the news on their phones. He said in a low voice, "Dude, you're not going to believe what's happening out there." He tried to show me a shaky live stream that captured part of Michigan Avenue, maybe half a mile north. It was chaotic, glimpses of people staggering, a few uniformed officers chasing someone. Most folks near the camera seemed frantic, trying to get away from something. My first response was frustration. This can't be real. Maybe it's a protest or a robbery or something. I refused to consider the possibility that it was bigger than that. I had no desire to get sidetracked. I just wanted to stay in my bubble and focus on the next match. Maybe that was naive. Or maybe it was just me being a chicken. Like, I didn't want to face something scary, so I denied it existed. By 2 p.m., the rumor mill exploded. The staff announced that the tournament would proceed as planned, but that once people left the building, they couldn't come back in. A building lockdown was in effect, with limited exits. Cell reception started to get spotty, and some folks reported phone calls dropping. The Wi-Fi was also struggling under an onslaught of people checking for updates, live video, or messages from friends and family. I didn't see an actual fight or any direct sign of infected individuals yet, but the tension in the air was impossible to ignore. Attendees formed small groups, comparing notes. I joined a circle of my teammates, but I was restless, pacing around them, tapping my foot. I'd glance at the main doors every few minutes, noticing the worried expression on security guards' faces. I spotted one of the paramedics from earlier. He was near the eastern hallway, talking in a hushed tone to a staff member. Then he slipped through a door that led to a restricted area. His uniform was spattered with something dark near the pocket. My mind wanted to see it as a coffee stain, but it didn't look like coffee. I'll admit I tried to brush off the creeping discomfort. I told Jordan, "Maybe it's just some local crisis. We'll be fine." He looked back at me like I was clueless, because that's probably how I sounded. The exact moment things snapped into pure chaos is etched in my mind. It was close to 3 p.m. A shout echoed from the north side of the expo hall. A crowd parted. I glimpsed a person stumbling, arms at stiff angles, clothes torn. A convention volunteer rushed forward to help, maybe thinking the person was injured. Suddenly, more yells cut through the air. The volunteer scrambled back. I couldn't see perfectly from where I stood, but it looked like the staggering person was trying to reach out to the volunteer in a way that felt unnatural. Then, a second individual appeared, also unsteady and leaning forward at an odd angle. People in that area scattered like a wave receding. Some moved back behind chairs and computer stations. I kept my distance. I was frozen, if I'm being honest. I didn't jump in. I didn't try to help or investigate. I just stood near a row of black curtains that separated the tournament stage from the free play area. A hush fell, followed by a frantic stampede of attendees pushing away from that scene. Security guards rushed in, shouting instructions that were swallowed by the noise. Another guard sprinted to a radio near the staff booth. The building's overhead lighting flickered. That was the first time I noticed how terrifying big open spaces can become if you feel you're not safe. The acoustics turned every scrape, every footstep, into echoes. Jordan and I watched from maybe 30 feet away. One of our friends, Eric, was caught near the infected individuals. Eric was a casual friend I made through local tournaments. He tried to run, but he tripped on a coil of cables from a broadcasting rig. He tumbled to the floor. People were shouting for him to get up, to move. The stumbling figure turned toward him in a rigid way, like a puppet on strings. I saw Eric's eyes go wide. He scrambled backward, used a metal chair to shield himself momentarily. Some staffer lunged forward, maybe trying to tackle the infected person away. I heard one of the staffers exclaim something urgent, though I couldn't catch exact words in all the noise. At that point, Jordan nudged my shoulder. "We gotta help him, man." My mouth went dry. I wanted to do something, call for more security, maybe fling a chair, but my legs wouldn't move. I just shook my head, stepping further behind the black curtain, hoping somehow that staffer could handle it. Jordan, more courageous than me, dashed forward on his own. He waved his arms, catching the infected person's attention, giving Eric time to scramble away. I realized in that instant that my overwhelming instinct was to hide. People say fight or flight. Well, in my case, it was definitely flight. If Jordan hadn't been there, Eric might have been stuck. Suddenly, the overhead speaker beeped again. This time, a man's voice cut in, cracking slightly with stress. "Attention all attendees. We are facing a severe emergency. We ask everyone to remain calm and proceed toward the southwestern exit or any staff-directed shelter-in-place location. The local authorities have advised that an unknown infection is spreading. Please follow staff instructions. This is not a drill." That's when the screaming began in earnest. People scattered in different directions, ignoring the speaker's instructions about heading to the southwestern exit. Some sprinted toward the escalators leading to the parking garage. Others tried to push through the big glass doors, which had been sealed. The sense of safety the building once offered was gone. I got swept along in a crowd heading through an interior hallway. My backpack, with my gaming laptop, banged against my side. Around me, gamers were clutching mechanical keyboards or entire desktop towers. It was surreal to see them still clinging to equipment. Maybe we all clung to the only normal things we had. That was me too. My first thought was that I couldn't just leave my gear behind, as if my digital stats mattered in that moment. Security guards tried to steer people into meeting rooms on the upper floors, away from the expo hall. Some folks complied. Others argued that we should try to escape outside. All I wanted was to not run into one of those infected people. As I hurried with a wave of frightened attendees, I glimpsed staffers dragging tables to block entrances, setting up makeshift barricades. Crashes and shouted warnings echoed behind me. The building's design is mostly wide corridors and big open halls, so any blockade was a temporary measure at best. I ended up in a large meeting room labeled W178, typically used for seminars. The carpet was maroon with swirl patterns, the walls lined with foldable partition panels. About 50 or 60 of us piled in there, breathless and pale. Jordan and Eric made it too, though they were separated from me by a small sea of anxious faces. I found an empty corner near a stack of chairs and hunched down with my back against the wall, hugging my backpack. A staffer wearing a conference badge labeled Operations Manager tried to speak calmly, telling everyone to remain there while they checked the stairwells. A volunteer locked the doors from the inside. I found myself next to a middle-aged man in a business suit who kept fiddling with his phone, whispering that the lines were jammed. The overhead lights in the room buzzed quietly. No one seemed to have a plan beyond waiting. I had the urge to stand up and do something, but what could I do? I'm just a teenager who's good at clicking heads in a game. The only skill I had that might help was my reflexes, but we didn't have any real weapons, except maybe a chair leg or some random tool in the room. And honestly, I was too nervous to volunteer for any duty. Instead, I buried my face in my arms, trying to block out the world. Time crawled in that room. Some said maybe half an hour passed, maybe more. The overhead vents hummed. Occasionally the floor vibrated with distant thuds, possibly from heavy doors being forced open or something else. Whispers rose and fell among the folks around me. Eventually the staffer returned, looking grim. She announced that the southwestern exit was compromised and that large numbers of infected individuals were inside the building. She used that word, infected. She said the authorities weren't picking up calls. Something had happened across Chicago, maybe across more areas than just downtown. I overheard one older gamer near the corner describe what he had seen. He said he watched a group of the infected converge on the loading dock area. They moved in fits, stumbling, but they had an intensity that made them surprisingly fast at times. They targeted uninfected people, latching onto them. I heard him mention how some folks who got caught ended up staggering away minutes later, arms stiff, eyes vacant. No one wanted to dwell on the specifics. For me, hearing that made me press myself even closer to the wall. I was sure I couldn't handle seeing that up close. If I had been braver or more open-minded, maybe I would have offered to help block some doors. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. I kept thinking, I'm a kid. This is not my fight. I just need to stay put and survive. The staffer tried to keep everyone calm, though her voice shook. She started distributing bottled water and granola bars from a back closet. Some folks stared at the door handle, expecting it to rattle any second. We learned that the paramedics had been overwhelmed. No one knew exactly how the infection started or where it originated. The rumor was that it could be transmitted by bites, but no official confirmation existed, just secondhand talk. Time dragged on. I lost track of whether it was late afternoon or nearing evening. The overhead lights stayed on, so I couldn't judge the sunlight outside. People's phone screens occasionally glowed as they tried to find signal, but the data network was basically down, overwhelmed or disabled by the crisis. A few text messages were trickling through if you stood by the windows, but it was inconsistent. Jordan eventually came over, leading Eric by the elbow. Eric looked shaky, but not infected. They told me that a small group was planning to move out of the room. If we stay here, we're sitting targets, Jordan said. We need to see if there's a better location, or even get outside somehow. My gut reaction was to refuse. I shook my head, glancing at the locked door. We're safe here, right? They stared back at me like I was clueless. Jordan insisted that the infected were roaming the halls in bigger numbers. Doors could be broken or forced. We should at least scout the area, gather more info. I didn't want to go, but I also didn't want to be the only coward left behind. So, I mumbled that I'd come, though my grip on my backpack straps was so tight my fingers went numb. Our group ended up being around 8 people, mostly teen gamers with 1 or 2 older esports coaches. I recall a staff volunteer named Alvin. He wore thick glasses and carried a flashlight. He agreed to take point since he knew part of the layout. We quietly unlocked the meeting room door, cracked it open, and peeked into the hallway. It was dim. The overhead lights in that corridor had shut off, possibly from a partial power failure or a manual lockdown procedure. We inched forward, guided by Alvin's narrow flashlight beam bouncing off the walls. After about a minute, we reached an intersection of hallways. Darkness stretched both ways. Another scream echoed from a distant corridor, and that sound made me freeze mid-step. I pressed myself flat against the wall. My pulse thrummed in my ears, if you want to call it that, but I tried not to think about it. Jordan whispered that we should keep going. Alvin said the southwestern escalators, leading to an upper-level walkway, were about 5 minutes away if we took the correct route. The plan was to reach a service corridor that might lead outside, but the possibility of running into infected weighed heavily on everyone. We edged around corners as quietly as possible. Halfway down one corridor, the flashlight beam illuminated a figure crouched near a vending machine. This person jerked upright at the light. I couldn't tell if they were infected or just terrified. Alvin hissed, "Hey, are you okay?" The figure didn't respond. Jordan, who is braver than I'll ever be, took 2 slow steps closer. That's when we saw the figure's posture, They were swaying, one arm twisted at a wrong angle, face partially hidden in shadow. Then they bolted forward with an unsteady but fast shuffle. We scrambled backward. My hands fumbled for something to protect myself. Anything. There was nothing but the empty hallway. One of the older coaches had a metal pipe. I think it was part of a display rack he had ripped off earlier. He stepped up and swung it at the infected individual's legs, and they crumpled to the floor for a moment. The group slid past, trying not to get grabbed. I was nearly at the back, cowering, barely staying behind the others. The infected person clawed at the coach's pant leg, ripping part of the fabric. The coach yanked free and ran. That was my closest encounter so far, and it sent a wave of cold dread through me. I think that's the moment I realized this was real. No video game. No paused respawn. If that infected person had latched onto me, I'd be done. We eventually reached a narrow service hallway with cinder block walls and flickering fluorescent lights. A painted sign said, "Authorized personnel only." Alvin pried open the door with a tool from his pocket. He explained that this corridor might lead toward a loading zone or a staircase. If we could get to the loading dock or a lower-level garage, we might find a route outside. Inside, the air was stuffy. Industrial fans hummed, but at least the hallway was lit better than the main corridors. Our shoes squeaked on the tiled floor. Pipes ran along the ceiling. We passed a storage room where extra chairs and tables were kept. It was eerily silent, no more screams echoing. My anxiety made every small sound feel huge. We reached a junction. One path led to a maintenance room, the other to a set of double doors. Alvin paused to get his bearings. That's when my phone vibrated in my jacket pocket. I nearly jumped. I pulled it out, saw a single bar of service. A text message had made it through from my mother. "We are at the hotel. Are you safe? The news is terrifying. Please find a safe place." I stared at the screen, feeling a mix of relief that they were alive and guilt that I hadn't messaged them sooner. I tried to type out a reply, but before I could tap send, the service bars disappeared again. I mentally kicked myself for ignoring them for so long. I wanted to blame the situation, but honestly, it was also my own refusal to face how real things were. Alvin decided we should push through the double doors. They led to a concrete loading dock area with roll-up garage doors used for deliveries. We stepped inside carefully. The space was enormous, with trucks parked in bays, pallets of bottled drinks, stage equipment in crates. The lighting was dim, coming from emergency lights near the ceiling. We saw a small cluster of moving figures near a far corner. They appeared to be rummaging or crouching behind a forklift. One had a staff uniform, the others wore everyday clothes. Their motions were erratic. Alvin gestured for us to keep our distance. With quiet steps, we moved around a line of stacked crates, making our way toward an exit sign that glowed green across the room. Suddenly, one of the infected individuals snapped upright and faced us. The entire group turned in unison. They moved with that same disturbing mixture of limp and speed. Our group sprinted for the door, but the infected fanned out, cutting across the open space. One of our teammates, a kid named Lance, stumbled on the edge of a wooden pallet. He crashed to the floor. Another gamer tried to help him up, but the infected were already closing in. The older coach with the metal pipe swung it again, warding them off for a brief moment. Lance clambered up, face pale. We dashed behind a forklift, skirting around the infected by mere feet. I was so focused on escaping that I didn't look back. I just rushed to keep pace with Jordan, who yanked the exit door open. We poured into a narrow stairwell that smelled of mildew and old cleaning supplies. The door slammed behind us. I heard the infected scratching or pushing at it. Alvin jammed the handle with the broken pipe from the coach. It wouldn't hold forever, but maybe long enough for us to climb. The stairwell was dimly lit by a single flickering bulb. Alvin guessed it led to a rooftop service area above the convention floor. The steps felt endless. My breathing grew ragged. I tried not to think about my chest or heart or any of that, but you can imagine the state I was in. Eventually, We reached a landing with a heavy metal door labeled Roof Access, Authorized Personnel. Alvin tried the handle. Locked. But the locking mechanism was old. Jordan and Alvin took turns slamming into it until it creaked. The entire door frame groaned. We could hear more unsettling noises below, like the infected might be making progress on the jammed door. That gave us motivation to keep pushing. Finally, the door gave way. We spilled out onto a concrete rooftop area. The sky had grown overcast, an evening gloom settling in. I peered over a low retaining wall and saw downtown Chicago in the distance. Even from that vantage, I could discern smoke columns rising. The city skyline looked eerie without its usual spark of life. No planes, no bustling traffic, just a hush broken by occasional sirens echoing across the miles. There was a sense of fragile relief up there. No infected individuals in immediate sight. The group stood in a rough circle, catching our breath. Alvin found a cell tower node near the corner of the roof, but it offered no better signal. Lance sat heavily against an AC unit, pressing his forehead to his knees, whispering that he was done, that he couldn't keep running. I wanted to tell him to pull it together, but I didn't, because I knew exactly how he felt. We debated our options under the darkening sky. Stay on the roof, find a way off the building, try to contact the outside world. The older coach was in favor of heading back downstairs to look for more survivors. Alvin wanted to see if there was a separate fire escape that led all the way down to street level on the southwestern side. Jordan argued that we needed to check the parking garage, where some vehicles might still be accessible. I, for one, just wanted to stay put until morning. The idea of descending into the building again made me want to freeze, but the others pointed out that the roof could be a dead end if the infected gathered below. Supplies were limited. The weather might turn worse. We had to move, or at least secure a safer place before dark. After some nervous debate, we decided to attempt to cross over to an adjacent rooftop that connected to a walkway leading into the parking structure. Alvin recalled that certain areas of McCormick Place had bridging walkways. If we could reach the structure, maybe we'd find a car with keys in the ignition, or a place to barricade ourselves. We made our way carefully across the rooftop. The wind picked up, rattling a loose metal grate. A handful of seagulls circled overhead, maybe from the lake. In the fading light, the city took on an orange glow, especially around the horizon. I spotted a line of cars on a nearby freeway, all at a standstill. Eventually, we found a short ladder that led to a slightly higher section of the roof. From there, we spied a metal bridge that spanned a small gap to a neighboring building section. This was used by maintenance crews. The gap below was maybe 15 feet of open air. If you slipped, you'd land on a lower roof. It wouldn't necessarily be fatal, but it looked painful enough to avoid. We helped each other climb. I was last to go. My legs shook when I realized how high up we were. Jordan called for me to hurry. I shuffled across the metal bridge, focusing on each step. The surface rattled with my weight. It felt as though any strong gust might pitch me off. Once across, we found a hatch-like door in the rooftop that apparently led down into the next building section. Alvin tried it, locked again. This time we searched for something to pry it open, eventually using the metal pipe, which was bent out of shape from earlier. With a groan, the hatch gave. We descended a metal ladder into a dark upper corridor, different from the one we had just come from. The air felt closer here, like no one had used this space in ages. Emergency lights flickered. A sign on the wall read, "Skywalk Access." That was what we needed. We followed the corridor to a set of glass doors that opened onto a skywalk, a covered walkway about 2 stories above ground. It connected this part of McCormick Place to a parking garage across the street. The glass windows of the skywalk gave us a panoramic view of the street below. I glimpsed abandoned cars, some with doors open. A few figures limped around, but not in large groups. Inside the skywalk, we saw a few more individuals, thankfully not infected. They looked like staff or volunteers. Their faces lit up with relief when they saw us. We quickly locked the skywalk doors behind us. Now we had a temporary vantage point to watch the street. The lights inside the walkway were dim, with only a few functioning bulbs overhead. One staff member, wearing a half-ripped name badge reading Zoe, told us that the parking garage below might have vehicles, but there was no guarantee of keys. She'd heard that one security guard had a set of universal override keys for the city fleet cars, but it was uncertain if that guard was still alive or in the building. I was fine with trying to hole up in the skywalk, but the rest were determined to keep moving. We were so close to a potential exit. We just had to brave the parking structure and hope we didn't run into a swarm. The other folks in the skywalk, about 5 in total, joined us, bringing the group to around 13. We carefully made our way across the walkway to a stairwell that led into the multi-level parking garage. The place had a low concrete ceiling, rows of cars, and a few flickering overhead lights. Dim shadows stretched in every direction. The random shapes of parked vehicles gave plenty of hiding spots for infected. We stuck together, weaving around cars on the second level of the garage. The smell of exhaust and rubber lingered in the stagnant air. Occasionally, we came across a car with an open door or smashed window. We guessed people had fled in a hurry. Alvin tested a few vehicles to see if keys were left inside. No luck. Then, near a black SUV with tinted windows, we saw a figure lying halfway out the driver's seat. Approaching cautiously, Jordan tapped the figure's shoulder. No response. It didn't move. Possibly already gone. We stayed back just in case. The car keys were on the floorboard. Jordan swallowed hard and reached in, hooking the keys with 2 fingers, then carefully backed away. The figure did not stir. The group exchanged hopeful glances, but our luck soured quickly when we realized the SUV had a drained battery or some mechanical issue. It wouldn't start. The engine clicked, but never turned over. We decided to keep searching. Our footsteps echoed as we descended a ramp to the first level. We passed a battered security kiosk. The glass was cracked, and the desk inside was toppled. That's where we found a ring of keys, possibly the universal set that Zoe had mentioned. One was clearly labeled with a city emblem, though we weren't certain how many cars it might fit. As we regrouped near a row of cars, we heard a commotion from the ramp we had just come down. A cluster of infected rushed into view. They must have followed our noise or sniffed out our presence. I froze, my mind blank. My mouth went dry. Jordan shouted for everyone to spread out, find a vehicle we could start. The older coach and Alvin started rattling car doors, testing the newly found keys. Meanwhile, the infected advanced rapidly, weaving between vehicles. A few people in our group tried to repel them, with whatever blunt objects they could find. A tire iron, a plastic pipe, anything. I found myself near a compact sedan. The door was unlocked. I slid into the driver's seat, forgetting momentarily that I didn't even have a license. My hands shook badly as I tried to jab the universal key into the ignition. No match. The key didn't fit. Panicked, I flung it aside and tried another. That one fit, but turning it did nothing except flash the dashboard lights. The engine refused to fire. A shriek from behind made me glance up through the rearview mirror. An infected person had lunged over the hood of a nearby car, grappling with someone from the Skywalk group. People scrambled, climbing over seats, some stumbling onto the floor. Suddenly, from the row behind me, an engine roared to life. One of the older coaches had managed to start a battered brown station wagon. He yelled for everyone who could get there to jump in. Folks sprinted to it. I was stuck at the sedan's wheel, every muscle locked in terror. The wagon reversed, headlights swinging wildly across the concrete pillars. Jordan's voice cut through the chaos. "Thomas, come on!" He waved from the open passenger door of the station wagon. I forced myself out of the sedan. My legs almost gave out when I saw 2 infected individuals converging near the driver's side. I ducked beneath one reaching arm, my eyes fixed on that station wagon. The vehicle crept forward slowly, not wanting to leave without me, but also needing to avoid the swarm. I managed the final few steps. Eric yanked me inside. The door slammed. The coach at the wheel floored the gas pedal. We sped across the garage floor, weaving past scattered bodies, some moving, some not. The infected hammered on the windows but fell behind. We crashed through a lowered security gate at the exit, bending metal with a loud squeal. Daylight, or rather the murky gloom of early evening, hit us as we careened out onto the street. Our haphazard escape took us onto Cermak Road, near where McCormick Place sits. The street was littered with abandoned cars. Some of them had no lights on. Others had hazard blinkers still flashing. We saw small groups of infected wandering sidewalks. The coach had to swerve onto partial sidewalks or around corners to avoid collisions. The city felt surreal. There was a pall of smoke in the air. Far in the distance, I could make out the sound of emergency sirens, but I couldn't see any flashing lights. Downtown skyscrapers loomed, silent except for an occasional flicker of interior lights. This was Chicago, usually busy and loud. To see it like this was beyond unsettling. We spotted a police barricade about 2 blocks ahead. 2 squad cars were angled across the intersection. Whether they had officers still present, we couldn't tell. The station wagon slowed. We debated whether to approach or turn back. Ultimately, we risked it. No one appeared around the squad cars. The barricade looked hastily abandoned. We squeezed the station wagon between one squad car and a lamppost. On the sidewalk, I saw a policeman's hat lying near a bag of equipment, but no officer in sight. We continued in the station wagon until we reached a small convenience store that appeared relatively unscathed. The sign above it read, Cermak Corner Mart. The coach pulled into the parking lot. Only a single infected individual was visible at the far end of the lot, stumbling away from us. We took a chance and parked near the entrance. The idea was to quickly grab any supplies, bottled water, snacks, before deciding where to go next. Jordan and Alvin ventured inside. The rest of us huddled in or around the wagon. I was too shaken to argue or go in. My hands wouldn't steady. Through the open door, I heard them rummaging among the store aisles. Glass shattered at some point. Maybe they broke into a locked cabinet. Then they emerged with plastic bags full of whatever non-perishables they could find. We hurried back into the vehicle, distributing bottled water and some random energy bars. I scarfed down an energy bar without really tasting it. My entire focus was on the horizon, scanning for movement. The coach decided we should try heading west, away from downtown, aiming for the highway that leads toward the suburbs. Maybe the infection hadn't spread as much out there, or authorities had set up a safe zone. We drove along side streets, zigzagging to avoid traffic jams. Sometimes we had to reverse and find another route if the road was blocked or teeming with infected. I saw small glimpses of humanity along the way, people boarded up in shops, a family huddled inside a minivan, a group waving from an office window. It felt like the city was splintering into pockets of survivors. At one intersection, we paused to check our phones. No signal. The coach tried the radio. Nothing but static. Then, for a few seconds, we caught a broken broadcast. Please move to designated shelter zones. National Guard is mobilizing. Avoid city centers. And then it was gone. We had no idea where those zones were, or if they even existed. As night fell, the streets grew darker. City lights flickered in scattered patches. Infected wandered intersections or clustered around wrecked cars. We drove in silence, each turn slower than the last. Eventually, we reached a quiet residential block, old brick apartments, trees lining the sidewalk. The coach decided we should stop, save fuel, find shelter. We checked a few units. Most were empty. One had a door forced open. Finally, we found a small corner apartment that was intact. The coach and Jordan did a sweep. No one inside. We dragged a couch against the door and settled in. There wasn't much to eat. Water bottles, granola, some snacks we'd grabbed earlier. I sat in a corner holding my backpack, trying not to think at all. No one really slept. Sirens came and went. Trash cans clattered somewhere in the alley. Shadows moved outside, and every time they did, I stopped breathing. In the pale light of a flashlight, Jordan gave me a look that said everything without words. We were lucky, but this was just the beginning. By dawn, the street outside was still and grey. A few cars sat abandoned. No infected in sight. It didn't feel safe, just paused. None of us knew what came next. Maybe the National Guard was out there. Maybe not. Back when the tournament started, I really believed winning was everything. That a title, a name on a leaderboard, meant something. But 12 hours later, none of that mattered. I saw how small I really was. I watched other people step up while I hesitated. I held back when I should have helped. It's not something I'm proud of. I'm not telling this to make myself sound brave. I just want whoever's listening to understand how fast everything can fall apart. How easy it is to think you're in control, until you're not. When it happens, you won't make it by being the best. You'll make it by holding on to whoever's still standing beside you. My name is Thomas Carter, T-Money Online. I used to think life was about the next match. Now, I know better. The real challenge isn't winning, it's making it through to the next day. I worked at Louisiana State Penitentiary, better known as Angola. It's the largest maximum security prison in the United States. Over 18,000 acres of farmland bordered by the Mississippi River and forest. Most people in here aren't ever getting out. Life sentences, sometimes 2 or 3 stacked. My job was B-line tier officer, Block B, High Security Isolation Wing. We called it the shakedown block. Concrete, steel, and silence. You don't get promoted to that post unless you've been around. I started corrections back in 2010, worked my way up through Gen Pop, the yard towers, and eventually got the high-risk post in 2022. That Friday morning, things felt off. Nothing dramatic, just a slow unease. Fewer trucks on the highway to the east when I turned off Highway 61. Less chatter on the radio. Fewer officers at the checkpoint near the front gate. Captain Ruiz was already arguing with the comms officer when I clocked in. Something about Baton Rouge PD calling for National Guard support overnight. Rumors of riots. That wasn't new. Summer in Louisiana always brings heat and tension. Angola's like a small town with fences, so we didn't jump at news from outside. We had our own problems. We had a scheduled cell rotation on B tier. That meant I'd be walking with keys and restraints all day, rotating lifers one cell down to prevent them from nesting. I did my checks like always. Call sign, verify badge, log clipboard. The only warning I got was a half-joke from Officer Dewey over coffee. He said, "You hear about the bite cases in the hospitals? It's like a bath salts rerun." I rolled my eyes. He always had something. Last week it was killer wasps in Texas. By 1000 hours, things were already breaking down. Comms went dark. Phones had that endless tone when you dialed out. Our internet terminals locked. The emergency net inside the tower crackled with static, then froze. Warden Fletcher ordered a full lockdown by 10:30. He called it external security breach, and that phrase meant we sealed the compound. No in, no out, unless authorized at the Sally Port. That hadn't happened in my 13 years. We assumed it was a riot or maybe some big storm. I still thought that until the chopper passed overhead, National Guard bird, low altitude, west to east, no call into the tower. Then I saw the plume. South of the river bend, past the tree line, a column of smoke rising like someone lit the forest on fire. The facility has backup generators, satellite phones, redundant water towers. But Angola is also built for containment, not survival. There are over 5,000 inmates and about 600 staff. When the digital systems failed, so did our scheduling, kitchen, and pharmacy logs. We had food for a week, maybe 10 days at ration. Water, longer. But medication, power for doors, manual overrides on hundreds of cells. The old-timers looked worried. By 1300 hours, we received our last outside transmission. A scrambled feed over the DHS band. A woman's voice reading off a national-level quarantine protocol and something about pathogen exposure. Keywords stuck out. Neurological symptoms. Behavioral disintegration, civil collapse. We looked at each other and knew. We weren't guarding anyone anymore. We were stuck here with them. That night, Unit D had a breach. Not the wall, inside. One of the inmates, a man transferred from Orleans Parish just days before, turned violent in the shower block, bit a guard, wouldn't respond to tasers. Officers used non-lethal foam and riot control, still kept coming. We locked the showers down and reported it to the infirmary, but it got worse. The bite turned septic fast. The officer, Blake, collapsed by 1700. He coded in the infirmary before sundown. I was posted in B tier that night. We locked down and doubled rotations. I kept a riot baton and vest with me, more out of nerves than protocol. Lights flickered. Noise levels across Gen Pop were spiking. Screaming, clanging metal. A few inmates started chanting. One scrawled something in blood on the inside of his door window. Couldn't tell if it was his or someone else's. We assumed it was mass panic. We didn't know it had already begun. I tried calling my wife on the secure terminal. No response. She teaches at a school near St. Francisville. About 45 minutes by car. If things were breaking down there, I knew she'd be evacuating with her parents. I told myself she was okay. I told myself a lot of things that night. By 0200, we lost power to the admin wing. By 0400, med block wasn't answering. The infirmary guard radios cut out. We had no med techs, no backup staff. The last message from Central Tower said they were sealing the main entrance and keeping eyes on the fences. That was it. Angola was on its own. That morning, Saturday, I was rotated to assist with Unit C, where the infirmary is located. I walked there with Officer Maddox, a tall, quiet man who served in Afghanistan and didn't talk unless necessary. When we reached the hallway outside the med block, the lights were out, and the air smelled like bleach and rot. Maddox unlocked the steel barrier, and we moved in with flashlights drawn and safeties off. We weren't trained for war, but it felt like a war zone. Inside were 3 bodies. 1 inmate. 2 nurses. No signs of forced entry. All of them were torn open. The inmate's head was caved in. Blood sprayed across the tiles in an arc. 1 nurse had bite wounds all over her arms. The other looked like she'd run for the door and never made it. Her ID tag read J. Lambert. I remembered her, soft-spoken. She gave out meds on B tier. Maddox checked for signs of life. Nothing. No movement. We radioed it in, no response. Then we heard something from behind the curtain. Metal dragging. A slow, scraping shuffle. Maddox signaled. I raised my flashlight. The figure that emerged wasn't like the others. It wore a jumpsuit, orange, torn across the chest. And its hands dragged like it couldn't lift them. Skin discolored, mouth open, not wild, not fast, just slow, relentless. Its eyes had that glazed, milk-colored film I'd only seen once before, on a morgue cadaver during field training in Baton Rouge. Maddox warned it twice. No response. When it stepped toward him, he fired. The first round did nothing. The second hit center mass. No reaction. He fired again, this time to the head. It dropped. No scream, no flinch. Just silence after the shot. And still that bleach smell, undercut by something else now. Something older, fouler. We dragged the bodies behind the secured glass barrier and sealed it with a chain lock. I recorded the event in my personal notebook. We weren't logging anything officially anymore. The system was gone. I wrote down the time, 7:43. Maddox looked at me and said, "We need to arm up. These aren't riots." We returned to the equipment locker near admin, retrieved 2 Remington 870 shotguns and slugs, flashbangs, more cuffs. I saw Captain Ruiz carrying bolt cutters and an axe. Someone else had welded the armory door shut. Too many people panicking. Too few willing to take orders. There were rumors some guards had let their favorite inmates out. One officer was missing. Others were talking about staging an evacuation. There would be no evacuation. By noon, the Gen Pop wing was screaming again. Banging, stomping, voices yelling. "It's spreading!" I ran back to my post. B tier was still locked down, but Unit A, closest to the yard, was failing. One of the COs let a guy out to get to medical. He turned 5 minutes later. That's how fast it was now. We had no more illusions left. The inmates knew it. We knew it. There was no radio guidance, no sirens coming up the river, no reinforcements flying in from Baton Rouge or St. Francisville. Angola was on its own, and every locked cell we had was now a gamble. Were they infected yet, or just waiting to be? I stood at the upper tier, watching the catwalks and stairwells for movement. From where I was, I could see down through the central hallway that connected B tier to Unit A. The security gate between the two was still intact, sealed manually, but I saw shadows flicker past it. Not running, walking. That slow gliding pace, like they didn't care how long it took, just that it would happen eventually. One inmate inside B tier, a guy named Leon Greaves, started pounding on his plexiglass door and yelling, "They don't stop! They don't stop!" He wasn't wrong. The infected didn't pace, didn't sit, didn't get tired. They just kept going. I stopped correcting inmates at that point. Let them yell. Let them scream. Let them warn each other. We weren't maintaining order anymore. We were surviving. Officer Maddox came back from the yard gate by 1300, face slick with sweat, dirt on his sleeves. He'd gone to try and reach the maintenance trucks, but he said the yard was compromised. 2 inmates got free when Unit C fell, and both turned in the open space near the baseball field. One of the tower guards took shots but missed. Maddox said the infected crawled up the fence, bare hands, no tools, and ripped through the first layer of barbed coil like they didn't feel it. He said, "They're not scared of pain. They're not scared of anything." We held a quick meeting, 6 of us left in the secure wing. Ruiz, Maddox, Dewey, myself, and 2 younger officers from the education unit. We agreed to move all remaining COs into B tier and seal it from inside. It wasn't ideal, but B tier was the most secure wing, with independent power and a thick door originally designed to withstand riot explosives. It also had fewer inmates, only 16 cells, all single occupancy, isolation-grade steel and polycarbonate. We began a sweep. We locked down the remaining control stations, disabled the elevators, and barricaded access points to the tower stairwell. Ruiz had a stolen keycard override from Central and used it to disengage the armory seal. We retrieved 3 carbines, 2 more Remington shotguns, and a pair of .40 caliber service pistols. Ammunition was limited. 72 shotgun shells, about 150 rounds for the rifles. We distributed gear and wrote down allocations manually. That's how you know it was real, when you go from digital logs and protocols to scribbling names and counts on the back of a clipboard with a half-dead pen. I remember the ink smeared on my thumb and thinking how stupid that was to care about in that moment. We moved the last batch of essential supplies into B tier by 1700 hours. Bottled water, packaged food, first aid kits, flashlights, extra cuffs. I made sure to grab the fire axe from the stairwell box. It wasn't protocol gear, but it felt good to have something heavy in my hands. We sealed the tier and braced the entry with steel bars wedged through the inner handles. The surveillance feed in the control room was frozen, but the last frame before it went black showed motion in Unit C, figures staggering through the medical corridor, some of them still wearing orange, some no longer recognizable at all. That night was the worst. We kept the lights low. The backup generators were conserving charge, but the hum of the air system was still working. Dewey tried calling his wife again, using the emergency SAT terminal. Nothing. Static. Maddox sat near the end of the block, cross-legged, watching the entrance door. I heard him muttering something under his breath. Maybe a prayer, maybe not. Ruiz was sketching out a floor plan on the concrete with a piece of chalk, planning fallback positions in case we were breached. Around midnight, we heard the first breach alarm go off. Not ours, one of the old external motion sensors linked to the outer corridor. A red light flashed once on the security panel. Then the power flickered again. Seconds later, we heard pounding. Heavy, uncoordinated pounding on the metal. It wasn't a group. It was one. A single infected, smashing its fists against the sealed door to be here. We watched it through the narrow glass slit, backlit by emergency hallway lights. A large man, skin grey, prison uniform soaked with something dark and dried. His hands were split open from pounding. Didn't stop. Just kept going, minute after minute, hour after hour. The next morning, we found 3 more out there with him, all pounding, all silent. None spoke, none growled. Just that dull, rhythmic thudding that echoed through the steel like distant drums. Greaves had gone quiet in his cell by then, just sitting on the edge of his cot, watching the door. I unlocked the food hatch and slid a ration pack through. He didn't move, just stared. I said, "Eat." He didn't blink, just replied, "They're waiting." And they were. We didn't understand what for. There was no strategy, no timing. They didn't react to sound, not the way you'd expect. They didn't run, but they lingered. They stood outside doors, like they knew we were on the other side, like they could sense us through steel and stone. One tried to crawl under a crash bar, ribs scraping concrete until he got stuck. Never screamed, never even struggled, just kept trying, inch by inch, even as his bones snapped from the pressure. We lost Officer Jennings the 3rd day. He panicked during his watch and tried to open the emergency access panel, thinking he could reach the stairwell and climb to the roof. Ruiz tried to stop him. There was yelling, scuffling, and then Jennings slammed the override without the bolt in place. The inner door cracked open 2 inches. That was all it took. An arm slipped through, pale, bruised, fingers twitching. Maddox reacted first, smashed it with the butt of the shotgun until it snapped. The door sealed back. But Jennings was scratched. Not bitten. Scratched. We waited, watched him, tried to argue whether it counted. He swore he was fine. Told us to give him 12 hours. At hour 8, he stopped talking. By hour 9, he was pacing the edge of the barricade, murmuring something over and over again. Ruiz offered to cuff him. He laughed, then lunged. Maddox pulled the trigger before anyone else could. Just one shot. Clean. Nothing else to say. We wrapped the body in an emergency tarp and stored it in the staff kitchen closet. There was no place else to put him. Nobody cried. Nobody cursed. We just kept watching the door. The next morning, we ran out of power for the inner lights. The generator died sometime during the early hours. We switched to chemical glow sticks and flashlights. The air inside the tier was growing stale. The scrubbers weren't built for continuous operation without recharge. Ruiz said we had 2 more days before CO2 levels started to spike. He wasn't a scientist, but we believed him. We considered opening a crawl duct into the utility tunnels. Angola has old lines from the original construction, back when parts of the prison were built over the remains of former plantations. Some tunnels still connect admin to outbuildings and old work sheds near the farming fields. Problem was, those tunnels hadn't been inspected in decades, and if anything was waiting in them, we'd have no cover. But staying in B tier wasn't an option for long. We cracked the duct plate at the back of the laundry closet, welded shut on one side, but the lower panel had rust. Maddox and I took turns with a crowbar and the axe until we dislodged it. The tunnel behind was pitch black, 5 feet high, littered with dust and spider webs. We dropped a glow stick. It landed on concrete. No movement, no sounds. Maddox volunteered to go first. We didn't argue. He wanted it, needed it. He stepped inside and vanished into the dark. He didn't come back for 15 minutes. Then finally a voice from deep inside. "It's clear, for now." We packed supplies into bags and prepared to move. One by one we helped Greaves out of his cell. He'd become more stable than some of the staff. Not much talking, but he followed orders. Knew the layout better than we did in some places. Said he'd worked the grounds detail for years. Ruiz was last out. He paused at the barricade and whispered something under his breath before stepping through. I didn't ask what. Maybe it was a prayer. Maybe just a goodbye. The crawl space behind the laundry closet was barely wider than my shoulders and coated with layers of dust, so thick it muffled our movements. I went second behind Maddox, dragging my duffel of rations and gear while trying not to choke on the stale air. We moved single file, Maddox, me, Greaves, Dewey, then Ruiz taking rear. Our lights cut narrow tunnels through the dark, the walls pressed in close, and the temperature dropped the deeper we went. Angola was built in stages over more than a century. These tunnels weren't on any of our modern maps. They were leftovers, service passages, old drainage routes, maybe even bootlegging lines from before the floodplain was tamed. Whatever they were, they still led somewhere. After about 30 meters, the crawl space opened slightly into a brick-lined corridor tall enough to stand in, just barely. There were rusted utility pipes overhead, some of them still dripping. Electrical conduits twisted along the ceiling, most dead. The floor was uneven concrete, damp in places but not flooded. Maddox signaled a halt and swept the beam of his light ahead. We waited, ears straining. Nothing but the creak of old metal and the occasional hiss of moisture hitting warm pipe. Then he stepped forward again, and we followed. We walked for close to 20 minutes before reaching a junction, one corridor curving upward at a slight incline, the other veering down into deeper dark. Greaves said the upward path might lead toward the old horticulture warehouse near the outer farms. That was our best bet. If we could reach the north field sheds, we might find transport. Angola had pickups and utility carts for farm work. At worst, we could find fuel and try to hotwire something. Nobody had high hopes, but we didn't speak them aloud. We turned up the incline and started ascending, single file again. The air grew heavier with each step. More mildew, less movement. At one point, Dewey slipped and hit his shoulder against the wall. The sound rang out, louder than it should have been. We froze, lights off, just silence. Long minutes passed before we moved again. We reached a hatch after nearly an hour. Steel bolted from inside, with a rusted wheel latch and faded red paint on the sides. Ruiz moved forward and tested the mechanism, frozen solid. It took all 5 of us working in turns, prying and turning, until it finally groaned loose and opened with a sharp, metallic screech. We stepped into an old maintenance room, lit faintly by dust-choked skylights. Broken tools, moldy tarps, a fossilized vending machine in the corner. But there were stairs, cracked, narrow concrete steps that wound upward to what we assumed was the greenhouse level. Greaves went up first, said he'd worked this building 2 years ago, back when they still grew their own produce for Gen Pop. Said the top floor had a garage bay and an old truck used for compost runs. That was enough reason to check it. I followed next, one hand on the wall, the other gripping my sidearm. My shotgun was slung tight. Every creak underfoot felt like a warning. We came up inside a greenhouse corridor, shattered glass, ivy creeping in through the broken frame, old planters overturned, the soil long dried. Light poured in through the ceiling in wide golden shafts, dust spiraling like smoke. The truck was there, a white Chevy flatbed with faded Dioc markings, tires dry but intact, windows unbroken, no keys. Greaves ducked around the driver's side and popped the fuse panel, muttering to himself as he fiddled with wires. I kept watch. I didn't trust this silence. Angola had been loud for days, screams, shots, alarms. This quiet was heavier than any riot. It didn't last. Maddox spotted them first, through the glass wall facing the rear fields. 3 figures moving through the crops, then 6, then more. All walking, all slow. Their heads turned unnaturally, scanning without purpose. Some wore inmate blues, some were shirtless, sunburned, dragging limbs. A few had makeshift weapons hanging useless at their sides, clubs, sharpened sticks, pieces of broken pipe, leftovers from whatever happened out here. But they didn't run. They didn't even change direction when Greaves sparked the truck to life, and the engine coughed once, twice, then roared. They just turned toward the sound, every one of them, dozens now, and they started walking. "Drive," I said. Greaves slammed the door shut and the engine revved. We scrambled into the back. Ruiz and Maddox climbed in next to the stacked seed bins while Dewey jumped onto the side rail. The truck peeled out across the overgrown concrete lot, tires screaming as it bounced over cracked asphalt. I held onto the rail with one hand and aimed the shotgun with the other, watching the field to our left as the infected began to converge from every direction. We cleared the fence around the greenhouse yard and hit the dirt path toward the north gate. Angola is sprawling, some zones are miles apart, and the north road led to the forestry and fieldwork buildings, some of which had exterior access gates. If we could reach that, we could try to break out. But nothing was untouched anymore. The road was scattered with debris, fallen branches, old irrigation crates, broken pallets. Greaves swerved past them like he knew the terrain by heart. The truck groaned but held together. Then we hit the bodies, 3 of them, lying still in the middle of the path, dressed in guard uniforms. One of them, female, maybe early 40s, had a shotgun still clutched to her chest. We stopped. We had to. Greaves looked back at me for orders. "Stay in gear," I said. "Maddox, with me." We climbed down and approached. The bodies weren't moving, no sound. We kept our barrels low, fingers off triggers. Maddox crouched and tapped one on the shoulder. Nothing. Dead. But not infected. No bites, no rot. They'd been shot, execution style. 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. I looked closer at the badge on the woman. Officer Vera Landon. She worked in central processing. I'd shared lunch with her 4 days ago. Dewey checked the truck bed. They were heading out. Bags in the back, canned food, bottled water, meds. Someone caught them on the way. We didn't stay. I took the spare shells off Landon's vest, wiped the blood off the stock, and handed the shotgun to Ruiz. "We move, now." We pushed north again. The path narrowed near the back fields, hemmed in by old fencing and rusted tractors. That's when we hit the blockade. An overturned Deoc truck, tires shredded, the entire front cab burned. Behind it, a line of concertina wire, coiled and tangled like someone had tried to make a last stand. Greaves braked hard. This wasn't here a week ago. Maddox climbed over the wreck and scouted ahead. When he returned, his voice was low. "There's a break near the right. We can push through the fencing if we go single file." "Do it," Ruiz said. It took 10 minutes to cut the wire and widen the gap. We heard them again before we saw them. Those shuffling feet, the wet drag of limbs over gravel, the occasional grunt as one of them caught the scent of movement. They were close now. All around us, the fields alive with rot. We cleared the fence and emerged onto the old forestry trail, a dirt road that led east toward the facility's outer boundary. That gate hadn't been used in years, but it was manual, not electronic. Maddox gunned the engine, and we tore down the path, dust choking the air behind us. For a few minutes, we were free. Really free. The kind of open, desperate escape you see in movies but never think you'll live. Then we saw the smoke, thick, black, rising from the tree line ahead. We reached the gate and found it already open. The chain had been cut, the lock shattered, and beyond it, the woods were on fire. Not all of it, just a strip, maybe 50 meters wide, like someone had tried to burn the infected as they came through. But it hadn't worked. The trees were scorched, the ground still smoldering, and at the far edge of the blackened line, we saw them. Dozens more, silent, watching, just standing. They didn't rush. They didn't even close in. Some leaned forward as we passed, swaying like they were drawn to the vibration of the truck or the smell of life pouring out the exhaust. One of them had no lower jaw left, just a black socket where the throat used to be. It didn't make a sound. It just stared. Greaves kept his foot on the gas. The Chevy coughed a few times. Old fuel, maybe dirty lines, but it held together as we cleared the tree line and reached the old fire trail on the eastern edge of the property. We hadn't driven this route before. It wasn't on any modern service map, but Greaves insisted it connected to one of the parish roads near Tunica Hills. Back when Angola still ran timber harvests in the 80s, Doc used this trail to bring out cut loads. Now it was just a corridor of weeds, ruts and vines. The sun was starting to drop behind us. Long shadows cut across the path, stretching like black ropes between the trunks. We didn't stop talking, but we weren't saying much either. Dewey kept looking behind us, shotgun in his lap. Maddox sat up front with Greaves, quietly checking his last 2 magazines. Ruiz had the map from the admin office spread across his knees. I was in the back, behind the cab, watching the trail vanish in the rear view as the dust clouds swallowed it whole. Greaves asked how far I thought Baton Rouge was. I said 40 miles, give or take. But it didn't matter anymore. Cities were gone. Radio was silent. No coordinates, no rally points, no one coming. About 5 kilometers down, we saw the signs of another checkpoint. A couple of road flares melted into the mud. Scorched tire treads, shell casings, and then the vehicle. What was left of it? A sheriff's SUV, half submerged in a ditch, windshield punched out, blood on the steering column. The side panel had West Feliciana Parish, still barely legible through the soot. Doors were open. No gear left. Whoever had been there either fled or didn't make it far. Maddox checked the glove box but found nothing useful. Just a faded photo of a girl in a graduation cap. He tucked it back inside and said nothing. We pushed on. Eventually, the fire trail gave way to blacktop. Old, cracked, barely maintained. We passed a faded sign for Route 66 spur, the one that ran parallel to the Mississippi. That meant we were near the Tunica Tract Wildlife Management Area. We could try to cut east towards St. Francisville, or keep going north into open country. Either way, we'd have to refuel soon. The Chevy had a quarter tank left, maybe less with the weight we were carrying, and there was no guarantee of another working vehicle. We reached a rest area just past the river bend. Concrete picnic tables, rotted bulletin board with laminated trail maps, and a ranger shed half buried in vines. It was off-grid, remote enough that we figured it might be unlooted. Greaves pulled us up under the shade of a dying oak, and we spread out to check the perimeter. Ruiz and Maddox went to the shed. Dewey covered the woods. I took the trail path leading deeper into the pines, just to be sure nothing was circling us. The place was still. Not abandoned in the sense of collapse, but just forgotten. You could hear the frogs, even some birds. For a second, it almost felt like the world was normal. Then I caught a smell on the breeze. Sour, wet, faintly metallic. Not rot, not yet. But not natural either. I drew my sidearm and crept further up the trail. About 20 meters ahead, I found what had been a hunting blind. It was collapsed in on one side, the canvas torn and shredded. Blood soaked into the leaves below. Nearby, 2 spent shotgun shells and a half-eaten can of beans. No body. Just the signs of panic and maybe a final stand. I returned to the shed. Ruiz had forced the lock with a crowbar and was inside going through emergency supplies. A couple of field rations, unopened water bottles, a first aid tin. Better than nothing. Maddox had found a road atlas from 2019, and Dewey came back with a hand-crank lantern and some spare batteries. We ate cold food that night, canned meat and crackers, then set up a watch rotation. One of us always stayed by the truck, engine idling in case we needed to run. The rest slept in shifts, sitting up against the cab or stretched out beneath the stars, weapons in arm's reach. In the middle of the night, I woke to the sound of leaves crunching. Not wind, not squirrels. Rhythmic, deliberate. I grabbed my shotgun and stood slowly, eyes scanning the tree line. 30 meters out, just beyond the reach of our lantern glow, I saw them. A cluster of figures, just standing there, watching, not moving in, not calling out, just standing. I counted 4, then 5, then 8, their outlines blurred by the pine trunks but unmistakable. I didn't wake the others, not yet. I just stood there until my shift ended, eyes locked on the trees, watching them watch us. And when Maddox came to relieve me, I pointed them out. He nodded once and said, "They're learning." We left at first light, didn't bother with another search, loaded up, packed what we could, and drove north along the parish road until we reached a crossroad with more signs of habitation. Burnt-out gas station, abandoned sedan, dead horse tied to a fence post, its ribs picked clean. That kind of thing stays with you, not because it's horrifying, but because it feels too quiet, like you walked into a moment frozen in collapse. Greaves said he knew a bypass that led to an old airstrip, abandoned since the early 2000s. Locals used to host drag races there, and someone might have left a vehicle or even fuel. We took his word and turned east, down a cracked road that eventually narrowed into gravel. After another 2 miles, we saw the runway. Long, empty, a cracked strip of asphalt disappearing into marsh grass. And near the far end, a hangar, its roof partially collapsed but still standing. We rolled in slow, no movement, no sound. Ruiz and Dewey stayed back while Maddox and I cleared the hangar. Inside, we found a 2-seat utility ATV with flat tires, a dusty generator, and a pile of rusted tools. But the real prize was in the corner, 4 jerry cans stacked against the wall, 3 still full. Greaves whooped when he saw them, ran a quick siphon test, and nodded. "It's clean." We refueled the truck, loaded the spare cans, decided to stay until dusk. There was a small loft above the hangar floor with a view of the tree line, and we took turns watching while the others slept. I kept thinking about those infected we saw in the woods, how they didn't rush, didn't scream, just watched, like they were waiting for us to do something first. Ruiz finally voiced it as the sun began to drop. "They're not chasing us anymore. They're herding us." It sounded ridiculous at first. Maddox even laughed under his breath, but then he stopped, thought about it, said, "Sheep don't need to be fast. They just need to know where the pen is." That stuck with me. We left the airstrip at dark, headed northeast toward Woodville, Mississippi. The bridge was still intact. No military presence, no quarantine signs, no survivors. We stopped on the hill before town and looked down at what used to be civilization. Fires still smoldering in distant houses. Cars abandoned mid-turn in intersections. A dog trotting across a strip mall parking lot, its leash dragging behind. No people, no movement. But we all felt it. Something was still there. We moved in cautiously, headlights off, crawling through the streets like we were back on patrol in a hostile sector. The town had that dead weight feeling, like it had collapsed inward without making a sound. Stoplights blinked yellow over deserted intersections. Storefronts were shattered, but not looted. No graffiti, no gang tags, just silence and the smell of burnt plastic and mildew. We parked near the post office and split into 2 teams. Ruiz and Greaves went for supplies, food, medicine, radio equipment, while I took Maddox and Dewey toward the hardware store on Main. The front door was shattered. A trail of dried blood arced across the welcome mat and into the aisles, vanishing behind a wall of toppled garden tools. We stepped over it in silence, scanning each shelf with short bursts of flashlight. I found a hand-crank shortwave set still sealed in a box. Dewey grabbed packets of seeds, canisters of iodine, duct tape, and a crowbar. Maddox stood by the door covering us, eyes scanning the shadows across the street. Then I heard him whisper, 1 o'clock, on the roof. I turned. A shape, human, hunched, squatted on the awning of the pharmacy across the road. It didn't move, didn't look at us, just crouched there, still as stone. Then slowly, it lowered itself down the side of the building using a broken gutter and began walking down the center of the street. Maddox raised his rifle. I grabbed his arm. "Wait." We watched it approach, slow, deliberate. It passed a rusted sedan, touched its hand to the window, leaving a smear of something dark, then kept walking. No deviation, no sound, just a direction. And it wasn't walking toward us, it was walking away. We left the store quietly and rejoined Ruiz and Greaves 2 blocks down. They'd found a working sedan, keys under the seat, half a tank of fuel. Inside the trunk were a pair of old rain ponchos, a road flare kit, and a binder full of campground permits dated 3 years back. We transferred the gas cans from the truck and decided to swap vehicles. The sedan would draw less attention, be easier to navigate through tighter roads, and used less fuel. We took everything we could carry, packed in fast, and rolled out of Woodville before first light. I never learned what happened to that town, whether the infected cleared it out, or if people simply fled. But I kept thinking about the one on the roof, the way it walked. Not like it was hunting, but like it had somewhere to be. It stayed with me. From Woodville we followed Highway 24 east toward Liberty. That stretch of road was littered with abandoned vehicles. At one point we had to push 2 wrecks into a ditch just to pass. A toppled school bus lay on its side near a church lot, windows blown out, interior smeared with old blood and handprints. No bodies, just the marks, the silence, the smell of rot cooked under glass. We didn't stop. We didn't look in. We just kept driving. About 30 minutes later, the radio cracked. It wasn't much. A burst of static, a faint voice, maybe male, maybe automated, repeating something in a loop. We killed the engine and cranked the signal manually. The voice was faint, distorted, but we caught fragments. Repeating emergency signal, shelter location, Meridian Civic Center, last broadcast, no military. We stared at each other. Meridian was over 100 miles northeast, near the Alabama border. That was a long way through no man's land, but it was the first coordinated broadcast we'd heard in days. Maddox voted yes immediately. Ruiz was cautious. Dewey didn't say much. He just loaded his rifle and nodded. Greaves leaned against the trunk and said, "Don't matter where we go, long as we go together." We aimed for Meridian. The next 2 days were a blur of back roads and detours. Bridges out, fuel stops scavenged to the bone. Once we crossed a barricade outside Macomb and found a burned-out refugee column. Dozens of vehicles torched, some still occupied. Whoever did it had stripped the plates, removed dog tags, anything that could be traced. We didn't speak about it, just drove past, windows up. We slept in a grain silo one night, just outside Brookhaven, took turns keeping watch. I kept the shotgun across my knees and listened to the wind through the vents above. In the distance, I thought I heard someone playing music, piano maybe, or maybe it was just my head filling in the silence. By the time we reached the outskirts of Meridian, it was clear the broadcast was long dead. The Civic Center was gutted. Roof collapsed, main hall burned, trucks overturned in the parking lot. A scrawled message was painted in white across the front wall. "Shelter failed. Stay out." We pulled in anyway. Ruiz and Maddox covered the doors while Dewey and I moved inside. It was worse than expected. The building had been hit hard. Blast marks near the emergency stairwells, bullet holes in the walls. The interior reeked of decay. We passed a stack of bodies, plastic wrapped, poorly sealed, gnawed at. Someone had tried to keep things organized. That didn't last. On the second floor, we found the radio room, door locked, reinforced. Greaves pried it open with a crowbar. Inside was a mess of gear, shortwave rigs, solar chargers, handwritten frequency logs. The battery indicators were still green. Maddox got to work scanning channels while the rest of us checked supplies. We found water, some antibiotics, 4 flares, a rusted revolver with 2 live rounds. Then the signal came again, clearer this time. A woman's voice, calm, recorded. "You are not alone. If you hear this, there is still time. Head north, past Tuscaloosa, Ridgepoint Relay. Bring nothing infected. Trust no one. Burn the bodies." We all stood there, frozen. Someone else was alive. Not just alive, but organized. Sending messages, using infrastructure. Ridgepoint was a broadcast relay tower in Alabama. I remembered it from dock safety seminars. It was remote, mountaintop relay, microwave uplinks. If someone had taken it over, they could see for miles, maybe even broadcast across multiple states. We voted to go. That night, as we slept in shifts inside the Civic Center, something changed. It was quiet, but different. The air was wrong, too still. I woke to find Maddox at the window, scanning the parking lot. He motioned to me. They were out there again. Dozens, silent, motionless, like statues in the mist. Not attacking, not calling out, just watching, as if they knew we were trying to leave, as if they were waiting for the wrong decision. We didn't fire, didn't move. We waited until first light and left through the back hall, slipping down the service ramp and into the next leg of the journey. We lost Ruiz 2 days later. It was a stop for fuel, a quiet one. Old mechanic station west of the state line, looked safe. We checked every room, every corner, nothing moved. But as we opened the tank on the buried pump, the floor gave out beneath him. Rotten wood, collapse. He fell 6 feet into a crawl space that had filled with runoff, and one of them was down there. Just one, half decomposed, no legs, just a torso and arms, dragging itself by instinct. It grabbed his leg and wouldn't let go. He didn't scream, just shouted, "Cover me!" Maddox and I pulled him out, shot the thing, crushed what was left, but the damage was done. We all saw the wound. He didn't ask us to wait, just looked at me, nodded once, and walked off toward the woods alone. Didn't say where, didn't want to be followed. Maddox offered him his sidearm. He refused, took a flare instead, said he'd light it when it was time. We never saw the light. By the time we reached the Alabama hills, it was just me, Maddox, Dewey, and Greaves. 4 men, 2 former guards, 1 inmate, and a quiet man who hadn't spoken much since we passed the burned convoy near Macomb. I think Dewey carried more weight than he ever let on. The relay tower came into view on the 3rd day, a white spire against the grey sky, still standing, still whole. We climbed the ridge on foot, through tangled trees and collapsed fence lines, and reached the access station at dusk. Solar panels glinted in the last light. The door was closed but unlocked. Inside, a woman waited, worn, armed, calm. She didn't flinch when we entered, just raised a hand and said, "If you're bitten, leave now. If not, you help me keep this going." Her name was Coulter, former FEMA logistics, turned rogue after the collapse. She'd secured the tower weeks ago and started broadcasting. Said she'd heard rumors of a colony out west. Said she was trying to reach them, keep hope alive. We stayed with her for a while, guarded the tower, learned the rhythms of the new world. Sometimes others came. Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes we buried the ones who made it. Sometimes we burned them. Eventually we stopped counting. I still don't know if there's an end to this. I don't know if there's a cure or a plan, or some bunker filled with scientists working night and day to undo what happened. But I know this. I survived Angola. I survived the breach. I walked through fire and silence and rot and watched the world go dim one piece at a time. And I'm still here. For now. My name is Dr. Mark Hallberg. I was part of a 4-person team stationed at Concordia Research Station, Antarctica. That place is about as isolated as any human outpost on the planet, over 3,000 kilometers from the nearest continent, 1,200 from the coast. A joint French-Italian station built for long-term human endurance studies, atmospheric research, and astronomy. The coldest inhabited place on Earth. Temperatures could drop to -80 Celsius in winter. We arrived in February. Me, Simone Levine, our atmospheric physicist, Carlos Reyes, engineer and systems tech, and Dr. Louise Everett, our expedition physician. The rotation was scheduled for 14 months, 1 Antarctic winter, 1 long period of total darkness. After the final supply flight left and the last ski-equipped Twin Otter disappeared into the pale horizon, we were alone. Concordia isn't like McMurdo or the coastal stations. No resupply during winter. No flights in or out. We had diesel tanks for power, indoor hydroponics for greens, enough dry stores to outlast a siege, and satellite comms to talk to the world, when they worked. We monitored weather balloons, atmospheric particulates, cosmic radiation. We ran psychology experiments. For a while it felt like any other overwintering rotation. Quiet, predictable, cold. I don't remember the exact day we lost full comms. There wasn't one sudden blackout, just a series of drops, lag, packet loss, delayed messages, then nothing but static. We assumed a solar event, maybe a CME. It happened before. High-altitude interference could fry uplinks, but something felt off. Simone tried bouncing signals through the Argentinian relay. Louise emailed her husband every day but didn't hear back after mid-June. Even the ESA servers stopped updating. Carlos spent nights rebooting the satellite dishes and signal processors. Nothing changed. By August, the long night had us all wound tight. The blackout weighed heavier than the cold. We made guesses. Global internet outage, cyber attack, political conflict, maybe war. There was no alarm, no final message, just absence. I remember eating in silence, the same bowl of lentil soup, steam fogging the window as outside winds howled across the ice field. We still had our local systems, weather sensors, internal emails, radio logs, nothing beyond the ice plateau. Louise tried to keep morale up. Routine checkups, structured meals, simulated sunlight. It worked for a while. Simone read old detective novels. Carlos built a drone from spare parts. I kept recording climate readings, even if no one was receiving them. We thought the outside world would fix itself, that someone was watching, waiting, that people in Houston or Paris or Rome would break the silence with instructions. They never did. In early September, just before the sun returned, Carlos spotted something on the horizon. Movement. Something dark across the white, barely visible through the long lens. At first, we thought it was mirage, heat distortion. But it was real. Slow, unnatural. A dark figure trudging through snowbanks 2 kilometers out. We debated it for hours. Who could survive out there without transport? No one arrives in winter. No land access. No aircraft. We checked the emergency frequencies. Still nothing. Simone suggested it might be one of the Chinese researchers from Kunlun Station gone rogue. But that was over 1,000 kilometers away, across impassable terrain in winter. The next day, the figure was closer. We watched it through the upper window in the observatory. It moved in erratic bursts, slow and meandering, then still, like it was looking for something, or blindly moving forward without knowing why. Carlos wanted to lock the doors. Simone thought it might need help. I just stared, trying to rationalize. No one could be out there alone. That night, we lost one of the outer cameras. Snow blindness, we thought. Wind knocked it off axis. But when Carlos checked the footage before the feed died, we saw it. Closer now. Dragging one leg, tattered coat flapping like shredded nylon, face obscured under a hood, and something else. Behind it, in the frame's far corner, another shape, then another. A line of them. Simone vomited in the hallway. Louise said nothing for a long time, just stared at the frame. By morning there were at least a dozen, figures shambling across the ice field. No gear, no packs, no sleds, no protection from the cold. Yet they kept coming. Some with skin blackened by frost, one with a jaw dislocated, swaying open like a broken hinge, another missing half its scalp, still walking. Carlos barricaded the lower access tunnel. Simone stopped sleeping. We scanned the radio for anything. Emergency channels, military signals, commercial broadcasts. Silence. Just static and the low hiss of dead air. Louise finally said what none of us wanted to. They're not alive, not in the normal sense. She ran simulations on hypothermia thresholds, exposure time, skin rupture, cellular breakdown in sub-zero environments. Nothing should be walking after 90 minutes in that cold, she whispered. I pulled up archived footage from global news sources stored locally, just scraps. Headlines from May and June. Strange infection hits Jakarta. Quarantine declared in southern France. Unrest in Mexico City after hospital burnings. Then it stopped. The logs ended June 12th, like the world went dark after that. Outside, the figures drew closer. Not all at once, slow and staggered. Some wandered sideways. Some knelt for hours, then stood again. One approached the weather mast and collapsed against it. We didn't go out to recover the sensor. We argued. Carlos wanted to stay sealed inside and wait it out. Simone thought we should retreat to the supply outpost 30 kilometers west. Louise ran inventory reports. We had fuel for 6 more weeks, food for 10 months. But our water recycler was starting to fail, and the generator belts were down to 1 spare. We'd planned for isolation, not siege. Then, 3 nights later, one reached the outer wall. We heard the scrape, metal on plastic, then a muffled thud, a dragging noise, then silence. Carlos checked the exterior cam. Its head leaned against the siding, forehead pressed to the corrugated shell. No frost breath, no blinking, just staring. Hours passed. Then the scratching began. It wasn't frantic, just persistent, like it didn't know what it was doing but wouldn't stop. Knuckles raking against composite alloy, nails breaking, skin tearing, but no reaction, no blood, just scratching. We shut off the lights, covered the windows. We sat in the core room, 4 grown adults, afraid to speak above a whisper. Louise checked our oxygen levels. I watched the power gauge. Carlos cleaned the backup heater's intake filter 4 times that night. No one asked why. More came the next day. 7 of them stood at different points outside the dome. 2 sat in the snow. 1 pressed its face to the southern airlock. And the scratching continued. Long, dry sounds like twigs on aluminum. Simone finally said it. "They're dead." Carlos snapped, shouted, demanded she take it back. But we all knew. We didn't call them zombies. That word felt childish, absurd. We didn't have a word, just them. I stopped writing my daily logs. What was the point? The instruments still collected data, but the data didn't matter. Wind speeds, atmospheric ozone. None of it meant anything anymore. I let the atmospheric probes run their cycles, untended. The balloon launches halted. Simone stopped running weather models. She stopped speaking altogether after that. She would sit in the corner of the mess hall, wrapped in a fleece blanket, eyes locked on the snow outside as if the ice itself might move. None of us wanted to keep watching the cameras, but we couldn't look away either. Carlos set up a constant feed on a side monitor in the comms room, muted, always on. They were still out there, 15 by now, standing, wandering, sometimes walking into each other, then slowly separating again like they had no purpose but to exist. Louise tried to stabilize our mental state with routine. She ordered us to eat 3 times a day. She created a rotating shift for maintenance checks, but the silence broke the rhythm. There's a difference between solitude and isolation. Antarctica teaches you that early, but this wasn't just solitude. This was abandonment. It felt like we were forgotten by the earth itself. On one of the last evenings we ate together, Carlos asked, "What if they're drawn to heat?" No one answered. We had suspected it. We stopped going near the outer walls. I'd begun sleeping in the observatory above the lab module, where the glass was thick enough to muffle the scratching. Sometimes I could see them from up there, moving slowly through the perimeter haze, their bodies just silhouettes against the floodlight-reflected snow. We'd rationed fuel without saying the word emergency, but that's what it was. The main generator showed signs of intake irregularity, condensation buildup from inconsistent internal heating. The fuel filter was frosting more often. Carlos did everything he could, but we only had so many parts. The secondary generator, meant for science modules, wasn't designed for sustained base-wide power. Our options were shrinking every day. There was a French supply depot known as Dome Charlie, about 31 kilometers northeast. It was stocked with emergency rations, fuel, even a radio backup kit. We'd trained for that trek in drills, 2-day journey on foot with loaded sleds in stable conditions. But that was before. Louise brought it up first. A potential supply run. Not all of us, just 2. She wanted me and Carlos. Said Simone wasn't stable enough, and she'd stay behind to monitor systems. I didn't like the idea of splitting up. Neither did Carlos. But Louise insisted we couldn't wait until the generator failed entirely. We needed that backup radio kit. We needed fuel. We needed something to do before our minds imploded inside this tin can coffin. We left the next morning. 0600 hours. Pre-dawn, though in September the light was just returning. Twilight stretched long and shallow across the horizon. The kind of half-light that makes everything look unreal, like you're walking through the reflection of a dream. We took one sled each, packed with survival gear, heat packs, food, and a collapsible tent. Carlos carried the beacon scanner. I had the backup flare gun and a sidearm, an old Italian-made Beretta Louise had kept from a previous ESA mission, mostly ceremonial, but it fired. The station door opened into stillness. No wind. No movement from the figures still lingering around the dome. They didn't react. We slipped around the backside, dragging sleds into the hard ice channel and moving northeast, keeping the sun's edge to our left. The silence was so complete I could hear the crunch of snow inside my own ears. Every step forward felt like we were crawling further out of reality. We didn't speak much the first few hours, just pushed forward, following GPS markers buried under the snowpack. Dome Charlie wasn't on any public map, but we had the coordinates. ESA protocol, cold backup for stations like ours. I remember thinking, if the world was truly gone, then what else had ESA hidden? Who else was still out here clinging to ghosts? By noon we stopped to rest. Carlos checked the scanner. No signals, not even telemetry from Concordia. Either the base was shut down or Louise hadn't activated the relay. I didn't ask. We both ate a protein bar, sipped heated tea from thermoses. The cold seeps through everything, no matter how much insulation you wear. Your bones feel hollow after a while, not from frost, but from emptiness. We pressed on another 6 hours before setting camp. A low-lying ridge gave us cover from wind. We raised the tent with practiced silence, each knowing where our hands needed to be. Inside, the heat pack activated, and the thin layer of warmth it provided felt obscene. Carlos asked if I thought the infection could survive this far south. I told him it didn't matter. If they were walking out there in that temperature, they weren't bound by the rules we knew. He didn't answer, just closed his eyes, curled under the foil blanket. The next morning, the wind picked up. Low gusts from the west, enough to slow us, but not whiteout conditions. I took point. Carlos followed with the beacon scanner in his chest pouch. The sky was overcast, a dull, unbroken grey. Around 1400 hours we crested a basin that led into the supply depots region. I saw something then, the dome. Not the big kind like Concordia, more like a buried silo. Only the upper hatch protruded, half covered in drifted snow. Solar panels poked out of the surrounding ice, shattered. A wind turbine lay on its side, blades sheared. Carlos cursed. Looks like it took a hit. I didn't ask from what. We approached slowly. No sign of movement. The entry panel was frozen over, but the keypad still had power. I punched in the emergency override. The door groaned and unsealed. The smell inside was wrong. Not rot, just stillness. The kind of dead air that no machine has cycled in weeks. We found 3 bodies in the lower compartment, 2 wearing ESA patches, the third in Chinese polo gear. No obvious wounds, just still. Faces slack, mouths open, skin frostbitten. Their boots were off, gloves too. One had a smashed comm tablet in his lap. Carlos reached for it. I told him not to. He took it anyway. Inside the central module, we found crates of dry rations, sealed drums of diesel, and 1 backup antenna rig with analog receivers. Carlos opened the lid, exhaled sharp relief. It's intact. We packed the sleds with what we could carry. 2 drums of fuel, the antenna, compressed food. No one spoke about the bodies again, not that day. On the second night, we camped closer to the ridgeline. We ate quickly and zipped the tent, keeping our breaths shallow and quiet. At around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a noise. Not wind. Something scraping the nylon. A soft, dragging sound. I sat up. Carlos was already looking at me. Neither of us moved for a long minute. Then I reached slowly for the flare gun. We stayed like that until first light. When we emerged, nothing was there. No tracks, no prints. Just our tent, the sleds, and the empty white. We made the return journey in silence. It took us 14 hours to reach the outer marker post for Concordia. The station came into view at a distance, low and quiet. No plume from the generator exhaust. No exterior lights. I felt an ache then, not of pain, but of wrongness. Carlos muttered, "Something's off." We approached carefully, left the sleds at the first windbreak. I entered the admin module through the backup hatch. It was dark. Not blackout dark, just powered down. The auxiliary batteries were keeping emergency LEDs running. The main systems were offline. I called out. No answer. Carlos followed me into the comms room, still warm, not freezing, which meant the heat wasn't out for long. Then we heard it, a soft hum, low and repetitive, a fan spinning somewhere above us. We moved toward the med bay. Louise was there, sitting on the floor, her back against the cabinet, knees pulled to her chest. Her eyes were open, not focused, just open. A shallow line of blood, old and dry, ran from her temple. Her lips were blue. She didn't react to our entrance, just rocked slightly. "They came through the snow," she said softly. "It wasn't sealed. I thought I locked it." Carlos rushed past her, calling for Simone. He found her in the observatory. She had climbed to the very top, where the telescope feeds were stored, slumped over, motionless. The window beside her was shattered inward. A blood smear arced along the glass frame. No body inside the room except hers. The camera feed Carlos had set on loop was still running, though static covered the display. He turned it off. I stood next to Louise for a long time before speaking again. "What happened?" She didn't answer at first, just stared. Then she whispered, "One of them got in. I heard the door alarm, but I was late. I tried to lock it behind him, but Simone..." She went out. She said she couldn't hear them anymore. I think she was trying to prove they were gone. I looked at her for a while, trying to read beyond the shock. Her pupils were slightly dilated. She was wrapped in 2 layers of thermal gear, despite the heating still working in this module. Her lips were dry and cracked. The way she rocked wasn't conscious. Carlos came back in after checking the perimeter. He looked at me and shook his head. No more signs of intruders. No tracks, no movement. Nothing but the wind curling along the snow ridges and the hum of the base running on emergency reserves. We gave Louise water and wrapped her in a thermal blanket. She resisted at first, but I kept speaking gently until she finally took a few sips. Carlos prepped a small dose of diazepam from the medkit, just enough to let her sleep. She'd been awake too long. After she drifted off, we sat in the kitchen module, the overhead LEDs flickering from low power. We didn't say much, not at first. The rations sat untouched on the counter. "She wasn't lying," Carlos finally said. "There's damage to the east airlock panel. Looks like something forced it. It didn't close properly." "Did she fix it?" "I sealed it. Welded a brace over the inner latch. If anything's still out there, they're not coming through that door." "Did Simone go out through there?" "Maybe. There's blood around the inner chamber. No body." We fell into silence again. That night, I lay in the small bunk room where we'd once rotated shifts on research nights. It had been mine during the first few months. The mattress was cold. The blankets stiffer than I remembered. I turned off the light and listened, not for sounds inside, but outside. The scratching. The strange, absent rhythm of movement through snow. But there was nothing. Just the wind. And even that was soft. In the morning I checked the generator. Still holding. Fuel drums from Dome Charlie had been topped off into the reserves. We'd have another few weeks now if we were careful. Carlos tried to realign the satellite dish. hoping to find some new signal after the storm that passed during our trek. He spent 3 hours adjusting the orientation, recalculating angles, toggling frequencies. Nothing but static, broken pulses, and one short burst of distorted digital tone from a Chinese relay satellite. No identifiable message. That was the only transmission we'd received in over a month. Louise remained silent most of the day. She moved slowly, mechanically, responding to questions with nods or one-word answers. She stayed in the medical module, reviewing records on her tablet, flipping through old crew files. Once I caught her staring at Simone's handwriting in the logbooks, tracing her finger over the ink like she could bring it back. I didn't disturb her. We cleared Simone's personal effects from the observatory. Her cot was neatly made, her notebook stacked beside the thermal camera case. A cracked pair of glasses sat atop the pile. Carlos moved them carefully into a plastic bin and sealed it. I climbed up to inspect the broken window. It looked like it had been smashed inward, not from wind, but from something with weight behind it. A single set of blood tracks led to the edge. None left the room. Either Simone had left another way, or she'd gone out quietly, at her own pace before the cold took her. The days blurred together after that. We ran what systems we could. There was no longer a schedule, only necessities. Water recycling, temperature regulation, power cycling. We kept lights off in modules we weren't using, ate sparingly. Carlos repaired what he could, sealing gaps in insulation, patching cracks in the outer dome, even reinforcing the antenna mast with salvaged struts from the snow sleds. But each action felt more like ritual than survival, like we were preserving something already dead. Then on the 8th day after our return, Louise spoke clearly for the first time. "There's movement near the old station perimeter," she said over breakfast, her voice low but steady. "I saw it from the kitchen hatch. 2 figures. Carlos went straight for the cameras. The exterior feed still showed static. He pulled up the wide-angle lens manually and toggled the physical display. The image sharpened through interference. And there they were, barely visible. 100 meters out, just past the waste burn zone. 2 shapes. Human. Moving slow. One staggered with a limp. The other swayed in a strange, lopsided rhythm. Neither reacted to the camera's slow pan. We didn't argue this time. No debates about what they were or what might be misunderstood. We watched for nearly an hour. They moved forward in sudden bursts, then stood still. They didn't seem to follow a pattern, didn't look for shelter or react to the cold. Carlos locked down the main entrance manually, rechecking every inner seal. That night we heard the scratching again. Soft, measured, but from higher up this time, the observatory glass. They had climbed. Carlos and I moved in with weapons drawn. I held the flare gun. He carried Louise's Beretta. The room was empty when we arrived, but one of the large panel windows bore new cracks across its inner layer. No sign of the creature, or whatever remained of it. But the prints were there. Faint smears of something, blood or frostbitten tissue, dragged across the outer glass. We slept in shifts after that, one awake while the others tried to rest. But even when I was horizontal, I rarely slept. My thoughts churned too loudly. What else was out there? Had the infection spread across the southern continent, or had it followed the trail of human movement? Was this the edge of a dying world, or just the last place left standing? I remembered stories from years ago about the Norwegian team at Troll Station that got lost during a whiteout. All 6 found dead, scattered across the ice, some without boots or gloves, as if they'd simply walked out into the cold by choice. The mind frays easily here. The isolation corrodes logic. But this wasn't madness. This was something worse, something persistent. On the 12th day, we saw the full group again. Through the southern cam, angled at 20 degrees above the snowfield, we watched them approach in formation. Not quite a line, but not random either. 7 of them. Their movements were slow, disjointed, but unrelenting. Carlos said it was like watching a glacier move, only with a face. The lead figure had no nose. Its face was frost black, a twisted parody of flesh peeled by wind. Another dragged its leg behind it, The tendon snapped, but still somehow connected. None wore thermal gear. Their clothes were torn, outdated, one in what looked like a research station jumpsuit, the ESA patch still visible beneath layers of filth. We didn't figure out where they came from until much later. Louise was the one who found it, an archived dispatch buried in the base's old satellite inbox. The message was dated late May, just before we lost full comms. It was in French, partially corrupted, forwarded from Dumont d'Urville. Something about an unauthorized supply flight from Rothera to Kunlun Station that had gone silent over the East Antarctic Plateau. The aircraft wasn't listed on the standard ESA manifests, and it wasn't one of ours. Louise thought it might have been military or a private research charter. No transponder logs, no call signs logged past Dome C. Just one note. Final contact at 77 South 123 East. Crash likely. Hold position. Await containment clearance. If that aircraft went down anywhere near Concordia's sector, and someone aboard was infected, then we weren't just dealing with wanderers. We were on the edge of a crash site. The infected hadn't walked across the continent. They'd been brought here by accident, or worse, abandoned here and left to thaw. We sealed every entry point we could, reinforced windows with shelving units and bolted steel plates meant for lab storage. It wasn't perfect, but it would buy us time. We debated whether to try and use the long-range beacon from Dome Charlie now. Carlos had set it up in the comms room, configured to run on a separate solar battery pack. It could broadcast a looped distress signal across the remaining satellites, if any were still receiving. But we hesitated. Who would be listening? And worse, what if something else answered? That night, Louise took a sheet of station letterhead and began writing a note. I glanced at the top line. It started with her name, her title, the date. No message, just facts. She folded it once and sealed it in a plastic pouch, then slid it into the emergency locker by the main airlock. If we don't make it, she said, someone needs to know who was here. Who would find it, I asked. She shrugged. If anyone ever comes back. Carlos triggered the beacon at 0300 hours. The signal began to pulse. 5 seconds on, 5 seconds off. The message was simple. Concordia Station requesting emergency evac. Infected present. 3 survivors. Coordinates embedded. Repeats every 30 seconds. The synthetic female voice echoed faintly through the comms room each time it cycled. After a while, I stopped hearing the words and only noticed the rhythm. Like a lighthouse in the dark, warning nothing in particular. We took turns monitoring the signal while conserving energy. The solar backup could sustain the beacon and a few lights, but not the base's full power grid. With fuel reserves shrinking fast, we shut down every module that didn't directly support life or communication. No lights in the labs, no heat in the storage corridors. Only the mess, medbay, and central node stayed active. We disconnected the wireless feeds to preserve battery, sealed the unnecessary interior doors to retain heat, and layered ourselves in thermal gear at all hours. Even so, the cold crept in. The infected, whatever they were, had stopped pacing and begun to press forward. Not in a coordinated rush, not an attack. Just constant movement, inch by inch, hands dragging along the shell of the dome, their bodies bent by the wind but unbothered by it. They didn't try to dig or force entry with tools. They didn't have tools. They simply pressed, rubbed, scratched. The sound returned, dry and intermittent. Not frantic, just persistent. Carlos bolted steel plates over the observatory's lower glass. I helped him anchor them using brackets scavenged from decommissioned atmospheric sensors. We both knew it was temporary. Louise took notes daily, though I don't think she was writing for research anymore. I caught a glimpse of one page. Lists of names. Not just ours, but other station crew who had passed through over the years. People we'd trained with in Lyon. Old team leaders from previous rotations. Some I hadn't thought of in years. I think she was building a ledger of everyone who might have died, without anyone left to remember them. There was no reply to the beacon. We checked every 8 hours, still transmitting, still no signal returned. We even tried bouncing the frequency off an older ESA emergency band, in case some unmanned drone or weather balloon was listening. Nothing. By the 15th day, the cold inside the station dropped below 10 degrees Celsius. The central generator was barely able to cycle between heat and air scrubbers. Carlos diverted one of the snow melters to heat the central living space. It gave off a steady, low hum that we grew used to, until one night it sputtered out. He cracked the housing and found that the intake valve had frozen over. Even inside, the ice was winning. We rationed hot liquids, 1 kettle per day. Each of us drank in silence, lingering over the warmth, like it held some promise. Louise stopped sleeping through the night. She'd sit in the kitchen module wrapped in a foil blanket, watching the small viewport. Her face looked thinner now, drawn and pale. Carlos shaved less often. His cheeks were red and chapped, his lips split. We all looked sick, but none of us had a fever. Just exhaustion, thin blood, and cold. On day 16, we lost visual contact with the exterior. It wasn't sabotage. It was weather. A whiteout storm rolled in from the west and swallowed the horizon. Visibility dropped to less than 3 meters. Wind speed exceeded 70 kilometers per hour. The cameras iced over. No light passed through the storm. Even the dome's upper vents began to whistle. We couldn't see them anymore, the infected, but we knew they were still out there. That knowledge hung in the air between us. I could feel it, as if they were breathing at the edge of our shared consciousness, dragging their hands in slow circles across the outer shell. We didn't speak much in those days. The weight of silence pressed harder than anything else. It wasn't the fear that wore us down. It was the waiting. We had no new information, no contact, no tasks. Only each other, the station's failing systems, and the things outside that never stopped existing. On the 20th day, I woke to a noise inside the station. Not outside, not the scratching, inside. A distant clang, like a metal tray dropped in one of the side modules. I sat up slowly, reaching for my lamp. Carlos was already awake, crouched near the bunkroom entrance, listening. He looked at me and raised a finger to his lips. I nodded. We checked the internal security sensors. Most were disabled to conserve power. Only the core corridor feed was active. We scanned it. Nothing. Just flickering light and empty space. Louise was still asleep, curled tightly beneath her thermal blanket. We left her undisturbed. I grabbed the Beretta. Carlos took the small aluminum fire axe we'd started keeping near the hatch. We moved slowly down the corridor, checking the locked storage modules. No doors breached, no obvious damage. The cold bit at our fingers through the gloves. When we reached the old biology lab, a room we hadn't entered in weeks, I noticed the faint trail across the floor. Not footprints, a smear, as if something had been dragged. It led toward the lab sink, then abruptly stopped. We checked every surface. No breach, no broken seal. The room was cold, colder than it should have been. The ventilation panel had come loose, swaying slightly from the ceiling. Carlos reattached it, tightened the bolts. Could have been suction from the pressure drop, he said quietly. Made something fall. We told ourselves that, but we started locking the interior module doors after that night. We lost the beacon signal on day 22. The battery failed. Maybe a circuit froze, or the signal path shorted in the cold. Either way, the broadcast stopped. Carlos tried to restart it manually. No response from the relay system. The antenna still stood outside, buried now under at least a meter of drifted snow and ice. We weren't going out there to fix it. We barely had the energy to move between modules without gloves. Louise said she heard whispering 2 nights in a row, just past the mess hall. Not voices she recognized. She didn't sound panicked, just calm, almost resolved. I listened for them the next night, stayed awake until 0400 hours. I didn't hear anything, but I knew better than to tell her she was imagining it. By day 24, we were down to less than 10 liters of fuel. The air was dry and thin. We kept breathing slowly to conserve heat. We sat near each other most hours of the day, Not talking, not reading, just sitting, sharing what little warmth we could. Carlos burned a crate of old research logbooks to keep the backup heater alive. I remember watching the flame flicker across the words, pages curling into black ribbons, names and numbers disappearing forever. On day 26, Louise disappeared. We woke up to an open hatch on the south side, not breached, just opened. No alarm triggered. Her bunk was empty, her jacket missing, her boots gone. The locker stood ajar. Carlos and I searched the station twice. Every corridor, every module. We checked the observatory, the water access chamber, even the lower crawl spaces. No sign. Nothing on the cameras. The storm had cleared overnight, but the snow outside was disturbed, dragged and smoothed by wind. No footprints, just wind-scoured white. She didn't leave a note. She just walked out. We stood by the southern hatch for nearly an hour, staring into the ice field. We didn't talk about going after her, not out loud. We both knew what it meant. If she went to them, there was no bringing her back. Carlos broke the silence. She didn't want to die in here. I nodded. She wanted the choice. I nodded again. We didn't speak of her after that. The days that followed were quieter than anything I've ever known. The kind of quiet that goes beyond hearing. No more scratching, no more wind, no more motion. Just stillness. The infected stopped coming. By day 30, we hadn't seen movement outside in 3 days. The sky was clear, the snow undisturbed. It felt wrong, that calm, like something was ending, but not just for us. There was a finality to it, as if the station had passed beyond some invisible threshold. Carlos and I both felt it, though we never put it into words. Some moments you don't speak about because saying them out loud makes them too real. The infected had always been a presence on the edge of our world, something not quite here and not entirely gone, like a stain at the periphery of vision. And now even that shadow had vanished. Carlos stopped keeping track of the days after that. I kept marking them in my notebook, out of habit, though my handwriting had started to change. Sloppier, less anchored. Sometimes I'd write the same number twice, or skip one altogether. I told myself it didn't matter, but I still wrote them down. I think I needed to know that time still existed. We'd sealed most of the interior now. The lab wings were closed off, the storage module frozen over. The lower maintenance tunnel had begun to ice at the joints. Only the central spine of the station remained habitable, and even that was a stretch. The walls creaked more often. Not loudly, just small adjustments in the material, stressed by months of cold and pressure. It sounded like the building itself was groaning under the weight of memory. We ate once a day, canned lentils, rehydrated stew, vacuum-packed bread. The hydroponics had long since frozen. There were still oxygen packets if the air scrubbers failed, but those would only buy hours. We rarely spoke during meals anymore. Just passed the thermos, chewed in silence, returned to our corners. Carlos spent most of his time sitting beneath the darkened comms array, rotating the dials as if he still believed something might respond. I found myself rereading Simone's old notebooks. The handwriting was clear, clinical, careful. Her notes ended just before the blackout. The last line she wrote was about tropospheric ozone concentration. I read it over and over, not for the data but for the shape of her letters. Then, on what I believe was day 33, the radio cracked. Not much, just a brief distortion, less than a second. But it was there. Carlos froze in his chair. I dropped the notebook. We leaned in. The static returned. Then silence. Then a voice. It was faint, compressed, possibly automated. Male, mid-toned, clipped by signal loss. Rescue. Outbound vector unknown. If receiving, acknowledge. Carlos scrambled to record it, but the signal faded. He adjusted the tuner, dropped our frequency range, pulled power from the lighting system to boost the antenna. For 5 hours we sat there, watching the console, listening to the hiss. Nothing. But we had heard it. It didn't feel like hope. It felt like being watched again after days in the dark. Like something, Someone had finally seen us. I asked Carlos if it could be military. He shook his head. Could have been an automated sweep, drone or satellite relay. Then he looked up. But someone's still transmitting. That night I didn't sleep. I walked the interior corridor 4 times, checking seals. I wiped the ice buildup off the inner door. I sat by the airlock and tried to imagine the world beyond the cold, what it might look like now. Was the infection global? Had any city held out? Was Concordia truly the last station? Or were there others, just as isolated, also waiting for a voice that never came? Carlos suggested we try to reach Dome Charlie again, said maybe there was more gear we missed, a larger battery, an uplink booster. I didn't want to go, not because of the cold, because of what else might be out there. I told him so. He nodded. I'll go alone then. We argued, quietly but bitterly. I told him we weren't splitting up again. He said this wasn't about survival anymore. It was about information. If the world was still out there, we owed it to ourselves to reach it. The next morning he packed 1 sled. Just 1. Enough gear for a 2-day round trip. He left me the sidearm, told me not to open the hatch for anyone unless I saw his face. I watched him walk into the white until his silhouette vanished behind the ridge. He didn't come back. On the second night I turned on every camera, every sensor, and stared into the storm. No sign, not even a shift in the horizon. The wind remained steady, the cold absolute. I waited 4 more days. Then I stopped waiting. The station had changed again, become a coffin with no walls. Each room was a memory, each corner a shadow. The whispering Louise once described. I started hearing it too. Sometimes in the ducts, sometimes just under the hum of the heater. Not words, not even voices really, just breath, familiar and not. I tried to distract myself, rewrote field reports, logged temperatures, read old books until the ink blurred. But the stillness pressed harder. When I walked through the corridor now, I spoke aloud, just to keep language from slipping away. Then the scratching returned. Soft, barely audible. At first I thought I imagined it. Then it came again, this time higher, on the observatory shell. I didn't go up there. Instead, I turned off the lights, sat in the medbay, and waited. Hours passed. More scratching. Then silence. I started writing a final report. Not for the ESA, just to organize my thoughts. My name, the date we arrived, the names of my team, what we saw, what we survived, what we couldn't. I placed it in the same plastic pouch Louise had used, slid it into the emergency locker next to hers. Then I turned off the beacon. I kept the flare gun loaded, 1 shell left. Not for them, for me, if it ever came to that. And then, on what I think was day 40, the voice returned, clearer this time. McMurdo, survivors, inbound, check coordinates. My hands shook as I scrambled to record it. The voice repeated, repeat, this is McMurdo emergency relay, contingent of 12, departing November base, heading east. If receiving, respond. I responded. I didn't even know if the transmission went through, but I spoke. My voice cracked. I repeated our coordinates. Then again. Silence. Then faintly. Acknowledged. Hold position. Mayday received. It was real. I waited 2 days, packed my gear, loaded supplies. I left the note behind. When the sky cleared, I stepped out of Concordia for the last time. The cold punched harder than I remembered. The sun was low, casting long shadows over the ice. I saw no one, heard nothing. But somewhere out there, someone was moving. I headed toward Dome Charlie, not to stay, just to intercept, just to see. I don't know what world waits beyond this white, but I walked into it, because someone answered, because someone was still alive, because I was tired of listening to the dead. It started on a routine Tuesday. I was assigned overnight inspection of the Central Line's Holborn to Liverpool Street stretch. Nothing special, just the usual tunnel checks, signal box calibration, junction point sweeps. I've worked maintenance for over a decade on the London Underground. Not the glamorous side of transport for London, mind you. Deep tunnel grime, bolt checks, rats, and the occasional lost tourist wandering too far. I know the rhythm of the rails better than most people know their heartbeat. That night, the rhythm stopped. I signed in at access shaft, wearing the usual high-vis jacket, steel-toe boots, radio clipped to my chest, toolkit slung over one shoulder. I descended alone. My partner, Terry, called out sick, flu, or something worse. Flu had been tearing through London that week. I didn't think twice about it. The air in the tunnels was unusually still. I could always hear the hum of something, overhead power, far-off service cars. But it was quiet that night, too quiet for a live system. I passed signal H27 and noticed the indicator was frozen on red, even though I knew there was no scheduled train until 4. I noted it and moved on, assuming a glitch in the board. At Moorgate Junction, I tried to radio in the fault, but all I got was static. I adjusted the dial, walked a few paces, held the unit up against the signal repeater box. Nothing. That's when I heard the sound, not machinery, not a train, something softer, dragging, a shuffle echoing from the westbound tunnel. I turned my headlamp to full and scanned the curve, nothing visible, but the sound repeated, scrape, shuffle, scrape. Animals sometimes get down here, foxes, feral cats, but this wasn't that. The movement had a rhythm, hesitant, uneven. I called out, half joking, "Hello? Track inspection. If you're lost, call out." My voice bounced down the corridor and came back hollow. No answer. I should have gone back up. I know that now. But routine takes over when you've done this long enough. I continued east, thinking maybe it was a homeless bloke trying to find warmth between stations. I've escorted a few out before, nothing new. At Bank Station's maintenance hatch, I found the corridor lights flickering. Not flickering like a bulb going out. Flickering like the voltage was unstable, like power was being pulled in spikes. That made me stop. I checked the substation console. Power draw was fluctuating, huge peaks, then dips. It looked like an entire train was powering up and shutting down in cycles. But there weren't any trains listed on the overnight log. That's when I heard the scream. It wasn't close. Somewhere above, maybe platform level. It was brief, cut off, like whoever made it didn't get the chance to finish. I froze, staring up the emergency stairwell leading to the concourse. The station should have been empty. I checked my phone, no signal, emergency calls failed. That shouldn't happen, not in central London. I started heading back. Whatever was going on, I wasn't trained for it. I passed through the tunnel junction at King's Cross, still no trains. I stopped at the crossover switch just before Farringdon and spotted something lying across the track. At first, I thought it was a bundle of tarp or discarded coats. Then it shifted. I called out again, quieter this time. "Hey, you all right?" I stepped closer and saw an arm, pale, thin, bare. No jacket, no ID band, just a bare arm twitching in a slow arc. I leaned in, shining my lamp on the figure. She was young, maybe early 20s, wearing jeans, socks, but no shoes. Her eyes were open, unfocused. Her jaw moved, slowly chewing on nothing. I reached for my radio instinctively, still dead. I crouched to check her pulse, but when my light hit her face properly, I stopped. There were bite marks on her neck, not scratches, bites. Flesh torn, not clean. Her skin looked grey, like all circulation had stopped long before I found her. Then she turned her head and looked at me, not with fear, not even recognition, just blank hunger, and she moved. It wasn't fast, her limbs didn't work right, but she lurched forward with this horrible twitch in her shoulder, like something had rewired her movement. I backed up. She followed. No groan, no scream, just breathless motion. I backed toward the wall and reached for my hammer, not because I thought I'd need to use it, just to feel something solid in my hand. That's when I heard more movement behind me. I spun. Another figure, slouched and staggering, was emerging from the tunnel bend, male, shirt half torn, face dark with something that wasn't mud. I ran. I didn't go back toward Holborn. That path was blocked now. I turned down the emergency access corridor under Barbican and headed toward the deep shelter beneath Liverpool Street. I knew the old wartime storage rooms still had blast doors and bulkheads. I remembered which ones had padlocks and which didn't. I'd inspected them myself years back when they considered turning them into data centers. As I ran, The ground shook. Not a train. Something collapsed. Somewhere in the direction of Aldgate East. I glanced back once and saw at least 4 shadows behind me, moving in stop-start bursts. Some limping, one crawling on all fours, head lolling to the side, not human, not anymore. I reached the blast doors and yanked the chain off. The room smelled of dust and old grease, but it was intact. I sealed the door, flipped the manual lever and plunged into darkness. My headlamp barely lit 5 feet. I dropped my toolkit and started taking inventory. 1 folding cot, 1 rusted-over desk, a wall rack with some outdated emergency supplies, bandages, water tablets, and 3 ancient cans of Spam. I sat against the wall and listened. For a long time, there was nothing. Then I heard it, the soft clang of a pipe, something brushing metal. One of them, maybe more, in the outer corridor. They weren't trying to break in, not yet, but they were close. It's been over a day since then. I've tried the radio every hour, no response. I opened the door once, just to check the corridor. Nothing there. But the silence isn't comforting. It presses in from every side, like the city above is gone, like whatever happened fast, and nobody came to stop it. The logbook's running out of space, so I've started writing on the backs of old inspection reports I found in the drawer. Faded paper, dust on everything. Most of the dates are from the early 1980s. Back when the city still had contingency plans, bomb shelters, civil defense drills. Maybe they knew the world could break this easily, even back then. Sometime around what I guessed was the 3rd night, the tapping began, not constant, sporadic. Sometimes metal on metal, sometimes a dull thud that echoed strangely. There's a system down here, not just the main tunnels, but feeder corridors, electrical shafts, ventilation runs. The underground is layered like a labyrinth, some parts dating back to steam rail. And even though I've worked it for years, I don't know every path. No one does. The layout's too complex, too old, too patched together. That's what scared me most. Realizing that something could be moving through corridors I never even knew existed. I stayed behind that sealed door longer than I should have. I rationed the water to 2 sips every hour and split the Spam into measured spoonfuls. But the noise kept getting closer. On what I guessed was day 5, something scraped directly against the outer wall. It lasted a full minute, slow, deliberate, like claws or nails. I waited in complete darkness. I'd stopped using the headlamp unless I needed it. Too easy to see from outside, too easy to waste batteries. I kept the hammer beside me and watched the small slit in the bottom of the door for movement. It passed, but it didn't go far. Later I heard what sounded like a low exhale, soft, just once, like breath catching on old lungs, then nothing again. That night, I dreamt I was walking the track just past Bethnal Green, and all the signals were lit green, but no trains came. Just the wind. When I woke, I knew I had to move. Staying in that room meant eventually starving, or worse, being found while too weak to fight. I packed what was left. 2 cans, 1 half-empty bottle, my tools, a length of thick cable I rigged into a shoulder strap for the doorframe hammer, and opened the blast door slowly. The corridor beyond was empty, but it no longer felt still. The air smelled of something rotten and wet, not fresh rot, like rainwater left to sit in a dead place. I moved as quietly as I could, keeping my steps inside the steel maintenance edge, avoiding gravel. Every sound felt amplified, even my own breathing. I crossed beneath the main Liverpool Street junction and took the eastbound drainage run that ran parallel to the tunnel. It was narrow, pitch black and cramped, but I knew it connected to a forgotten repair shaft behind Aldgate Station, one that hadn't been used in over 20 years. The door there had been rusted last time I checked. I hoped that meant it hadn't been opened. Halfway there, I found the first body, not a corpse in the usual sense. This one had no face, just a torn mess where the features had been. The torso looked crushed, like it had been dragged and slammed repeatedly. One leg had been pulled backward so violently that the knee had bent the wrong way. Whatever did that wasn't just feeding, it was punishing. I didn't stop to search for ID. I stepped over it and kept going, counting my steps in my head. I stopped at 400 and turned right into the low-cut access tunnel. The ceiling was barely 5 feet here, forcing me to crouch, knees aching with each movement. I reached the rusted bulkhead and checked the latch. It had fused shut from time. I took out my wrench and started working it loose, Every squeak echoed for miles. I paused after every shift, ears straining. Just as I got the door open, I heard something behind me. Not footsteps, a wet drag, then a hand, or paw, slapping the floor. Once, then again, getting closer. I slipped through the door and slammed it shut behind me. The bolt barely held. Whatever was in the tunnel didn't slam into the door. It just stopped, waited. I could feel it on the other side, not moving, just listening. I backed away and descended the old steps into what used to be a secondary platform area, a storage annex under Aldgate used for old signage, cabling, spare sleeper rails. Everything was covered in dust, even the air itself. I could taste it. I moved carefully through the debris and found a disused tool locker wedged between two broken crates. It was just big enough to crawl into and wedge shut from the inside. I stayed there until I lost track of time. I rationed sips of water, forced myself to chew through half a can over hours. I could hear things above me, thuds on the station platform level, faint screams now and then. Once I heard music, tinny, like it came from a child's toy. It faded in and out. I never found the source. Eventually, I forced myself to leave the locker. I was losing circulation in my legs. I moved deeper into the annex and tried to map my next move. I remembered that there was an unused stairwell connecting Aldgate's service level to Tower Hill's sewer outflow inspection shaft. If I could get to the sewer system, I might find more supplies. Some of the pumping stations have backup storage or first aid lockers, but the sewer also meant risk. Things can get trapped down there, and not just animals. I decided to go for it on what I guessed was the 7th night. I waited for silence, packed what I had left, and started moving again. The air was colder this deep. Condensation dripped from old pipes, collecting in stagnant puddles. I followed the slope of the corridor, flashlight off, one hand brushing the wall for guidance. When I reached the stairwell, I found the door open. That was a bad sign. Doors down here don't just open themselves. It meant someone, or something, went through. I paused and listened. Nothing. I pushed forward. The stairs spiraled downward, slick with mold. About halfway down, the temperature shifted, warmer, heavier, and I began to smell it again. Rot, but worse now. Fungal, like a place that had been sealed too long. At the base of the stairs, the tunnel opened into a wide corridor flanked by stonework walls from the Victorian era. And just ahead, tangled in a mass of what looked like wire and old cable, was a figure. He wasn't infected, not yet. His chest still rose and fell, shallow and fast. I crept closer. He was in a maintenance uniform like mine, different team. Name badge, Kiran. Face pale, lips cracked, eyes shut. His leg was caught in the cable pile, looked like he fell and couldn't get free. I knelt beside him and tried shaking him gently. His eyes fluttered open and he mumbled something, dry, barely audible. I leaned in. He whispered, Don't cut it. They hear the snap." I looked down. The cable wrapped his ankle tightly. I reached for my multi-tool to free it. He grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. "Wait till the drip stops," he whispered. I froze. Then I heard it. Drip, 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 coming from deeper down the corridor, steady, loud, rhythmic, like water but too consistent. We waited together in silence. After 10 full minutes, the dripping slowed, then stopped. He nodded. I cut the cable clean. No snap. Just a soft hiss. We moved together, me under his arm, guiding him back toward the sewer access run. Neither of us spoke again until we were 2 levels up, behind a sealed grate in what looked like an abandoned equipment alcove. Kieran whispered, "I was at the Newham Junction. We saw them tear a man apart in the control booth. One climbed the wall, straight up it, nails digging into concrete." He said it like he still didn't believe it, like it played in his mind but hadn't settled in as memory yet. I didn't ask him to explain. I just nodded and shifted my weight against the cold wall. The air in the alcove was tight, saturated with age and rust. Nothing down here had moved in years. It felt safe, but only because it was forgotten. The moment something remembered it existed, we'd be cornered. Kieran passed out not long after. Exhaustion took him like a fuse burning down. I watched his breathing in the dark, counting the seconds between each rise and fall. His leg was swollen badly. He said it had only been a day, but judging by the color, it had been longer. The cable must have cut circulation. He was feverish, twitching even in sleep. I worried infection would do what the outbreak hadn't. Kill him slow and quiet in this hole while I sat helpless. I didn't sleep, not with him muttering, not with the distant echoes that came now and then from the deeper tunnels, things moving, scraping, but never fully approaching. I kept the hammer across my lap, and my light dimmed low. By what I guessed was morning, Kieran was shaking and sweating through his shirt. I knew we needed medical supplies. At the very least, something to clean the wound and reduce swelling. My first thought was to check the Cannon Street service depot. It had a secure supply closet and might still be intact, but it was at least 2 miles through unknown tunnels, and I wasn't sure what sections had collapsed or flooded. The other option was Monument Station, closer, only half a mile, and I remembered a first aid locker near the old escalator maintenance shaft. I decided on Monument. I told Kieran I'd be back. He grabbed my sleeve with more strength than I expected, shook his head and muttered, "Don't take the midline tunnel, that's where the sound loops." I didn't understand, but I nodded. I moved out quietly, backtracked through the crawl space, took the high ventilation corridor that paralleled the westbound rail. I kept my steps slow, careful not to kick loose debris. I passed through 2 gated pressure chambers and used my utility key to bypass an old alarm junction. Useless now, but the habit stayed with me. Everything about the walk felt off. There was no wind, no echo. Even in the underground, there's always some movement of air, but here it was still, thick, like the world had exhaled and was waiting. Halfway to Monument, I reached a corridor junction where the maintenance light had been shattered. The pieces were on the floor, spread wide like something had swiped through them. I moved past quickly. When I reached the platform-level maintenance shaft, I paused before stepping into the open. I listened, waited, counted to 20, then slid the hatch open and slipped through. Monument Station was in ruins. The glass partition at the ticketing booth was shattered. The central stairwell had collapsed inward, bricks and steel girders folded into each other like ribs. I stayed to the side, moving along the wall. The locker I needed was up a side hall, behind a set of locked steel shutters. I reached them and found the manual override. It took 3 minutes of silent praying and stubborn pulling to get it halfway open, just enough to squeeze under. Inside, the emergency cabinet was still mounted. I popped it open and nearly laughed from relief. Bandages, antiseptic, gauze, 2 sealed hydration packs, and a packet of emergency antibiotics, enough to buy Kieran some time. I turned to leave. That's when I heard the breathing. Not close, not human. It was wet and ragged, but steady, like something learning to mimic how we breathe. I dropped low and killed the light. The corridor beyond the shutter was empty, but not silent. Something scraped across the tiles. Then I saw it. Just the edge of it at first. A hand. Pale, thin, unnaturally long fingers curling against the wall for balance. It wasn't walking. It was crawling. The body followed, bent at angles that didn't look right. The back arched like a bridge, legs dragging beneath it. The head lolled downward, mouth wide open. No teeth, just a deep red maw that twitched with each exhale. It moved like a spider, elbows first, shifting weight side to side as if searching by vibration. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. I watched it drag itself past the shutter, just feet away from where I knelt behind the cabinet. Its eyes were open, white, cloudy, but it wasn't blind. It stopped, sniffed the air. I could see its jaw twitch. Then, without warning, it slammed its head sideways against the wall once, twice, 3 times, each impact louder than the last. I thought it had gone mad. I backed slowly away, inch by inch, toward the far end of the cabinet room. My boot brushed something, a bottle, glass maybe. It rolled, clinked once. The creature froze, head tilted. Then it screamed. Not loud, high, piercing, the kind of sound that makes your ears flinch. I dove out the far end and sprinted for the hatch. It was still open. I dove through and slammed it shut behind me. The scream echoed again, farther now, but I didn't wait. I ran the entire way back, lungs aching, feet slamming steel and stone. I didn't stop until I was inside the alcove, bolting the grate shut. Kieran was awake. He saw my face and didn't ask, just nodded. I treated his leg. He cried out when I poured the antiseptic, but bit down on a folded cloth and let me finish. I wrapped it tight and gave him one of the hydration packs. He drank like he'd been lost in the desert. The color came back to his face within the hour. I told him what I saw. He listened, nodded again, and said, "We called those the crawlers." I asked how he knew. He looked at the wall like it was far away. There was a survivor group at Poplar, engineers, old Met guys. They tracked movements, thought the virus mutated different for some. Those that starved long enough stopped walking and adapted to the dark, gave up standing, started climbing, crawling, learned to feel sound. Some don't even hunt food anymore, just movement. I asked what happened to that group. He shook his head. Tower collapse took out half, the rest scattered. I ran. The air in the alcove felt colder then, more real, like we'd peeled back another layer of the truth and found something worse than what we'd expected. Kiran said we had two options now: stay, heal, and risk another sweep by the crawlers, or move and try to reach the Moorgate service depot, which he claimed still had lights last he passed through. He said some backup generators there might still run, and if the control panel survived, we could try accessing the PA systems or signal relays to check for other survivors. It wasn't a great plan, but it was something. We agreed to wait one more day. Let his fever break, let the tunnels shift again. Down here, everything moves in cycles: sound, temperature, air, even the infected. That night, I climbed into the overhead maintenance pipe and sealed it behind me, just to sleep without worry. From up there, I listened to Kiran mumble in his sleep, fragments of names, places, things I didn't understand. At some point I heard something drag past the grate again, just once, no breathing, no scream, just the suggestion of motion. I waited until the sound faded entirely before I let myself rest. Not real sleep, just a half doze where the mind floats on the surface, constantly ready to snap awake. Even in the maintenance pipe, cramped and cold, it was the safest I'd felt in days. I kept the hammer beside me, one hand on the grip. At what I assumed was early morning by tunnel temperature, I climbed back down. Kiran was awake. His fever had broken during the night, though his face was still pale and his shirt clung to his skin with dried sweat. He tried to sit up but winced at the pull in his leg. Still, he gave a nod and said simply, "Let's try it." We didn't talk much as we packed. We'd saved one hydration pouch and half a bandage roll. I tied the last bit of antiseptic gauze around his ankle, then reinforced it with a length of split cable I wrapped as a brace. He winced but didn't complain. I admired that. Some people fall apart after a few days without comfort. Kiran hadn't. He was rough around the edges but solid inside. We planned our route in silence. From where we were, Moorgate wasn't far as the crow flies, but the direct path was flooded halfway between Monument and Bank. The safer route was a zigzag, up through an old emergency shaft, over to Cannon Street's mezzanine level, then east through a secondary tunnel that bypassed the main line. It would take longer but offered more points to duck out if things turned bad. We started just after what felt like mid-morning. The air was thick with moisture, the kind that clings to your face and neck and makes you feel like something's breathing down your skin. Kiran leaned on a bent length of rebar for support, and I kept my flashlight low to the ground, casting long shadows ahead of us. Cannon Street was the first trouble. The mezzanine access tunnel was partially collapsed, the ceiling buckled inward, thick with black mold. We moved through it one step at a time, testing the stability of the floor before committing weight. The silence down there wasn't just oppressive, it felt staged, like something holding its breath. Then we heard it, a distant clatter. Not a footstep, more like a spill. A cascade of loose stone and glass. We froze. My eyes searched the shadows beyond the arch ahead. That's when I noticed them. 3 figures, hunched, still, just standing in the dark corridor ahead. One had its head cocked, as if listening. Another was pressed to the wall, twitching like it was fighting with invisible strings. The third was on the ceiling. It clung there, spine arched backwards, elbows braced against the joists. Its mouth hung slack, black threads trailing from its jaw like dried algae. We didn't move. Neither did they. Kiran leaned close, whispering so low I barely caught it. I saw those before, sleepers. If you don't make sound, they don't notice. Something about the dark. They go into a state, like half alive. I didn't ask how he knew. I just backed us away. We took a detour, cut through the lower platform and into a bypass tunnel that hadn't seen use in years. Every step away from them felt like walking on glass. waiting for the break. We reached the maintenance stairwell without incident and climbed into a vent corridor that reconnected with the Moorgate line. Kieran was breathing hard by then. I offered him the last of the hydration pack. He waved it off at first, but relented after I pushed it into his hand. At the junction leading toward Moorgate, we stopped. The signal control panel on the wall was dark, but someone had written something over it in thick grease marker. 3 words: "Don't go back." Kieran stared at it for a long moment. "That wasn't here when I passed through," he said. I didn't answer. We both knew what it meant, even if it wasn't meant for us. It meant someone else had tried, and failed, and didn't want others making the same mistake. We moved on. The final stretch into Moorgate was strange, too quiet, the type of quiet that presses into your skull. No sounds from the tracks, no echoes, just the soft clink of Kieran's improvised walking stick and the whisper of our boots against dust-covered concrete. Then ahead we saw light, not bright, faint, pale blue, flickering slightly, artificial, generator light. We approached slowly, slipping around the final bend, and there it was. The Moorgate service depot, still intact. A string of LED emergency lamps flickered along the roof beams. A single generator, half covered in soot and rigged with what looked like parts from an air conditioning unit, sat humming near the far wall, and behind it, movement. We stopped cold. 2 figures, human. One sat slumped against the wall, head down, possibly unconscious or worse. The other stood over him, holding a wrench in one hand and a pipe in the other. He was rail-thin, face streaked with dirt, eyes wild and scanning. When he saw us, he raised the pipe and shouted, "Stop right there! You infected! Say something, anything!" I raised my hands and spoke calmly. "We're clean, I swear it. Maintenance crews. We've been underground for over a week. My partner's injured." He squinted, took a step forward. "How many days?" 10, I guessed. "Maybe 11. We've been counting hours, not sure anymore." He looked to Kieran. "Show me your arms. Both." Kieran lifted his sleeves. Pale, bruised, but no bites, no marks. The man lowered the pipe. "Name's Ellis. This is Ward. He's out cold. Dehydration, probably. We've been stuck here since the lines collapsed west. Haven't seen topside in almost 2 weeks." I glanced around. "How long's the generator been running?" 3 days, Ellis said. "Rigged it from parts we pulled off a flooded comms car. It's unstable. We've only been using it 2 hours a day to save fuel." It was the most hope I'd felt in days. Another voice, another working mind. We spent the next hour helping Ellis stabilize Ward, poured what little water we had down his throat, checked his vitals. He groaned a few times but didn't wake. Kieran sat down finally, the strain showing in his posture. His bandage was soaked. I changed it with what was left of the gauze. Ellis pulled out a map. He'd been planning a route out, said there was a rumored evac zone set up near King's Cross, something about a barricaded hotel with ham radio contact. He hadn't confirmed it. Signal was intermittent, but he'd picked up a shortwave message 2 nights ago, emergency code repeating, "Zone Bravo, 1900 hours, King's Cross perimeter." We all stared at the map. That was 3 miles, maybe 4, a maze of dead tunnels and collapsed junctions. But if the radio was real, if the evac zone existed, it could be our only shot at real rescue. We agreed to rest for now. Regroup, move at first light, or at least what passed for it underground. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat near the generator and watched its pulse. The soft hum was the only living sound in that depot. I thought about the first body I found in the tunnel, the girl near the duckboards, her eyes vacant but locked onto mine. I thought about the wall crawler Kieran described, the one that could climb with bare hands. I thought about the echolocating thing in Monument and the way the sleepers had just stood there, as if waiting for a noise to justify violence. Something had shifted in the world. It wasn't just death spreading, it was change, the kind that rewrites instinct. Above ground, people were probably still trying to make sense of it, still calling it a virus, still thinking of infected like sick patients. Down here, we'd seen something else. We'd seen behavior diverge. Some of them walked, some of them listened, some of them stalked. The longer this went on, the more I felt like we were witnessing the start of a split in the species, one that didn't care whether we understood it or not. Ellis kept watch that night, occasionally pacing the edges of the depot with a salvaged flare knife. He was quiet, twitchy, but focused. Every few hours he knelt next to Ward and checked his pulse. He didn't say it, but I could tell he was scared the kid wouldn't wake up. Kieran slept on his side, arms folded across his chest like he didn't want to take up space. He mumbled sometimes, half-thoughts about water pumps and junction codes. I stayed by the generator. Something about the thrum reminded me that not everything had collapsed. Not yet. Just after what I guessed was 3 a.m, I heard something. Not loud, just a soft, distant clang. One of those sounds that doesn't mean anything on its own, but down here, everything means something. I stood and walked toward the far end of the depot, where a side corridor led to an old fuse control room. The door was closed. I leaned in and listened. Silence. I opened it slowly. Nothing moved inside. The room was dark, cables strung along the floor, circuit boards ripped open years ago and left to rust. I stepped in, swept my light low, and froze. There were footprints in the dust, bare, human-sized, leading from the hatch on the opposite wall and stopping just short of the breaker box. I didn't breathe. I backed out and closed the door without a sound. I walked straight back to Ellis and told him what I saw. He stiffened, eyes darting toward the dark corner of the depot. "That hatch was locked," he muttered. "It's bolted from this side." "Maybe it still is," I said, "but someone, or something, came through it anyway." We agreed not to check it. Not yet. The depot had 2 other exits, one through a ventilation shaft and the other back the way we came. We moved Ward closer to the main corridor, packed up our gear and waited for the lights to begin dimming, the signal that the generator was about to shut itself down. When the last light flickered, we killed the switch manually and waited in total darkness for an hour. Nothing came. No sound, no shift in air. Still, the mood changed. Kieran felt it too. He kept glancing over his shoulder, adjusting his makeshift brace. He looked better, more alert, but there was a nervous energy in him now that hadn't been there before. We left just after what we guessed was sunrise. Ellis carried Ward on a trolley made from an old tool cart. It squeaked and groaned with every bump, but it was the only way to move him. I took point, flashlight in one hand, hammer in the other. Kieran followed close behind, eyes always on the ceiling. The route to King's Cross was ugly. The first corridor was half flooded with brown water and swollen with steam. A broken pipe vented hot vapor into the tunnel, coating everything in condensation. We wrapped scarves around our faces and pushed through, keeping our feet on the steel edge plates. Midway through, we passed a door that had been forced open from the inside. Deep scratch marks covered the frame, and something dark had pooled just inside the threshold. We didn't check. The next stretch was worse. Collapsed stonework blocked the main tunnel, forcing us into a side shaft that hadn't been maintained in decades. The walls were narrow, and the floor was coated with fine silt that puffed with every step. Our boots left trails behind us, easy to follow. That made me nervous. I started pausing every 100 steps, turning off my light to listen. Nothing followed us, but the silence was louder than it should have been. Near St. Paul's, we hit the worst part. A wide atrium once used as a crossover platform had caved in. We moved across slowly, crawling over rubble. I slipped once and nearly twisted my ankle. Ellis hoisted the cart up one stair at a time, sweat pouring down his face. We paused at the top and caught our breath. Kieran leaned against a cracked support beam and pointed to the far wall. There was graffiti there, fresh, still wet, like it had been painted days ago. It read, "We are under, we are many, we hear you." None of us said a word. We moved faster after that, past broken switch panels, dead comm boxes and tunnels that smelled like rotting air. A few times we heard movement, distant shuffles, a faint dragging noise. Once, I thought I saw a figure dart between shadows far behind us, but when I blinked, it was gone. We reached the outer edge of King's Cross by late afternoon, at least according to Ellis's watch. The perimeter was real. Heavy blast doors sealed off the north entrance. A crude barricade of chairs, tables, and steel rails had been erected just inside. 2 bodies lay nearby, one with a cracked helmet, the other face down with a crowbar still in hand. Both had bite marks. Ellis approached the door and tapped the emergency code he'd heard on the radio, 4300. A tone chirped. Nothing else. We waited. 5 minutes passed, then 10. A voice came through the intercom. Female, rough. "Who's outside?" Ellis stepped forward. "4 of us, 2 able, 1 wounded, 1 unconscious, no bites. We're survivors. Maintenance crew. Picked up your broadcast at Moorgate." Silence. Then the door buzzed. Not open, just unlocked. It took both Ellis and I to drag it open. The weight was enormous. We slid through and pulled it shut behind us. On the other side was a narrow tunnel lit by flood lamps and lined with blankets, crates, and empty ration tins. A woman stood at the far end, shotgun in hand. She had the look of someone who hadn't slept in days, but wasn't about to drop her guard. She nodded. "Name's Kara. You're lucky. Broadcast loop's shutting down tonight. We've been pulling back. Zone Bravo's collapsing." "What do you mean collapsing?" I asked. "Signal strength dropping. Supply runners stopped returning. We're pulling everyone we can and heading to Zone Delta. Heathrow line. Still got air support down there. For now." Kieran sat down slowly against the wall, letting out a long breath. Ellis helped lift Ward off the cart and lay him on a foam mat. Kara watched all of us for a moment, then said, "You made it through the tunnels? From where?" "Holborn," I said. She blinked. "You've been below since the start." 30 days, I said quietly. Kara looked at me like she wanted to say something else but didn't. Just turned and walked back down the tunnel. We stayed there through the night. Ellis finally collapsed into a proper sleep. Ward stirred once, opened his eyes for the first time, then drifted again. Kieran lay back, staring at the ceiling. I sat with my back to the wall, listening. 30 days underground. The city I knew had changed. Not just the streets, but the rules. Above ground, people were still clinging to the idea of civilization. Down below, we'd seen what came next. Adaptation, mutation, silence twisted into hunger. We'd survived not because we fought harder, but because we listened better, moved quieter, trusted less. I don't know what happens after this. Maybe we make it to Zone Delta. Maybe not. But I know I'll never hear the echo of train wheels again without thinking of what replaced them. 30 days ago, I was just a worker. Now I'm something else. Not a hero, not a survivor. Just someone who listened long enough to stay human. The lights were too bright when I opened my eyes. I didn't know what day it was. I never really did. But this time it felt different. It wasn't just the drugs. There was a stillness in the air. A mechanical hum and the faint flicker of fluorescent light above me, but nothing else. No voices, no footsteps, no meals sliding through the hatch in the door. My name is Eli Tanner. I was a patient at St. Joseph's Behavioral Health Center, just outside Morristown, New Jersey. The building was old, late 60s construction, the kind with reinforced doors and tiny wire-latticed windows. I'd been in the isolation ward, room 14C, for what they said was a psychotic break. It wasn't my first, but it was the worst. I don't remember most of the intake, just fragments. A smashed mirror, someone yelling my name, red and blue lights. After that, a blur of faces and needles. The room was small, 8 by 10, white walls stained near the corners where mold crept behind the paint. The bed was built into the floor. I had a stainless steel toilet and sink. No mirror, no sharp edges. The window was the size of a shoebox and covered in bars. I couldn't see the parking lot, just sky and brick wall. That morning, if it was morning, I noticed my limbs were slow. There was a fog inside my head, heavy and warm, like trying to think through a pillow. That meant I'd been given haloperidol again. Strong dose, long half-life, enough to keep me sedated for at least 24 hours. I sat on the bed and waited for the usual, but it didn't come. No nurse slid open the panel, no temperature check, no paper cup of pills and warm water, just the hum of lights and the creak of my own movements. I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. I tapped the metal frame 3 times. No answer. I thought maybe I'd misbehaved. Maybe they'd upped the dose and skipped a day. That happened before, after the incident with the orderly in February. But even then, someone came. Always. The panic didn't come all at once. It arrived slowly, like the cold. I started checking things I hadn't checked in weeks, pulled on the base of the toilet, checked under the sink lip for hidden notes or messages like I used to do in high school. Nothing. Eventually I called out. "Hello?" Soft at first, then louder, still no one. I waited. I counted 1,000 seconds in my head, still nothing. I pressed my face to the window slit, eyes squinting into the brightness. I thought I saw movement in the hallway, but it was a shadow, not human. It moved wrong, too fast. Then it vanished. I sat back on the mattress and whispered to myself, slow and steady like my last therapist had taught me. Not real, not yet. Observe, don't interpret. But even then, something felt off. The hospital had routines, schedules, rhythms. This was wrong. Hours passed, maybe more. The lights didn't dim. There were no voices in the hall, no carts rattling by, not even the sound of the intercom buzzing with a code blue in another wing. Just silence and flickering white light. That's when the smell started. It wasn't strong at first, just a faint sweetness, like rotting fruit left out too long, but it deepened, grew heavier, metallic, like rust soaked in sugar. I'd smelled something like it once, years ago, when a squirrel died in my mom's attic, and we didn't find it for 2 weeks. It didn't take long before I couldn't ignore it. I stood by the door and whispered again. "Hello? Hello, I think something's wrong." My voice cracked from disuse. "Please." I banged on the door. Nothing. I remembered the metal leg plate on the bed, bolted in but loose near the bottom. I'd noticed it months ago, during one of my manic episodes when I catalogued every corner of the room in sequence. I dropped to my knees and pressed along the seam. It flexed, just slightly. I worked at it with my fingernails until one split. I tasted blood. It didn't matter. I kept going. Time passed strangely. No cues. Just me and that tiny edge of possibility. After a while, it gave. One bolt snapped clean. I bent the plate back enough to give me leverage, enough to use as a tool, or a weapon if I had to. The lights flickered. Once. Then again. Emergency power. The hallway outside shifted from bright white to red, pulsing low and slow through the wire glass window slit. I heard a sound that didn't belong, something like fabric scraping metal followed by a wet slap. Then silence again. I backed away from the door. I knew that smell. It was stronger now. Inside the vents. Not imagined. Not hallucinated. Real. I wasn't alone in the ward. The noise returned hours later. Slow, dragging footsteps and something heavier scraping behind it. I didn't look. I stayed curled against the far wall, the metal panel gripped in my hands like a crucifix. Whoever it was didn't knock. They didn't speak. Just stood on the other side of the door. Then, breathing, wrong, wet, fast. I didn't make a sound. I barely moved. I waited. Eventually the noise faded. Something heavy hit the wall 2 doors down, and then there was a scream. It didn't sound human, but it came from someone who used to be. I kept count in my head for what felt like another day. I rationed water from the sink, ate the last of the graham crackers they gave me during intake, stale but edible. When I used the toilet, I turned away from the window slit. My hands were trembling, not from fear exactly, but from whatever was still lingering in my system. The haloperidol was wearing off slowly, like a receding tide. I could think clearly for the most part, but my limbs still felt detached, like they were obeying orders with a half-second delay. I moved carefully, deliberately, trying not to overexert myself. The last thing I wanted was to collapse mid-plan. I needed all of me operational. The door was steel, heavy, the kind that locks magnetically from the outside. I'd studied it before, months ago, during one of my sharper episodes. It had no handle inside, only a speaker panel and the small observation slit, triple reinforced glass wired through. I knew I couldn't brute force my way out. The hinges were concealed, institutional grade, but I also knew from experience that nothing built by humans was perfect. I used the edge of the loosened bed plate to chip away at the screws holding the speaker panel in place. It was slow work. The screws weren't the typical kind, more like security bolts, but enough years of fidgeting had taught me patience. I chipped and scraped, taking breaks to rest and listen. Sometimes I'd hear something, footsteps, distant screams, the low groan of metal under strain. I couldn't tell if it was inside the building or outside. The place was too insulated. By what felt like the 6th or 7th hour of work, I'd loosened the bottom of the panel enough to wedge the bed plate inside. I pried it down and peered into the cavity behind. Wires, a circuit board, and, thank God, a manual override slot. I didn't have a keycard, but I didn't need one. My hands were already cut from the work, so I wiped blood along the base of the slot and pushed a shard of the metal plate into it, wiggling it like I'd seen maintenance do once in the common area when they were fixing a short. I held my breath. The magnetic lock didn't click open, but I heard something, a faint electric pop. The seal had weakened. I pressed my shoulder to the door and leaned hard. Nothing. I backed up, ran and threw my weight against it. Still nothing. I did it again. On the third try, I heard a groan, metal flexing, giving. I staggered back and did it a fourth time, this time angling lower, into the weak point where the frame met the wall. The door gave way half an inch. I stopped and listened. Still no movement in the hallway. I rammed it again, another inch. The lock buzzed weakly, shorted out from my improvised override. I braced myself, drew in a breath, and hit the door one last time with everything I had left. The door swung open halfway and caught on something. I froze. It was a leg, not attached to anything alive. The hallway outside was streaked with dark stains, long and uneven like something had been dragged across the tile. The fluorescent lights above flickered in and out, some of them blown entirely, the rest casting red emergency glow. The smell I'd noticed earlier was stronger out here. It clung to everything, clothing, walls, skin, a mix of decay, copper, bleach, and rot. I stepped over the leg. The body it belonged to was an orderly I recognized, Jensen, maybe mid-30s. He used to bring me books when I wasn't fit for group therapy. His mouth was open too wide, jaw broken sideways, and both eyes were missing. The skin on one arm was shredded down to tendon. Whatever had done this hadn't just killed him. It had torn him apart with purpose. I didn't stop to look long. The ward was shaped like a horseshoe, with rooms along the outer curve and a nurse's station in the middle behind plexiglass. I crept toward it, barefoot, metal shard in hand. I avoided the puddles, some water, some not. The walls were streaked with handprints, too high to be accidental. I found another body near the end of the corridor, a patient, male. I didn't know him well, but he was from the lower wing. He had bitten through his own wrist, still clutching a plastic spoon sharpened into a crude weapon. His door was still ajar. Whatever happened here, it hit fast and hard. The nurse's station was empty. Chairs overturned, monitors black. The main panel had been smashed. I stepped behind the counter, searching drawers. Found a half-empty box of latex gloves, a broken two-way radio, and a ring of keys. I almost cried when I saw them. I slipped them onto my wrist like a bracelet and kept moving. There was no power to the security doors, so the keys were my only way out. I bypassed the staff lounge and headed for the fire exit at the far end of the hall. As I turned the corner, I stopped dead. Something was in the hallway. It stood hunched over a gurney, unmoving at first. I thought it might be dead. Then it twitched, jerky and unnatural. The thing had been wearing scrubs once, maybe. Hard to tell now. The skin was grey, pulled tight. Hair hung in clumps. Its fingers were red up to the knuckles. I backed away slowly, praying the lights wouldn't flicker again. It turned toward me, and I saw its face, or what was left of it. No expression, just hunger, mindless and raw. I didn't run. I turned and walked backward until I rounded the corner, then sprinted. My feet slapped wet tile. I slipped once, caught myself. The fire exit was in sight. I shoved the first key into the slot, missed. tried the second. The lock clicked. I threw the door open and fell into the stairwell. Behind me, I heard the thing shriek. Not a sound of pain, but rage. I slammed the door shut and twisted the manual bolt. The sound on the other side grew louder. Claws or nails against metal, the groaning strain of something too strong to be human, hammering on the other side. I didn't wait to see if it could get through. I climbed. 4 flights, no shoes, no food, no plan. But I was out of the ward, and I was still breathing. When I reached the main floor, I peeked through the narrow glass slot. The lobby was empty. Chairs scattered, magazines on the floor, pages torn. No one at the desk. The front doors were shattered inward, glass scattered like confetti. Outside, the sky was overcast. Not a single car moved in the parking lot. I stepped into the lobby and finally saw what was left of the world. It was wrong. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you feel like you've done something terribly irreversible, and now everything is holding its breath, waiting for the consequence. A few blocks away, smoke curled up from behind the trees. A siren blared in the distance, but it didn't sound like it was heading anywhere. Just looping. There were no birds, no cars, no wind. I stood there in a blood-stained gown with nothing but a shard of bed frame and a ring of keys. The air felt thick, still, like a hospital room right after the machine's flatline. And then I heard the gunshot. One sharp crack, then another. Farther away, in the direction of the highway. I ducked low and ran for the utility shed behind the building. It was half open, rusted shut on one hinge. Inside, I found a toolbox and an old maintenance jacket. It fit poorly, but it covered the gown. I wrapped my feet in plastic trash liners from the bin. It wasn't much, but it was something. I knew I couldn't stay. The hospital was done. Whoever hadn't died in the initial attack had likely turned. I couldn't guess how long it had been. 2 days, 3. No power, no food supply, no survivors calling out. The air outside tasted different, not just because it was fresh. It carried something else now, like chemicals on fire, like old wires smouldering in the walls of a house you forgot to unplug. It was quiet, but not peaceful. I kept expecting to hear a bird or the whoosh of passing cars on the main road, but all I heard was the wind brushing leaves and the occasional dull echo of something slamming shut in the distance. Even the air felt like it had gone stale. I took the narrow maintenance trail that curved behind the hospital and came out near the woods that bordered South Jefferson Road. There was a utility right-of-way there, some old power lines above, and a gravel service road that maintenance staff used to check the poles. I remembered one of the orderlies talking about cutting through that way for a smoke break. Now it was my lifeline. I followed it, moving slow and low, scanning every break in the trees for motion. I still had the shard of metal plate tucked in my sleeve. It was slick with rust and dull along the edge, but if I aimed right, I figured it might do enough damage to buy me time. I also had the ring of keys. I kept them wrapped in my jacket sleeve to stop the jingling. That sound, even tiny, could draw something, and I knew enough now to assume that what was out here didn't need much to start hunting. About an hour into my walk, I reached a chain-link fence half collapsed near a substation. The whole structure was humming faintly on backup power, one side scorched black like something had blown out recently. A white van was parked half in a ditch next to it, Morris County Water Authority stenciled on the side. Its front windshield was cracked, the passenger door half open. I stopped 20 yards out and watched it for a long time. No motion, no sound. Eventually, I crept closer. The inside smelled like rotting fast food, and something else, rancid, like wet towels left in the heat. The driver was slumped sideways, his seatbelt still fastened. His head had been opened, no blood left, just the dried outline of where it had gone. Flies had nested in the floor mats. I pulled open the back of the van and found a first aid kit, a flashlight that barely worked, and a crowbar under the maintenance rack. I kept the crowbar. It felt solid, balanced, better than my improvised shard. There were no maps in the vehicle, but there was a clipboard with a route log. Last entry, Tuesday, 9:13 a.m. Greystone Water Tower inspection. No year written, just a date. I took it anyway. Not for the destination, but because whoever had written it had done so like it was still a normal week. That meant the collapse hadn't been gradual. It had come fast. Too fast for even utility crews to pull out of the field. I took the crowbar and climbed back out onto the gravel. The route curved southeast toward the old Greystone Park Psychiatric Center ruins. That place had been shuttered for years, mostly demolished, but a new medical complex had gone up on part of the land. If the substation was out, maybe the emergency services hub was still functioning, or at least occupied. I walked. Every time I passed a road sign or broken mile marker, I felt like I was stepping out of some old version of myself. I wasn't just the guy who used to sit in a locked room talking to a reflection in the window. I was now something else. Not cured, not better, just awake. It took me about another hour to reach the tree line overlooking Route 10. I stayed hidden in the brush and looked out over the road. It was wrecked. Not like an accident, like a war zone. 5 or 6 vehicles lay crumpled in the westbound lane. 2 sedans, a minivan, and a box truck jackknifed sideways. The back of the truck had burst open. A stream of boxes lined the road behind it. I couldn't see what was in them, but it didn't matter. The important part was that the whole scene was silent. No emergency services, no flares, no movement. I waited, watched. That's when I saw the first one. It came from the trees near the eastern shoulder, walking slowly, awkwardly, almost like a drunk trying to remember how legs worked. It paused every few steps and tilted its head, like it was listening. Its skin looked peeled, like old wallpaper curling away from drywall. I stayed low and held my breath. 2 more followed. They didn't talk, didn't run, just wandered, but they stuck together, not quite in formation but close, like moths circling the same lamp. I backed into the brush and started to angle toward a drainage ditch that passed under the road. If I could get through without drawing attention, I could bypass the wreckage and keep moving east. The culvert was narrow. I had to crouch low to fit, the air thick with mildew and runoff. Graffiti lined the walls, old names, curse words, hearts carved into mossy concrete. The other end opened into a brushy embankment behind an auto repair shop. I climbed out slowly, checked my surroundings, and darted for cover behind a dumpster. Still, no movement. I entered the building through a shattered garage door. The inside was ransacked, broken tools everywhere. A few lockers had been pried open. I found a dented toolbox and pulled out a roll of tape, a utility knife with one remaining blade, and a grimy rag I used to wipe down my arms. Behind the counter was a half-eaten sandwich and a cup of coffee long gone cold. Someone had left in a hurry. In the waiting room, I found a cracked radio, old model, battery-powered. I turned the dial slowly, static buzzing in and out. Then, faintly, I caught something. A voice, half a sentence. Quarantine collapsed. No safe zones remain. If you're hearing this, then static again. I turned the dial back and forth but couldn't lock it in. I held the radio to my ear and waited. A few more garbled phrases came through. CDC field offices compromised. Safe travel not advised. Use extreme caution with exposed individuals. That was the moment I realized there wasn't a rescue coming. No convoys, no FEMA shelters being set up in stadiums. Whatever had started inside hospitals like St. Joseph's had already breached containment. It was everywhere. I took the radio and packed it in the plastic bag I'd found behind the counter, slipped it into my coat. I wasn't sure what direction to head in anymore, but the voice on the radio had mentioned the CDC. There was a regional office in Newark, not a full facility, but they used it for training and outbreak preparedness. If there was any coordination still happening, it would be there. Newark was over 20 miles away. I didn't have a vehicle. I didn't have food. I didn't even have a real map. But I knew how to avoid being seen. Years of slipping out of group therapy, of navigating the hallways between orderlies, of watching patterns and slipping between blind spots. I could do this out here too. I found a bicycle behind the shop. Rusted, bent at the handlebars, but the tires held air. I broke off a piece of broom handle and jammed it in as a makeshift grip, taped over the cracked seat, and used a scrap of wire to hold the chain in place. I rode through back lots and parking alleys, weaving between service lanes and old office parks. Every so often, I'd hear movement, shuffling feet, a moan, or the sudden slam of metal. I never stopped to check. Once, I saw a survivor. He was standing on the roof of a gas station, waving down at the highway. His mouth moved, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. As I passed, I saw the outline of something crawling up the back of the awning. I looked away before I saw how it ended. I didn't sleep that night. I made it to a strip mall on the edge of Livingston, holed up in the back of a mattress store. Used a display sheet to cover myself. There was no electricity, but the windows had blackout panels. I sat against a wall and counted my supplies. I had half of a protein bar, a crowbar with chipped paint and a sticky grip, a battery-powered radio that picked up nothing but fragments, and a flashlight that was already dimming. My legs ached from pedaling the bent bike for hours, and my shoulders throbbed from carrying everything in a makeshift trash bag sling. But I wasn't injured, not bitten, not infected, just tired. I couldn't afford to fall asleep though, not yet. Around 3 a.m, I heard something. It started as a dull thud, then a series of scraping sounds against the aluminum door at the back of the store. I didn't move, just pulled the display sheet tighter and held my breath. It continued for nearly 20 minutes. Sometimes it paused, then returned, like whoever or whatever was outside had forgotten what it was doing and then remembered. I knew better than to make a sound. Eventually it stopped. No footsteps retreating, just silence. At dawn, I risked a glance through a crack in the store's side door. The parking lot was still. A few cars sat abandoned, doors ajar, glass shattered on the pavement. Far off, beyond the gas station across the road, I could see smoke. Not just a single column, but several, like chimneys of a dead factory pumping black into the sky. The city wasn't recovering, it was burning. I left the store an hour later and kept moving east, sticking to the smaller residential roads where houses backed up against parks or wooded trails. I passed driveways filled with cars that would never move again. In one neighborhood, a sprinkler system had activated automatically, watering a brown lawn while a body lay face down on the sidewalk nearby. No one had bothered to turn anything off. Maybe no one was left to do it. On Eisenhower Parkway, I found a delivery truck halfway up a curb, engine cold. The back was open. Inside were boxes of boxed juice, crackers, canned food. No one in the cab, no sign of struggle. I loaded what I could into a canvas tote I found in a school parking lot nearby and kept going. It was the first proper meal I'd had since the outbreak. I didn't savor it, just chewed, fast and quiet, and moved on. By midday, I reached the outskirts of West Orange, cutting behind Turtleback Zoo to avoid the major roads. The zoo was abandoned, gates open, cages, some of them too. I didn't go near it. Something about the silence there felt wrong, like the animals knew long before we did what was coming and had made their decision. I found shelter that night inside a shuttered medical office. The entrance had been broken open, but the interior was undisturbed. I locked myself in an exam room, propped a chair under the doorknob, and used a blood pressure cuff to secure the handle. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I took a few adhesive bandages for my blisters and scavenged a small bottle of ibuprofen from a cabinet. The next morning, I climbed the stairs to the roof. From there, I could see toward Newark. What I saw froze me. Columns of smoke, a faint orange haze. Helicopters, 2 of them, moving slowly along the skyline, not military, civilian, probably news or chartered evac. One of them hovered too long near a rooftop and then suddenly spiraled, clipped a building, and vanished behind a plume of dust. I never saw it rise again. I stayed up there for a while, mapping out streets in my mind. If I cut across South Orange, kept below Interstate 280, I could reach Newark in under a day on foot, assuming no interruptions. I didn't believe in assumptions anymore. I made my move after sundown, heading into Maplewood and using old walking trails along the railway corridor. The town was eerie, storefronts smashed, mannequins in boutique windows stripped or broken. Most homes looked untouched, no broken doors, no fires, just quiet, like everyone had simply walked out and never came back. That's when I ran into my first real obstacle, a barricade across Springfield Avenue built from dumpsters, fencing, and burned-out vehicles. A handwritten sign hung crooked from the top. No entry. Sick inside. Keep out. I crept around the edge using an alley and saw what was left of whoever built it. 7 bodies, some half covered with blankets, one tied to a pole by the arms. They hadn't been dead long. No decay, just stillness. Their faces didn't show fear, more like exhaustion. Like giving up was just easier. I didn't touch anything. Past the barricade, I followed the edge of Vailsburg Park, keeping the trees between me and the skyline. As I entered Newark proper, the air changed again, acrid, denser. You could smell the burning rubber, the chemical runoff. The closer I got to the industrial districts, the more ash I saw on the ground. Everything looked grey, even the sky. It wasn't long before I realized Newark hadn't just fallen, it had been wiped out. Storefronts gutted, windows blackened from fire. A whole stretch of Market Street collapsed under what looked like a gas main explosion. Whatever the CDC or National Guard had tried to set up here, it didn't hold. It didn't even get started. I moved building to building, checking for anything, maps, radios, markings on walls. In one lobby, someone had scrawled, "The river's worse," in spray paint. I didn't understand it then, not fully, but the warning settled in the pit of my stomach like a stone. When I finally reached the CDC field office, a low brick building near Raymond Boulevard, the front was sealed with police tape and folding barricades. Signs read, "Authorized entry only, level 4 biohazard." I ignored them. At that point, the rules didn't matter. No one was left to enforce them. Inside, I found only silence. The reception desk had a bullet hole in the glass. Blood stained the wall behind it. The security monitors were still running on backup power, looping through static-filled camera feeds. Most showed empty corridors. One showed movement, something crawling past a glass door, fast and low. I didn't wait to find out what. In the back, I found a communications room, equipment smashed, a single hardline phone still blinking. I picked it up. No dial tone, just faint static. I held it to my ear for a while anyway, half expecting anyone to speak. Then I heard a whisper, not speech, not language, just breath. Like someone breathing from a long distance away. I hung up. I found a map pinned to the wall, a logistics chart showing alternate emergency shelters. Most were crossed out in red. One circle remained, Fort Monmouth, down the coast. It was nearly 40 miles away. I folded the map, grabbed a broken radio headset, and stuffed them both into my coat. As I stepped out into the late afternoon sun, I looked down the street and saw them, 3 of the infected, moving slowly across the road, dragging chains behind them. Their eyes were clouded, their hands twitching. One stopped and lifted its head, sniffing the air. I moved fast, ducking into the alley behind an old theater, didn't look back. That night, I slept in an elevator shaft, wedged between the wall and the emergency ladder. I wedged the crowbar through the upper rails so nothing could pull the door open. The city groaned around me. Sirens wailed on auto loop. Fires popped in distant corners. At some point during the night, I heard the building shift. It was a low, deep sound, concrete creaking under stress, metal contracting in the cold. It made me freeze, more than the infected ever had. A structure like that, already burned and half abandoned, could fall in on itself without warning. I waited until dawn lit the upper windows before I slipped out. The stairwells were still intact. I moved slow, stepping carefully over shards of broken glass and bits of insulation hanging like vines. The streets were clearer at sunrise. Whatever the infected did at night, they didn't seem to do it in daylight. I used that to my advantage and headed south toward Elizabeth, sticking close to the New Jersey Turnpike, though I never walked directly on it. I stayed beneath the overpasses and followed service roads when I could. Along the way, I passed a train yard, rows of stalled freight cars, their sides tagged with graffiti, some so recent the paint still glistened. I considered trying to get inside one, maybe find something useful, but then I saw a dark smear along the edge of one door and what looked like handprints streaked across the gravel beside it. No way to know if it had been infected or desperate survivors. Either way, I didn't want to know. I scavenged from gas stations, what was left of them. The registers had been emptied, fridges looted, but sometimes there were odd things people didn't think to grab. In one, I found a sealed bottle of water under a floor display. In another, a flashlight with almost new batteries behind the counter. In the third, a body, propped against the cooler with a makeshift tourniquet on one leg and a folding knife clutched in one hand. I didn't look long. Whatever happened, it was over. By noon, the heat was coming down hard. Mid-June in New Jersey meant humidity you could feel in your teeth. The air was thick, the sky pale blue with a yellow haze near the horizon. I tied a strip of fabric around my head to keep the sweat out of my eyes and kept moving. Near Carteret, I found a police SUV flipped over and burned out. There was a shotgun still locked in the rack, but the mount was scorched and twisted. I pried it loose with the crowbar and took what I could. 3 shells in the door compartment. It wasn't much, but it was something. Crossing the Raritan River was the first real obstacle. The Victory Bridge was too exposed. Cars jammed at both ends, smoke still drifting from the median. I didn't trust it. Instead, I cut down towards Sayreville, where an old maintenance bridge for utilities spanned the water. It was narrow and rusted, with patches of metal grating barely holding. Halfway across, I heard the first groan behind me. I didn't look, didn't stop. I moved fast but quiet, hugging the railing. My wrapped feet barely made a sound. When I reached the other side, I dropped down into the tree line and didn't stop until I'd put a mile between me and the river. Whatever was following me didn't keep pace. The world changed as I neared the coast. Less vertical, more open. The horizon was flat, and the trees gave way to brush and old neighborhoods that hadn't seen maintenance in weeks. Lawns overgrown, windows shattered, mail piled up like snowdrifts. I saw a group of infected standing in a cul-de-sac near a burned-out SUV, just standing. No movement, no noise, just waiting. That was the worst part, the waiting, like they were listening for something only they could hear. I bypassed them through backyards, leaping a fence into a dried-up drainage canal. My legs buckled on landing, and for a second I thought I'd torn something. But it passed, just fatigue. I took a moment under the overhang of a broken swing set and pulled out the radio. For a long time it was just static, then a flicker, a voice, garbled but real. Monmouth, Eastern Perimeter, fall back, repeat. I adjusted the dial, but the signal was weak. Still, it was enough. Fort Monmouth was still active, somehow. I cut east across Tinton Falls, avoiding main roads and keeping behind shopping centers and office parks. Most had been looted already. In one I found a backpack, child-sized but usable. It had a notebook inside with crayon drawings of stick figures and what looked like helicopters. I kept it, not for use, just to remember. The closer I got to Eatontown, the more signs of conflict I saw. Burned-out barricades, shell casings in the street, a crumpled sign that read, "Evac here," with a red X slashed across it. The world had tried to organize once, then it fell apart. At the final approach, I saw the fences. Fort Monmouth's eastern entrance was lined with shipping containers stacked 3 high, creating a wall. Watchtowers made of scaffolding rose at intervals. The flag above the main gate was hanging limp, sun-bleached, one corner torn, and it was quiet. Too quiet. I approached from the tree line, circling wide to the north. I saw no patrols, no guards, no movement, but the gate was open, not broken, just open, like someone had left in a hurry and never came back. I crept in, crowbar in hand, listening. The inside was a ghost town, barracks empty, vehicles abandoned mid-unload. One had a gurney still strapped to its rear bed with restraints torn loose, blood on the tires, not fresh. I entered the main command building. The interior was stripped, radios smashed, papers burned in piles, but on one desk was a printed evacuation notice dated June 4th. The last line read, "If unable to reach Camp Vickery, destroy comms and initiate silent fallback. No further civilian intake authorized." I leaned back and stared at the ceiling. They were gone. The last hope I'd been chasing for days, through ash and blood and silence, it had already collapsed. Camp Vickery was farther south, somewhere in Ocean County. I didn't know exactly where, no map, no route, just another ghost. I took the water from the mess hall, filled 2 bottles and stuffed them in my pack, found a tarp and wrapped it around my shoulders. Night was coming. The sky was bruising over and the winds had started to shift. As I left the base, I stopped near the main gate. There was a message spray-painted in black across the wall. They listen, they learn. I didn't understand it. Not then. I do now. That night, I set camp in the shell of an old administration building. No roof, just walls. I built a small fire from chair legs and file folders, using an old fuse to spark it. As the flames crackled, I pulled out the notebook from the kid's backpack, flipped through it slowly, then I wrote something on the last page. "My name is Eli Tanner. I was a patient in Isolation Ward 14C. If you find this, I made it as far as Fort Monmouth. I'm still alive, still thinking, still human." I left the notebook there, weighed under a stone, and I kept walking. No destination, no rescue, just one foot in front of the other, because the world wasn't coming back, but I wasn't done yet. I've been a security shift manager at Paradise in Belgium for the past 7 years. My younger brother Eli joined the team 4 years ago. We don't live on the zoo grounds, but when everything started falling apart, we moved into the old keeper lodges near the South American section, across the little bridge past the Owl Aviary. They were originally built for multi-day volunteers, but now they're our stronghold. 2 rooms, a backup generator, a cellar-sized pantry, and windows thick enough to make us feel slightly less exposed at night. Paradise isn't a city zoo, it's different. It's built on the grounds of the old Cistercian monastery of Cambron Abbey, a sprawling 160-acre estate surrounded by forest, farmland, and stone walls. The park is known for how freely animals move. Some species roam vast enclosures with minimal fencing. Most of the pandas, elephants, big cats, and primates have outdoor and indoor spaces linked by reinforced gates. That's what saved us at first. The zombies didn't breach the core until much later. When the government first issued civil lockdown notices across Wallonia, about half the staff didn't return after that weekend. People were panicking about Liège and Namur, then Brussels. I don't blame them. Some had kids. Some had family across the border. We were told to stay until the military set up formal quarantine routes. That never came. On March 9th, the internet cut out completely. Not just flaky service, gone. Landlines too. Our satellite emergency phone still worked on and off, but no one was answering. The last thing I heard before the signal died was a half-broken transmission from a local emergency coordination center in Mons, something about containment breaches, localized blackouts, and holding the perimeter until further notice. After that, we were on our own. I organized what staff we had left: one vet, Dr. Sabine Engels, 2 keepers from the primate and reptile teams, and a chef who stayed only because he didn't know where else to go. By day 4, they were all gone. Sabine tried to make it back to Leuven to find her daughter. The others just vanished one by one during the night. By day 6, it was just me, Eli, and the animals. We split duties fast. Eli monitored the enclosures and maintained the backup diesel generators. I secured gates, rationed food, and did the night rounds. We blocked off the visitor zones with steel fencing from the maintenance warehouse. We piled benches against the glass domes. We drained one of the koi ponds and filled it with clean reserve water from the elephant filtration station. That became our emergency supply. We still had dry feed for the hoof stock, refrigerated meat for the carnivores, and stacks of bamboo pallets for the pandas, but no way to resupply, no way to know what was happening outside the stone walls. We didn't sleep much that first week. No creature in the park did. The monkeys screamed for hours every night. The wolves howled at nothing. Even the tortoises were constantly on edge, moving erratically, as if they sensed something unnatural pressing against the walls of their world. By the end of day 6, we heard the first real breach. It happened near the African savanna section. Something, or someone, climbed over the east perimeter wall, using the broken scaffolding left near the giraffe house. It must have happened just after dusk. The security cameras had frozen hours earlier, but the radio buzzed with motion alerts. Not from humans, not from keepers. From the tagged gates near the southern fence line, I checked the thermal monitor, heat signatures, but they were cold, wrong, moving slow. Eli and I grabbed what we had, an old hunting rifle from the caretaker's shed and my riot baton, and moved toward the ridge path above the elephant paddocks. I didn't speak, neither did he. You don't talk when the world ends, you listen. We caught sight of them near the zebra shelter, 6 of them, maybe more behind the brush. They weren't sprinting, they weren't groaning. No wild chaos like in movies, just walking. Some had parts of uniforms, a forestry jacket, a delivery vest. One woman had hospital scrubs and no shoes. They walked like they had nowhere to go, but they were moving in our direction, swerving only when blocked by hedges or inclines. One stumbled into the giraffe gate and got tangled in the feed netting. The animal kicked him hard enough to fold his body backward. It didn't make a sound, didn't even register pain, just kept trying to move forward until it broke its own spine, and still it twitched, still it clawed the ground. Eli lowered the rifle. He didn't shoot, not yet. I signaled for him to backtrack, and we retreated to the secondary lock gates near the Lima crossing bridge. We'd need to seal off the entire savannah sector by sunrise. The lock gates had been designed to funnel large maintenance vehicles through the habitat zones without opening multiple animal areas at once. They were reinforced steel, split into 4 segments, with cross-latch bolts big enough to stop a rhino. It took us over an hour to reseal them manually with hand tools because the electric controls had gone dead with the rest of the grid. Eli found a hydraulic jack in the utility barn, and we used it to shift the damaged hinges. By the time the first rays of sunlight broke through the mist over the Chinese garden, we'd welded the gate closed with a torch kit I'd pulled from the welding shed 3 days earlier. That's how it was. No breaks, no panic attacks, no crying fits or deep conversations about what was lost. Just the work. Either you stayed in motion, or you started thinking too much, and thinking was dangerous out here now. We set up a rotating schedule. Eli covered midday patrols while I worked nights. We took turns feeding the carnivores, and we avoided the outer sectors as much as possible. Every day, we found signs of new breaches, claw marks in the garden maze, footprints in the mud outside the penguin compound. One morning, Eli found a shredded pair of shoes near the otter pools. No body, just blood, a lot of it. We stopped sleeping in turns and started sleeping in shifts, 2 hours each, no more. The generator's diesel reserve was still over half full, and we rationed power carefully. We only used lights in the interior corridors and the refrigerated feed building. Everything else stayed dark, The animals didn't seem to mind. They preferred it now, I think. On day 8, one of the lions was found dead. Malika, the older female, had her neck broken. It looked like she'd crashed into the interior gate trying to escape. We reviewed the manual latch logs. The lock had been released from inside, but Eli and I hadn't been near that sector in 3 days. The other 2 lions were unharmed but spooked, circling non-stop. We buried Malika near the elephant grove, under the ash tree where school groups used to gather for educational talks. We didn't speak, just dug until it was done. No words, just the work. That night, a low thud woke me. I was on the top floor of the aviary control center, using the old keeper observation room as my base. I scanned the monitors, only static. I looked down into the tree canopy where the glass dome arched across the bat corridor. There was movement, not the bats, something on the roof. I grabbed the binoculars and adjusted focus through the cracked dome glass. A man, barefoot, slouched, unmoving, stood in the middle of the skylight panels. His arms dangled at his sides, fingers curled like dry leaves. The lights behind him cast a long, distorted reflection across the plexiglass. Then, slowly, he pressed both palms against the glass and began to lean forward as if trying to push his way through. I radioed Eli, no response. I tried again, still nothing. I ran down the spiral stairs and crossed the central corridor past the penguin habitat. Everything was quiet, too quiet. The usual rustle of parrots and chittering monkeys was gone. Even the lemurs were silent. Then I heard something dragging on the stone tile, a scrape, then a shuffle. I ducked behind the polar tunnel divider and looked toward the maintenance locker. Eli stood at the far end of the hall, barefoot, shirt half torn, breathing shallow through his mouth. His face was pale, but his eyes were locked on me, awake, human, alive. He whispered, "Behind you." I turned and saw the janitor's assistant from reptile care, Adrian, what was left of him. His face had collapsed inward, jaw hanging sideways from tendon and rot. One arm had been ripped off below the elbow, the remaining one reached for my sleeve. I stumbled back, grabbed a broomstick from the wall and drove it into his chest with everything I had. It didn't stop him, nothing did. I grabbed Eli and we ran. We didn't make it far before he collapsed on the walkway near the panda trail. Eli had a gash across his ribs, deep, not from a bite, but from the steel fence wire that snapped when he forced one of the gates closed earlier. It had sliced clean across his side. The blood loss made him weak, slower. That's how Adrian must have gotten close. I carried him back to the lodge and dressed the wound with gauze and antiseptic. No fever, no infection, at least not yet. For the next 2 days, I did everything solo. I fed the primates and kept the reptiles warm using propane heaters. I reinforced the perimeter fencing with repurposed barriers from the rhino zone. At night, I listened for movement, always movement, never silence. The worst was day 11. A small group of infected, 4 or 5, somehow made it past the service road checkpoint near the train depot. I saw them on the hill just after dusk. Their shadows stretched long across the old abbey ruins. They didn't rush, didn't attack in a swarm. They just kept walking, foot after foot, until they reached the tiger enclosure. The old male, Jagan, didn't wait. He lunged at the glass before I could stop him, slammed into the barrier so hard I thought he'd break it. But the glass held. They pressed up against it, hands smearing red-black trails as they reached toward the sound. Jagan snarled and paced, but never looked away. One infected fell, crawled across the mulch, and began slapping the base of the barrier with both hands like a drumbeat. That noise continued for hours. By sunrise, 2 of the infected were gone, dragged off by something or someone. Jagan was still pacing. I threw a tarp over the glass from the outside, blocked the view. He finally stopped. That morning, I found 3 wallabies dead. Fence breach again. No infected this time, just exposure. The wind had dropped into freezing temperatures, and the heat lamps in their enclosure had failed. I spent the rest of the day pulling dead bodies out of the southern bird sanctuary. Some were birds, one wasn't. The infected don't scream. That's the worst part. You don't know they're near until they're on you, unless an animal alerts you first. And even then, you might be too late. That night, Eli finally stood on his own again. He looked thin, tired, but alive. We shared a can of preserved lentils by candlelight. I told him about the tigers, the wallabies, the slow grind of days bleeding into each other. He nodded but didn't say much. He was focused on something outside the window. "I think they're watching," he said. "Who?" "The animals. All of them. They don't look at us the same way anymore." He wasn't wrong. By day 12, something had changed. Not just in the infected, in the zoo itself. The animals were quieter, more deliberate. The orangutan, Dima, had stopped interacting with us entirely. The elephants refused to enter their night house. The wolves had started marking their territory along the visitor paths, as if reclaiming it from us. I didn't know it yet, but things were about to get worse. On the morning of day 13, I was doing rounds near the camel's enclosure when I heard the faint clatter of something metallic falling. It wasn't the usual sound of animals kicking feed bins or branches snapping. It had weight behind it. I crept toward the rear storage hut near the falconry stadium and waited. A few seconds later, I saw the shadow of a small figure duck behind the door. It wasn't infected. It moved too fast. I raised my radio to call Eli but hesitated. Then slowly, I stepped forward and pulled the door open. A boy, maybe 8 or 9, wearing a hoodie that used to be red, now soaked with rain and mud. Behind him, a woman, his mother I assumed, stood with her arms raised. A man stepped out from the shadows holding a crowbar. "Don't shoot. We're not sick. Please." I didn't have a gun in my hand, just the baton at my side, but the man looked like he'd been preparing that line for miles. I led them back to the service corridor, had them wait in the quarantine room we used for injured animals. I made them strip to underlayers and checked them over one by one. No bites, no bruising, no strange behavior, just exhaustion, raw, sunken eyes. The boy was the only one who didn't speak, just stared. Their names were Vincent and Camille, and the kid was Leo. They'd walked all the way from Ath, over 10 miles of back roads, staying off main highways. They used to visit Paradisa every year and figured the walls and forests might provide more safety than the refugee zones they'd heard about in Namur. They said those camps weren't safe anymore, that people were disappearing inside them, that trucks were leaving full and coming back empty. Eli wasn't happy when I brought them back to the lodge. We had food, but not enough for guests. He said it plainly in front of them. "We feed what's here. That's the only reason we're still alive." Camille offered to work, to help clean, haul, do anything. Vincent said he'd do repairs or watch patrol. I didn't argue. We needed hands. We couldn't stay locked in forever. We assigned them to the southeast quadrant, the lemur area, petting zones, and parts of the bird gardens, mostly safe, low risk. I gave Vincent an old metal rake handle for defense and showed him how to identify an enclosure breach from signs in the dirt and tracks around the gates. That evening, Eli and I sat in silence by the orangutan dome. Dima watched us from his perch without blinking. He usually mimicked people, waving, nodding, copying gestures, but not now. Now he just stared. "You think we made a mistake?" Eli finally asked. "They're not infected," I said. "That's not what I asked." I didn't answer because I wasn't sure. On day 14, I was woken by screaming, not human. The sound of frantic, terrified animal calls echoed from the northern end of the zoo. Eli and I grabbed our lights and sprinted across the central walkway, past the monastery ruins and down the slope toward the lower enclosures. We saw Vincent first. He was bleeding from his shoulder, a deep gash across the collarbone. Camille was trying to drag him toward a drainage culvert behind the wallaby area. Leo was gone. She didn't see us at first. She was half crouched, one hand gripping the back of Vincent's jacket, the other dragging a length of broken hose they must have used as a sling. Vincent's head lolled forward, blood soaking through the collar of his coat and dripping onto the dirt with a steady patter. Camille's arms were shaking violently, her shoes slipping in the mud as she pulled him inch by inch across the path. Her eyes were wide but unfocused, like she hadn't blinked in a full minute. Then came the screams, high-pitched, frantic, not human. The wallabies, a whole cluster of them, had gathered in the open stretch of their exhibit, huddled together in a tight knot under the enclosure's sparse shelter. They were shrieking in short, panicked bursts, one after the other, their calls echoing off the stonework like an alarm bell. I knew that sound. I'd only heard it once before, when a dog had slipped into the enclosure a few years back and killed one of their own. This was worse. The screams were coming from the wallabies again, and from the red pandas nearby. The fence had been breached. I jumped the path railing and cut across the children's maze for a better view. Eli followed close behind, gripping the rifle tight against his chest. We reached the top of the viewing platform in time to see the full extent of it. The chain-link barrier between the petting zone and the wallaby pen had been torn nearly in half, not like it was cut clean, more like something pulled and pulled until the tension gave out. The lower half was twisted outward, jagged wires splayed like a broken ribcage. No idea how many had gotten in, maybe 5, maybe 10. I saw 4 immediately, 2 crawling through the torn netting of the petting zone, dragging their limbs like sea creatures pulled ashore, one limping through the mulch path on a clearly broken ankle, foot dragging sideways with every step, and another hunched low to the ground near the duck pond, its head moving in a slow, jerking rhythm like it was chewing something. They had eaten the goats. I saw one carcass, what was left of it, limp and torn open at the middle, white ribs exposed like piano keys. Another goat's body was pressed against the fence line, neck at an impossible angle. One of the infected was hunched over it, not moving, arms wrapped around the torso like it was trying to pull itself inside. The sounds coming from the wallaby pen changed then, from cries to sharp, choked grunts of pain. We looked down just in time to see a small wallaby trying to crawl away from the center of the group. Its back leg was twisted sideways, broken clean through. One of the infected had grabbed it by the hindquarters and was dragging it backward across the dirt. The wallaby kicked and thrashed, but it didn't have the strength. Its eyes were wide, mouth open, struggling to breathe as its body was pulled into the open. I didn't think. I jumped down the side of the railing and sprinted toward it. I charged the one nearest and drove my baton down into its skull. It didn't even react. Its hands never let go of the wallaby. I hit it again, this time in the jaw, then pinned it under my knee and twisted the baton hard across the side of its neck. The vertebrae cracked after 3 turns, but even then it took a few seconds before it stopped twitching. Eli came behind me, the rifle raised. Another infected, the one crawling along the mulch trail, was almost on top of me. Eli fired once, clean, center of the forehead. The body folded backward and collapsed face first into the wet leaves. We dragged Vincent into the keeper tunnel and barred the door behind us with an old equipment cart. Camille helped, barely able to breathe, her hands shaking as she held Vincent's weight under his good arm. Once we were inside, we checked the wound. Deep, but not a bite, just a long, sharp laceration that had gone through skin and muscle. The blood was bright and steady, probably a fence spike or piece of shrapnel from the broken gate. Leo was still missing. Camille kept calling for him, short, panicked bursts of his name, despite our efforts to keep her quiet. I told her to stay with her husband, keep pressure on the wound, and wait for my signal. I didn't wait for a response. I grabbed a crowbar and a flashlight and headed back out. The exhibit paths had become a nightmare. The layout that once guided visitors gently from one happy animal zone to the next now felt like a trap. So many dead ends, so many blind corners. Every fake boulder, every topiary arch could be hiding something now. I moved fast, keeping low, flashlight off. The distant sound of splashing from the duck pond made my stomach turn. I passed a mangled signpost reading "Discover the Red Pandas" and followed the slope up to the upper viewing platform. The fence had been broken here too, though not completely, just enough for a child to slip through. I found Leo curled up behind the koi feeding platform. His hoodie was soaked through. He was clutching the support beam with both arms, trying to disappear into the concrete. One of the red pandas was beside him, pressed into the corner, wheezing softly. Its body was heaving with every breath, side streaked with blood. Another panda lay close by, unmoving, one paw extended toward the feeding bowl. The smell hit me first, iron and musk, like old copper. I knelt down and reached out to him slowly. Leo didn't flinch. He didn't cry. He just whispered. I tried to stop them. His hands were smeared with blood, not his own. There were scratch marks on his palms, defensive wounds. He must have thrown rocks, sticks, anything he could find to distract them. Maybe that's why the infected were scattered. Maybe he'd actually drawn them away, even just for a minute. I picked him up and carried him out, one arm under his knees, the other bracing his head against my shoulder. He didn't say another word. We lost 5 animals that night. 3 wallabies, 2 red pandas, 1 more goat had to be put down later due to internal injuries. Vincent's wound wasn't fatal, but it kept him bedbound. Camille stayed at his side. Leo stayed with us most of the time, refusing to speak more than a few words. The days got colder after that. We spent most of day 15 burning infected corpses. We used the maintenance incinerator near the feed prep warehouse. Originally built for waste and expired food, it had just enough room to cremate one body at a time. It took hours. Eli watched the flames from a distance. He didn't speak until I shut the doors. "They don't stop," he muttered. "They don't get tired. They just come." "I know." "No, you don't. You're still hoping they won't. I know they will. That's the difference." I didn't argue, because he was right. That night, Dima broke the interior panel to his habitat. I saw it on the infrared feed, his body smashing into the inner wall over and over again, not violently, not like panic, methodically, once every 10 seconds. Bang, back away, bang again. Eli checked the logs. The last time the doors were opened had been before the outbreak. The panel was rated for 300 pounds of force. Dima weighed 280. After the 6th hit, the wall buckled. He didn't escape. But he did something stranger. He climbed to the top of his structure, tore the camouflage fabric off the skylight, and began hurling branches at the reinforced glass. Not enough to break it, not even close. But he kept doing it, for hours. On day 16, we found another breach near the old African train ride. Tracks led from the perimeter fence all the way through the dried riverbed behind the Pelican Zone. Whoever it was, or whatever, they weren't in a hurry. We found scraps of military camouflage caught on the shrubs and a torn med pack stained dark, but no body. That same day, a group of deer from the open woodland sector broke through into the flamingo habitat. Normally, they wouldn't go near that area, but something had spooked them, hard. The flamingos were gone. Just feathers, red pools, trampled soil, and drag marks that ended at the pond's edge. We didn't find the infected that did it. We didn't find the flamingos. Only a trail of blood that led into the reeds and vanished. That evening, Vincent tried to stand and collapsed. I carried him to the cold storage area to keep his fever down. We didn't have antibiotics, just gauze, antiseptic, and water. He didn't complain. Just gripped my wrist once, hard, and whispered, "Don't let my kids see me turn." I didn't respond. I didn't want to. We posted signs near the gates in 6 languages. No entry, quarantine in effect, do not cross. But no one read signs anymore. People were desperate, or stupid, or both. By day 17, food was running thin. We'd rationed everything, meat, produce, dry pellets for the herbivores, but with no staff to help manage portions, the feeding schedules were breaking down. The elephants began pushing harder against the enclosure gates. The lions paced non-stop. The bears had stopped emerging from their dens entirely. Camille started crying while feeding the lemurs. She never said why. She just stood there, dry corn pellets falling from the tin can into the straw as the lemurs watched her without moving. None of them approached. They didn't look afraid, just uninterested or resigned. By day 19, even the animals that hadn't been directly harmed were changing. Hunger was setting in, not just for us, but for them. We had stretched supplies as far as possible. The carnivores were down to half rations every other day. The big cats grew more restless with each passing night, especially when they smelled blood or death in the air. That morning, I found 2 of the ibex dead in the Himalayan zone. One had a torn throat. The other was partially eaten. There were no signs of human interference, no infected footprints. The blood was fresh, still tacky. One of the snow leopards must have gotten out, slipped through the service hatch where the gate had weakened from days of stress. The snow leopard was back in its pen when I arrived, sitting in the corner like nothing had happened. Blood smeared down its chin. I didn't blame it. It was hungry. It followed instinct. In the wild, it would have done the same thing. But this wasn't the wild. Not really. Not anymore. Later that afternoon, Eli came running from the primate corridor, calling my name. I followed him down the narrow emergency walkway, past the old enclosure signs and faded tourist displays. He led me to the northern elephant gate, and my heart sank. The outer fence was gone. Not collapsed. Torn. A gaping hole more than 12 feet wide. Steel bars twisted outward like something, or someone, had rammed it repeatedly until it gave. Fresh mud was scattered all around the breach, deep footprints, a mess of tusk scrapes on the concrete edge. They were gone. Both elephants. We followed the tracks through the rear meadow where we used to hold group feedings for visitors. The trail vanished into the trees beyond the enclosure. No signs of struggle, no blood. They had simply left. Eli didn't say anything, just stood there, staring at the gap in the fence like he was seeing something I couldn't. I wanted to ask what he was thinking, but I already knew. If they were leaving, maybe we should too, but I wasn't ready. That night, I woke to the sound of howling. Not wolves, not monkeys. It was a scream, deep, angry, animal, but not. I pulled on my jacket, grabbed the flashlight and followed the noise toward the south end of the zoo, the lions. It was coming from the lions. I found Camille there already, crouched near the observation window. She didn't look at me when I approached, just kept her eyes locked on the enclosure. Inside, 2 of the lionesses were circling the male, fast, aggressive. One lunged. The male roared and swatted her down with brutal force, but the other pounced from behind, catching his hindquarters. It wasn't a play fight. It wasn't dominance behavior. This was real, raw, desperate. They were starving. I watched in stunned silence as the 3 animals turned on one another. There wasn't enough room to escape, no trees to climb, no river to dive into, just stone walls and straw. Nature doesn't wait for zookeepers to intervene when everything falls apart. The next morning we found the male dead, torn throat, ribcage exposed. One of the lionesses had a broken leg. The third paced alone, silent, eyes tracking every movement from outside the enclosure. She didn't roar, she didn't blink, she just watched. We burned the male. Couldn't risk scavengers dragging pieces of him into other areas. Couldn't risk the smell bringing more infected. The following day we lost the flamingo pond entirely. Not from infected, not directly. The raccoons broke into the feed building again, tipped over bins, shredded dry pellets, pulled sacks of corn apart. I hadn't seen them in days and assumed they'd fled like the elephants, but now they were back, and they weren't alone. A pack of foxes, thin, ribs showing, had followed the raccoons into the zoo, probably from the fields beyond the forest. They chased a group of flamingos out of the pond, and the birds couldn't fly fast enough to clear the fencing. 2 died in the scramble. Another limped around the edge of the water, wing dragging uselessly behind it. We tried to catch it, but it kept darting just out of reach. Eli eventually brought out a net and cornered it near the waterfall. As he held the injured bird, I noticed blood staining the feathers, not from the wing, but from the leg. A clean puncture, probably from a fox's teeth. "Should we keep trying to fix this?" he asked. "Any of it?" I didn't answer. We released the surviving flamingos into the larger upper pond and reinforced the entryway with leftover fencing from the playground zone. It wasn't ideal, but it bought us time. That night, we held a meeting inside the Keeper cafeteria. Camille and Leo were there. Vincent was still recovering, though he sat propped in a chair near the back. I laid it out plain. If the infected breach the inner sectors again, we'll have to retreat to the cellar, block it from the inside and wait it out. "For how long?" Camille asked. "Until the broadcasts come back, or we get word from the outside, or we don't." Vincent nodded, slow. "We've made it this far. I say we stay." Camille looked unsure. Her hands clutched Leo's arm tight, but she didn't argue. That was day 21. On day 22, the howler monkeys broke out of their enclosure. We don't know how. The locks weren't broken. No exterior damage. It's like they coordinated, used the vines and pipes to wedge the doors open just enough to squeeze through. We found 3 of them clinging to the archway over the visitor path, screaming down at a pair of infected that had wandered into the primate zone. The infected didn't react. They never do. One eventually walked directly under the monkeys, and one of them jumped down onto its back, clawed and bit and screamed until the infected finally collapsed under its weight. We couldn't retrieve the monkey's body. The infected rolled over, grabbed it by the neck, and didn't let go. That night, I locked every secondary access gate to the primate sector. I posted signs. Even Leo knew not to wander close. The animals weren't just panicked anymore. They were defending territory. By day 23, even the animals that hadn't shown aggression before were acting strangely. The giraffes refused to come near their usual feed station. One of them kicked down the fence panel near the transfer corridor and bolted across the courtyard, trampling the flower beds. It ran straight toward the park entrance and slammed into the gate with enough force to bend the upper bar. Then it ran. Out. Gone. We never saw it again. By midday, the zebra enclosure had emptied. 2 fences cut, fresh hoofprints across the public plaza near the monkey bridge. They were heading east, following the elephant's path. We debated chasing after them, tried to track one of the younger mares for half a mile, but the trail vanished in the undergrowth, and the forest grew too quiet. Eli said we should let them go. They don't belong in cages anymore, he said. Neither did we, maybe. On day 24, I found Dima lying in the corner of his habitat. He wasn't moving. I radioed Eli. We climbed inside together carefully, keeping our backs to the concrete wall. No signs of violence, no blood, just stillness. Eli checked his breathing, shallow, weak. He hasn't eaten in days, Eli said. I looked around. The fruits we'd left were untouched. Bananas, apples, chopped melon, all rotting in the corner. We left him there. Didn't move the body, didn't clean the enclosure. We just closed the gate behind us and walked away. Day 25 began like most days by that point, with the sound of something breaking. I had just finished loading the last of the preserved fish into the penguin prep freezer, less for the penguins now and more as a backup meat supply, when the ground beneath the main plaza echoed with a dull metallic clang, not a scream, not the sound of gates rattling or doors swinging open in the wind. This was heavier, sharper. I knew immediately it was coming from the main entrance. The front gates had held until now. 14 feet of reinforced steel with backup braces we'd installed ourselves using scavenged materials from the landscaping depot, but nothing holds forever. I made it to the southern watchpoint and peered through the narrow slits left between planks of nailed fencing. The outer square was full, at least a dozen of them now, maybe more coming down the tree line. Some were dragging their limbs across the cobblestones like they'd been crawling for days. Others still had remnants of uniforms, delivery drivers, postal workers, even a man in a zoo volunteer vest. Their hands beat a rhythm against the gate, not coordinated, not fast, just constant. Eli was already there, checking the pressure gauges we had rigged from the elephant paddock sensors. We'd attached seismic alarms to warn us of heavy movement. The readings were redlining. "Gate's going soon," he said flatly. "How many? Does it matter?" I didn't answer. I just walked back towards the keeper dorms and began clearing the path to the fallback room beneath the veterinary wing. We'd only used it once before, back during a lightning storm when the power grid shorted out. It wasn't meant to house people, but it was sealed, windowless, and reinforced with double concrete walls. No direct exits. A tomb, if things went badly. Camille and Leo helped carry supplies. Vincent tried to stand, but collapsed again. We moved him on a cart. Leo insisted on pushing it himself, even though the wheels barely turned and he had to keep stopping every few feet to catch his breath. He never said a word. By late afternoon, the infected at the gate had doubled. They weren't breaking through by force, they were weakening the supports. Over time, slowly, with each hand pressed against the barrier, they tilted the weight of that crowd forward like a tide. We had one option left: draw them away. I turned the loudspeaker system back on for the first time since the 3rd day of the outbreak. The speakers along the gondola bridge and Parrot House still worked, barely. I cued an old children's animal facts recording from the visitor center. "Did you know a gorilla's grip is strong enough to bend a metal bar?" And set it to loop at maximum volume. The sound echoed across the park like some cursed announcement from a world that didn't exist anymore. The infected turned. It worked. Eli and I climbed the treetop rope path above the water garden and waited. From there we watched as the crowd swarmed the audio zone, their blank faces rising toward the speakers like disciples at a sermon. Some stumbled into the koi pond, others pushed against the old glass railing until it buckled. The distraction gave us time, but only minutes. I sprinted across the upper ridge trail, passing enclosures that were now mostly empty. The deer gone. The zebras vanished. The elephants still missing. I passed the lion zone and saw only one lioness remaining, lying in the corner, ribs showing, eyes closed. When I reached the main plaza again, the gates were half open, not breached, just sagging. The infected were squeezing through the lowest corner, one at a time, like water finding the weakest point in a dam. We couldn't stop them. I ran back, cutting across the children's maze, through the Lima Pass, and down to the cellar. By the time I closed the hatch behind me, I could already hear the calls of the infected bouncing down the corridor. We waited in darkness. The room had no lights, no windows, just storage racks and animal crates. Camille held Leo close. Vincent had stopped speaking. Eli stood near the hatch, listening to every sound with his hands pressed flat against the wall. Outside, the chaos spread. I could hear the orangutans screaming again, then silence. I could hear glass breaking, metal tearing, distant animal cries suddenly cut short. Hours passed. Eventually, Camille drifted off. Leo too. I stayed awake, counting, listening. Day 26 passed underground. By the time we emerged late on day 27, the park was gone. Not destroyed, not leveled, but empty. Hollow. The kind of silence that feels loud. The infected had moved on. Why, I don't know. Maybe the sound stopped. Maybe they followed a new noise in the distance. Maybe they just drifted. That's what they did. No goals, no patterns, just movement. We stepped out into the main corridor and found the monkey bridges torn, the bird domes shattered. The penguin tanks were cracked and drained. The big cats were gone. Only the pacing marks in the dirt remained, like shadows of things that once were. Dima was gone too, not his body, his enclosure. The entire front panel had collapsed inward. Inside, nothing. We spent the next 2 days cleaning what we could, salvaging what food remained, reinforcing the cellar for the next time we'd need it. There would be a next time. I didn't kid myself about that anymore. Camille asked if we should try to leave. Vincent was strong enough to walk again, barely. Leo had grown quieter, but not weaker. I don't think we'd get far, I told her. She nodded. Then we stay. We made a new map of what sectors still held, which fences had collapsed, which habitat still had animal life. A few lemurs, some birds, the crocodile, somehow still alive. The wolves, maybe. Tracks near the eastern creek hinted they'd returned, or had never left. Day 30 came without warning. No final attack, no sudden breach, just fog, the kind that rolls in off the fields without a sound, turning everything grey. I stood at the high overlook near the abbey ruins, looking down at what was left of Pyri Daiza. The paths were cracked, the signs faded, the statues chipped and blackened, but the bones of the place remained. Eli stood beside me, binoculars in hand. I think I saw one of the pandas, he said, just before the mist came in. Alive? I think so. We stood there, side by side, and listened. No helicopters, no gunfire, no engines. Just birdsong. Real birdsong. A few sparrows in the rafters of the old monastery chirping like nothing had changed, like they didn't care about outbreaks or fences or human cruelty, like they were just waiting for us to get out of their way. 30 days, Eli said. Yeah. We made it. For now. And that's the truth of it. We didn't save the zoo. We didn't rescue the world. We just endured. Held the line a little longer than most. Protected what we could. Some animals died. Some ran. Some survived by their own instincts, same as us. Now we wait for the next breach, the next nightfall, the next bad decision by someone desperate enough to think this place is still safe. But until then, the gates are sealed, the cellars stocked, the wolves are watching from the tree line, and we are still here, alive, for now. My name is Christopher Hall. I'm a NASA mission specialist who began this mission on the International Space Station with the usual mindset of an astronaut, committed to science, exploration, and cooperation among nations. When I first arrived on the station, my biggest worries involved possible equipment failures, ensuring experiments ran on schedule, and looking forward to the day I could hug my parents again back in Florida. The thought of something like a zombie outbreak never crossed my mind. That scenario belonged in movies and strange conspiracy theories, not in an actual NASA mission. Yet here I am, recounting how I experienced the first 24 hours of a global crisis that people are calling the zombie outbreak. I arrived at the station a few weeks before everything changed, alongside a crew representing multiple space agencies. Because space travel requires international collaboration, we had an American commander named Martin Shaw, a veteran of several missions who kept a calm presence even under the most difficult circumstances. There was also flight engineer Yelena Volkova from Russia, known for her skill at docking cargo and cruise ships with precision. Dr. Helena Ortiz, a physician from the European Space Agency, monitored our health and addressed any medical needs we might have. Kenji Takahashi came from Japan's aerospace program, focusing on robotics and mechanical systems. Sarah Mitchell served as our main communications officer with ground control, adept at handling everything from routine transmissions to crisis-level communications. Then there was the newest cosmonaut, Nikolai Morozov, also from Russia, whose youthful enthusiasm carried him through each day. I rounded out the group, primarily assisting with scientific experiments, but trained to fill any gaps that arose. Before the outbreak, our routine was predictable. We woke in our small sleeping quarters, floated through cramped modules to check sensors and log data, exercised on specialized equipment, performed experiments on microgravity's effect on biology or materials, and exchanged status updates with mission control on Earth. We'd break for meals, mindful of how everything floated in microgravity, then continue our tasks until a scheduled bedtime that aligned with coordinated universal time. That sense of order and normality ended when our communications console picked up frantic voices from Houston, indicating that an unknown infection was spreading on Earth. At first, I heard only fragments. Words like violent behavior, collapse of social order, and medical crisis crackled through my headset in a voice so tense it felt alien. Sarah Mitchell, our communications officer, tried to calm everyone by explaining that we sometimes received partial transmissions when weather or technical glitches disrupted signals. This time, though, something felt different. When the phrase zombie-like infection appeared, I dismissed it as a possible code or a bizarre hoax. The line cut out soon after, leaving us in a bubble of uncertainty. We tried to call back, but the signals were sporadic. A wave of static replaced any official guidance. Within minutes, we scrambled to connect with other ground stations around the world. Yelena tried Moscow. Dr. Ortiz attempted to reach the European Space Agency in hopes of receiving some clarity. Kenji rotated through a series of frequencies, scanning for any consistent broadcast. The more we tried, the clearer it became that the entire planet was dealing with a rapid, disorienting event. Some channels played recordings of instructions for citizens to barricade themselves at home. Others were faint pleas for help. Even from orbit, we could see that entire cities had started to lose power, their usual glow dimming in patches. That was how it began. An eerie shift from everyday life to a nightmare scenario involving real zombies. I floated in one of the station's modules, tension sinking in as I listened to the last broken words from mission control. They couldn't contain the infection, and we were on our own. Commander Shaw took charge of the situation, instructing us to remain level-headed. He reminded everyone that our immediate safety on the ISS was secure. The infection, whatever form it took, couldn't float into space. Still, the implications of a planet-wide event were dire. We depended on Earth for fresh supplies, instructions, and the eventual trip home. If cities were truly dealing with hordes of infected individuals who resembled classic zombies, how would any ground crew maintain the rigorous schedule of rocket launches and ground tracking? As the hours passed, transmissions from NASA and other agencies dwindled to faint static, or short bursts of language we could barely decipher. We spent the early phases of that day methodically checking the station's core systems. The ISS is designed to be resilient. We have modules that handle life support, oxygen generation, carbon dioxide scrubbing, power from solar arrays, and water recycling. We also maintain a substantial stock of freeze-dried meals and other consumables. The fundamental question became how long we could sustain ourselves if ground control never returned to normal. Astronauts are trained for emergencies, including extended isolation, but none of our drills had involved a scenario where Earth might be in the midst of a zombie outbreak. The crew members coped in different ways. Commander Shaw kept an even tone, focusing on immediate tasks. In crisis situations, leadership often relies on unwavering calm to keep everyone focused. Dr. Ortiz tried to find any official data on the infection. She pieced together scraps of transmissions that mentioned aggression, rapid spread, and the transformation of infected people into something akin to the living dead. We all thought the same thing. How could something so fantastical be real? Kenji systematically recorded images of Earth from the station's external cameras, comparing them to older snapshots. He noticed entire urban regions dimming earlier than normal or appearing darker than we'd ever observed during standard Earth nights. Yelena, who had a young son in Moscow, worried incessantly. She asked me privately if I thought we'd ever go home to see our families again. I tried to reassure her, but fear weighed heavily on my mind too. In the midst of this, our cosmonaut, Nikolai Morozov, argued passionately that we had a responsibility to return to Earth and help. He envisioned using our training and resources to gather survivors, or at least to provide assistance wherever we landed. But the rest of the crew pointed out the overwhelming risks. We had no confirmation of safe zones or organized defenses against whatever was happening. Dropping into a hostile environment brimming with infected individuals could trap us in an even worse situation. Sarah Mitchell added that our role as astronauts included preserving the station. If Earth's infrastructure was failing, the ISS might end up being the last bastion of technology operating at full capacity for some time. The disagreement generated friction among us. Still, we recognized that no final decision could be made without more information. We each tried sending personal messages to our families. I spoke into a microphone, addressing my parents and telling them I hoped they were secure. Most of these messages probably never reached their intended recipients, because we were transmitting into a network that was crashing under the weight of global panic. Yet it felt important to say something, to acknowledge our loved ones and hope they would somehow receive our words. Yelena left a short video for her son, urging him to follow any official instructions and stay with relatives if possible. Nikolai frantically tried a separate frequency directed at friends in his hometown. Dr. Ortiz put on a brave face, offering advice in Spanish for anyone who might be listening, urging them to remain calm, protect themselves, and seek medical expertise. After we finished, the station felt more silent than usual. Our words floated out into the void, with no guarantee they would find a living ear. While all of this was happening, the earth beneath us continued to turn. Every so often, we'd spot unusual plumes of smoke or patches of darkness that shouldn't have been there. One night, I looked out the station's window and noticed something. An entire portion of a coastal region had gone dark. We later learned through a faint radio broadcast that the region lost power because a local power plant stopped functioning. The infected, or zombies, had overrun the area, causing employees to flee. Others tried to downplay the situation, but the repeated references to people turning unresponsive or violent made it impossible to dismiss. People on the ground were dealing with mass panic, blocked roads, and medical facilities unable to handle the surge of infected victims. The official word zombie cropped up more and more, which made my thoughts spin. Until that moment, it had been easy to label it a mere rumor or sensational description. Then we heard multiple recordings from different parts of the world, each describing the same unstoppable wave of infection, spread through bites or scratches. The infected apparently attacked any uninfected person on sight. There was no talk of a cure. We began to accept that this crisis was real. Commander Shaw pushed us to maintain a schedule, insisting it was vital for our mental health. We woke at designated times, completed exercise routines, checked station systems, and swapped updates. But we couldn't just carry on with normal experiments as if nothing was happening. Our priorities shifted. We needed to figure out how best to handle possible scenarios. A supply ship arriving at the ISS carrying infected individuals, a forced evacuation if the station suffered catastrophic failure, or a new directive from some remnant of governmental authority on Earth. The idea of an infected individual reaching us in space sounded outlandish. Yet in the chaos, It was possible that someone might attempt to launch an escape rocket to the station without proper health screening. We designated part of the station for quarantine if that ever happened, planning to seal off newcomers until Dr. Ortiz could confirm they weren't carrying the infection. She had only basic medical tools up here, certainly not the extensive lab needed to analyze a pathogen. Still, we decided it was better to have a plan than nothing. At one point, Kenji discovered faint signals that suggested a private American company was preparing some kind of emergency rocket launch. The details were unclear, possibly an automated schedule, or a real group trying to escape Earth. The message mentioned sending food and medicine to orbit, but provided no definite time frame. When we tried to reply, the channel fell silent. We had no way of knowing if it was an authentic effort or a ghost signal. It became a recurring theme, glimmers of hope flickering in the background, then fading into static. We clung to every faint promise that someone was still organized enough to mount a response. As tension mounted among us, conversations sometimes ended in raised voices. Nikolai insisted that staying in orbit was an act of cowardice. Yelena feared for her family so deeply that she teetered between wanting to leave and wanting to remain safe. Sarah Mitchell, feeling the weight of her communication duties, kept reminding everyone we needed real data before making drastic choices. Commander Shaw kept the peace, distributing tasks that forced us to collaborate. Dr. Ortiz tried to serve as a voice of reason, though her own worry for loved ones seeped into her demeanor. Watching everyone wrestle with fear and guilt was as unsettling as the outbreak itself. Our environment required cooperation to survive. Space does not forgive prolonged conflict, yet the emotional strain was like nothing we had trained for. During moments of calm, I roamed the station's modules, double-checking the water recycling system and the oxygen generators. The knowledge that we might be the only functioning human habitat left without infected individuals felt overwhelming. In the back of my mind, I asked myself the unthinkable. Were we witnessing the end of our civilization from an orbiting vantage point? Drifting 250 miles above Earth, we had the best panoramic seat to a global downfall that we were powerless to stop. Small impacts of cosmic debris or station vibrations, which were once routine, became sources of anxiety. Any unusual thump or rattle along the hull made us jump. One time we heard a faint knock-like sound that no one could explain. We spent hours scanning external cameras and reading sensor data to ensure nothing tried to dock with us unannounced. We found no signs of an approaching craft, so we had to conclude it was just a random piece of space junk that brushed our shielding. Under normal circumstances, we would note it in our logs and continue on. Now, every unknown stimulus fueled our paranoia. Sarah caught a snippet of radio chatter involving an unconfirmed safe zone. We couldn't determine its location precisely, but the voice mentioned a desert region far from major cities. This ignited another round of fierce debate. Should we plan a targeted landing near that location, hoping to find survivors? The problem was that we lacked details about the runway, local topography, or whether the area was truly free of zombies. Descending blindly could end with us in the middle of an infested region or a crash landing if there were no ground crews to help us secure a landing site. We tested potential flight paths and re-entry schedules, but too many variables remained unknown. When we tried to reach NASA's flight director, we once again heard frantic partial transmissions, implying that every effort to contain the infection was failing. Some government agencies were retreating to remote bunkers or cutting off transport routes. Military responses existed, but they were overwhelmed by large crowds of infected. Most of these crowd movements jammed highways. Some transmissions even suggested that entire hospitals had become infection clusters, with infected staff wandering the halls. We heard the word zombies repeated on official channels, which removed any last shred of doubt about how people on Earth were framing this crisis. In the lull between these distress calls, we stared down at Earth through the station's windows. Sweeping arcs of lights that once defined major cities disappeared. We began to see more unlit patches as power grids failed or were deliberately shut down. From our orbital perspective, large wildfires in certain regions burned unchecked, visible as orange glows shimmering beneath thick plumes of smoke. That told us firefighting efforts were compromised. The planet's usual hum of life and technology was sputtering, like a candle on the verge of going out. By the time we neared what we believed to be the 24-hour mark since the initial frantic call, an unspoken understanding formed. The Earth we'd known was gone, at least temporarily. Millions of people might be in grave danger or already infected. Nobody had the resources or coordination to mount a global defense. Some small enclaves of survivors were surely holding out, but we lacked a definitive plan for how we, from our perch in orbit, could assist them. Most of us felt a profound sorrow, knowing our families could be among those survivors, or worse, could be trapped in infected zones. Yet, short of a dangerous descent, we had no viable path to intervene. Commander Shaw eventually gathered us in the Unity module, the heart of the station, to summarize our position. We had enough food and essential supplies to remain in orbit for weeks without immediate resupply. We had partial power from the station's solar arrays, no major mechanical failures, and a functional air and water recycling system. Our communications gear could still pick up random signals from Earth, though they were becoming scarcer. If things stabilized and a ground team signaled us with a safe landing procedure, we could re-enter the atmosphere. If not, we might have no choice but to remain aloft for as long as possible. It was a bleak reality, one that weighed on each of us in different ways. I recall floating near a window after that briefing, looking at the curve of the planet. It looked placid, covered in a gentle swirl of clouds and brilliant blue oceans. That image contrasted sharply with the chaos described on the radio transmissions. The sense of dissonance was staggering. Below the clouds might be entire cities infested with people who had lost their humanity. The nightmares of countless horror stories had become a living phenomenon, yet from space, it all seemed hidden behind layers of atmosphere. Part of me hoped that perhaps the chaos would burn out quickly, that the world's governments would coordinate a response, or that a cure might be discovered. Another part of me feared that we were glimpsing civilization's final hours. Sleep became more and more difficult, despite the fact that fatigue eventually overtook us. Each of us took shifts monitoring the communication console and the station's critical systems. In off hours, I tried to rest in my sleeping bag, which is strapped to the wall to keep me from drifting. My thoughts never fully settled. I felt like a prisoner of my own mind, imagining scenes of loved ones trapped, hearing the word zombies echo over and over in my head. Once I dreamed of being back on Earth, only to be surrounded by infected crowds. I woke up in a sweatless panic, confronted by weightlessness and a faint hum of station fans. Reality itself had become surreal. Disagreements continued to flare. Nikolai remained upset at the notion of staying in orbit, while Earth burns, as he put it. Yelena fixated on the welfare of her family, torn between wanting to help them and knowing that an unplanned descent into a conflict zone could end in disaster for our entire crew. Dr. Ortiz tried to maintain a clinical approach, reminding everyone that survival in space required strict discipline and that risking ourselves without a clear objective would accomplish nothing. Commander Shaw repeated that we couldn't make an emotional decision. Kenji kept scanning Earth with the cameras, methodically documenting the changing state of the planet in the hope that one day people might piece together how it all unraveled. As we reached the final minutes of that first full day, it dawned on us that we had, in our own way, survived something monumental. Although we weren't physically threatened by the infected, we experienced the emotional toll of witnessing our homeworld collapse into confusion. We floated in a safe haven, which ironically felt more like a coffin drifting in orbit if the situation down below was truly hopeless. Yet we tried to bolster each other's spirits. The station, after all, was a testament to human cooperation and ingenuity. If we could maintain our unity, maybe that spirit could endure, even in the face of something as overwhelming as a zombie outbreak. I made a personal log entry just after we clicked through what we called the 24-hour mark. I admitted my fear, but also expressed a cautious kind of determination. If Earth truly needed time to stabilize, the station might be humanity's backup plan, a place to keep scientific knowledge intact, or to wait until we could land safely. I told my recorder that I hoped future generations, those who might rebuild after the crisis, would learn from our vantage point and ensure nothing like this happened again. Commander Shaw brought us all together in one of the station's modules as we approached the end of that first day, his expression a mixture of resolve and sorrow. The gentle edge in his voice was something I'd never quite heard from him before. He acknowledged how unthinkable our new situation had become, a planet engulfed by a zombie outbreak while we orbited above in a fragile sanctuary. Slowly, he explained that if there was any workable plan, anything at all that would bring us home safely, we would commit to it without hesitation. But until reliable intel reached us, until we had even a shred of proof that the undead threat on Earth was being contained, we would remain in orbit. We would do what we had been trained to do, protect the station's systems, monitor the planet below, and support one another through every creeping moment of uncertainty. No one argued with him. In that moment, the urgency of simply staying sane and functional in orbit overshadowed every personal desire to rush back to a homeworld spinning out of control. We floated together in an awkward silence that felt heavier than gravity itself, if such a thing were possible in microgravity. Yelena kept her arms folded tightly across her torso, head bowed as she thought about her family back in Moscow. Nikolai, who had spent much of the day insisting we should descend to help, averted his eyes in a gesture that spoke of resignation and fear. Dr. Ortiz maintained her medical composure, but you could see the weariness pulling at her features. Kenji fiddled with the corner of a handhold, his mind likely on the next camera sweeps he'd perform to track power losses below. Sarah just took a long, slow breath. As for me, I gripped a nearby support rail, feeling an odd pressure behind my eyes that I refused to let turn into tears. All of us understood that words like zombie and infection usually belonged to fiction, but we had already heard them repeated in broken radio signals from around the world. We had glimpsed entire city grids going dark at a pace no natural disaster could match. We caught fragments of official broadcasts, instructions to barricade doors, final pleas from those who feared they wouldn't see the next sunrise. None of it felt real, yet the proof was undeniable. So we clung to our commander's quiet confidence, because we had little else to guide us. His speech ended with a reminder that, no matter how hopeless the planet's chaos might seem, we were still human beings, bound by a duty to reason and compassion. If we gave up, if we let the atmosphere of dread erode our unity, the station, and perhaps our last vestige of civilization, would crumble. Those words gave me a flicker of reassurance. They reminded me that from the dawn of spaceflight to this strange moment of cosmic isolation, cooperation had always been our greatest strength. Our spacecraft, our missions, our ability to see Earth from above, it all came from humanity working together to overcome the impossible. Even a zombie outbreak could not erase that history of resilience. That night, or what passed for night in the station's artificial day, we listened to the gentle hum of machinery. It was a quiet background noise of life support systems cycling the air. The sense of normalcy it once offered had become a stark contrast to the horrors below. Each one of us was lost in private thoughts of family members and friends who might now be scattered, hiding, or possibly among the infected. I tried to imagine the shape of my parents' neighborhood in Florida, wondering if it was still intact, or if it had been overrun. The unknowns swelled like a tidal wave in my mind. Yet there was no place to hide from them inside our tiny orbital outpost. Survival in these circumstances became more than just staying alive. It turned into a duty to preserve what makes us human: curiosity, empathy, and the commitment to keep hope alive. The station represented years of international trust, every bolt and panel a testament to humankind's capacity for unity. Now it was an ark, floating at the edge of a global disaster that none of us fully understood, We harbored no illusions that things might bounce back in a matter of days. Transmission after transmission spelled out a planet in disarray, entire continents grappling with the undead. Governments were struggling to remain functional, and countless people were stranded or on the move. Even if the outbreak slowed, the damage already done was staggering. Over the following days, tension gnawed at us like a slow, ceaseless current. Every time we made contact with a station on Earth, the conversation was fraught with uncertainty. Some regions seemed to cling to basic order, but others had descended into chaos, their power grids fractured and public services collapsed. We confirmed that large cities across multiple time zones were going dark, possibly due to sabotage, neglect, or desperate attempts to isolate infected areas. The reality sank in that each lost power grid meant thousands, maybe millions more people cut off from coordinated support. The psychological strain soon proved just as tangible as any physical danger. Kenji began mapping out a pattern of blackouts, labeling them on the station's console in red blocks that seemed to grow larger each day. Yelena drifted to quieter corners of the station whenever she wasn't on duty, whispering prayers for her family. Nikolai's restless energy would drive him to continuously recheck the docking ports and the Soyuz spacecraft that could carry us back to Earth, as though he might uncover new data that would make a descent feasible. Dr. Ortiz spent her free time reviewing and re-reviewing the slim medical resources aboard, determined to keep us healthy in this vacuum of uncertainty. Sarah Mitchell scanned frequency after frequency, recording every fragment of communication. Sometimes all she heard was static, but now and then she'd pick up a frantic voice or a coded signal that hinted at a cluster of survivors. None ever lasted long enough to give us a full picture. No matter how disheartening the day's findings became, Commander Shaw would sit us down each evening and remind us of our mission. Stay operational, stay vigilant, and help each other adapt to this new reality. It wasn't the typical mission statement you'd expect from NASA, but it was the one we needed. Maintaining the station's technology was a practical goal we could handle, a means to fight the creeping despair that might otherwise consume us. Each test of our water recycling system or inspection of the solar panels felt like an act of defiance against the chaos below. We were still here, still looking down at Earth, still refusing to turn our backs on the possibility that recovery was somewhere on the horizon. Those first 24 hours remain etched into my mind because they represent the raw shock of witnessing the transformation of our world from a tranquil sphere to a place of fear and roaming zombies. One day, we were discussing routine supply missions and research objectives. The next, we were listening to broken pleas from a population that had no defense against a relentless, infection-driven threat. Everything that followed, the dwindling power grids, the patchwork signals, the moral debates about whether we should land, felt like a direct extension of the choices we made in that first day. We had decided, collectively, that we would not throw ourselves into catastrophe without a plan. Yet we also pledged we would never stop searching for a chance to help. Even now, replaying those early hours in my thoughts, I grasp how those decisions defined our fate as much as the outbreak itself. If any part of my story has reached you, if you're alive on the surface listening to these words, or if you're part of a future civilization rebuilding from the ashes, I hope you understand that we did not remain aloof by choice. Every hour, we weighed the risk of descending into the unknown against the tiny glimmers of hope that Earth might rally. Maybe a cure would emerge, or maybe a well-coordinated response would turn the tide. No one wanted to believe that we were witnessing the last days of modern society. Our greatest fear wasn't just the zombies, but the loss of our collective humanity. The International Space Station became more than a research platform. It turned into a small fortress of human perseverance, a reminder that we once looked to the stars and believed in progress. That fortress, however, could also become our tomb if things worsened and we found ourselves cut off forever. The thought weighed on each of us differently. For me, it sharpened my sense of responsibility to record what was happening, to keep track of every detail so that if Earth eventually stabilized, our account might serve as a testament to the ordeal. Perhaps it could even guide future policy or scientific inquiry. For others, it fueled the drive to maintain every valve and circuit in the station to ensure no preventable failure stole our lives in the silence of orbit. When I think about that final moment of the first 24 hours, the moment Commander Shaw finished speaking, I recall the fragile unity we forged in the face of chaos. Each face reflected an overwhelming mix of fear and a stubborn dedication to endure. The station's corridors were cramped and the hum of circulating air always present, but in that instant, it felt like the only place in the universe. Beneath us, a planet known for bustling life had become an uncertain landscape ruled by the living dead. Above us, an endless stretch of vacuum offered neither sanctuary nor threat, just the indifferent backdrop of space. That is how we closed that chapter. Afloat in an orbital refuge, acknowledging an unthinkable reality below. We had no illusions about a swift resolution. In times like these, survival isn't guaranteed. Instead, it hinges on small choices. How well you hold on to hope, how carefully you plan, and how fiercely you commit to protecting one another. That was, and still is, our stance. Even if the planet was overtaken by zombies, even if entire countries were cut off, we would remember that we are creatures capable of courage and reason. We might be in orbit, but we remained part of humanity, and we owed it to everyone on Earth to carry that torch forward. Soon afterward, we witnessed new horrors on our camera feeds. Whole cities blacked out, areas engulfed in flames. We picked up frantic calls from pockets of survivors, attempting to form enclaves, only for the signals to break. Days blurred together, overshadowed by the knowledge that each passing hour brought more uncertainty to the world below. And yet, the recollection of those initial 24 hours never left us. It was then that our mission changed forever, shifting from scientific endeavors to a day-by-day fight to keep our orbiting station alive, and by extension, keep a small piece of civilized effort floating above the infected chaos. If you are hearing these words, somehow in some future or present I can't fully comprehend, then know this: we did not give up. We spent those first tense, anguished hours pooling our intellect, training, and empathy. We recognized that the most fundamental aspects of being human, solidarity, resourcefulness, compassion, were still within our grasp. We intended to cling to them for as long as we had breathable air and functioning tools. The undead could roam every street of every city, but they could not steal the ideals we carried into space. In the end, that is what makes us who we are. We survived that first day. We survived the searing realization that the world had changed in ways beyond any astronaut's training manual. The contradictions still haunt me, safe in orbit, but forever tied to a planet that might no longer be safe at all. If civilization one day stands again on firm ground, I hope our story survives as a testament to what humanity can endure. Until then, this is Christopher Hall, mission specialist aboard the International Space Station, sending a voice into the darkness, with a wish that someone hears it and understands that there was hope, even in the face of an outbreak that defied everything we knew.